Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
51, Chapter 51, Soul Core. What is this? Everyone stared in greater confusion at the unremarkable booklet. What use could a god's legacy have in a little booklet? Chu Shanhe felt the same, but he still took it and flipped it open. The next moment, his whole body tensed and his pupils shrank to pinpoints, as if he had just seen something unbelievable. This is. Everyone was baffled by his reaction. Could it be a world-shattering divine art? The first and second elders' eyebrows twitched with curiosity. Rustle. In the quiet room, only the sound of pages turning and heavy breathing echoed. After he reached the last page, Chu Shanhe reluctantly pulled his gaze away, his face full of emotion and reverence for the divine. As expected of a legendary god. Perhaps only a god could create such a miracle. Cheni chimed in at the right time. Teacher said that once a soul master reaches title Douluo, their soul power will gradually solidify. At that time, one can use this method to condense a soul core. This core rotates within the lower dantian, allowing recovery and combat power to far surpass before. Most importantly, if one forms a soul core at the soul Douluo stage, one can use it to assault the realm of title Douluo. Hearing that the soul core could assist in breaking through to title Douluo, the long-curious third elder instantly approached Cheni, grabbed his shoulders, and trembled with excitement. Boy, you're not lying. Does this soul core truly have such heaven-defying effects? He was currently level 89. He had likely reached the end of his potential. He wasn't a heaven-blessed genius like the first elder. Watching juniors catch up one after another brought both gratification and unwillingness. He thought he'd take this regret to his grave, but now Cheni was saying the soul core could fulfill his life's wish. How could he not be excited? Startled by the suddenly close, wrinkled face, Chen Yi's heart skipped. Did you have to use soul power to rush right up to my nose? A quick glance showed everyone, including his father, had stood up in excitement. Cases like the third elder were not rare. Many were nearing the limits of their potential. The appearance of the soul core was like a ray of dawn in their dim lives. As for Qin Zhen and Hong Yu, it was simpler. No one complains about breaking through to title too quickly. With the soul core, advancing 3 years early wouldn't be difficult. It's true, fifth grandpa. This soul core can let those who've exhausted their potential glimpse the realm of title Douluo. Even title Douluo can use it to attempt super Douluo. The third elder turned, trembling, to look at Chu Shanhe. It wasn't that he didn't believe Cheni, but he wanted to hear confirmation from the sect master. Seeing his loss of composure, Chu Shanhe sighed inwardly. Among their generation, the third elder had worked the hardest. The effort and pain it took to reach this point were unimaginable. With that in mind, Chu Shanhe didn't hesitate and nodded heavily. Yes, the soul core works wonders. Not only for you, for us as well. He turned to the second elder, his tone lightened. Old Six, if you condense a soul core, breaking through to super Douluo won't be a dream. The second elder flushed with excitement. He was already a title Douluo, but super Douluo stood atop the mountain of the soul master world overlooking the continent, scornful of mortal kings. Chu Shanhe handed the soul core method to the eager first elder and sighed. Take a look, everyone. Before he finished, the first elder had already snatched it, and the others crowded in, craning their necks. Compressing soul power into a solid core. This method is unbelievable. As he read this approach, completely different from the current cultivation system, the research-obsessed first elder murmured, looks like I can try to form a core in the upper dantian. Hearing that, Cheni couldn't help clicking his tongue. Worthy of the first elder. Most title Douluo would choose the lower dantian, a few the middle. He went straight for the upper dantian, same as Huoyuhao 10,000 years later. But both were spiritual-type soul masters, so the choice made sense. After a while, at the sect master's prompt, the others reluctantly returned to their seats, though their eyes still clung to the booklet. Seeing this, Chu Shanhe chuckled and scolded, "You're all at least soul sages. Photographic memory is basic. Don't tell me you've already forgotten." Everyone lowered their heads in embarrassment. They'd been too engrossed. After a few words, Chu Shanhe turned to Cheni and said softly, "Your elders are like that, can't move when they see something good. Don't mind it." Cheni shook his head quickly. How could he mind? If his cultivation were higher, he'd be worse than them. Besides, without this nature, where would the sect's wealth come from? Still, although we have the method, we need to test it. Though the soul core method came from a god and should have no issues, it was still a first. Someone had to be the pioneer. To successfully condense a soul core requires strong soul power and spiritual power. So the sect has decided it will be Me, second brother, this one's clearly mine. I'm an 89 level soul Douluo, just one step away. I'm the most suitable in the sect. Before Chu Shanhe finished, the third elder cut him off. Such a rare chance he had to be first. His potential was nearly spent. Even if something went wrong, it wouldn't affect much. Sigh. The first elder sighed. Chu Shanhe had probably intended to do it himself. In the past, he always volunteered for dangerous tasks. The third elder realized this, but the sect master wasn't the optimal choice here. As the third elder said, in terms of cultivation, spiritual power, and identity, he was the most suitable. The sect was on the rise. The sect master couldn't be risked. Let fifth brother do it. He's waited too long for this day, the second elder said. Chu Shanhe was too important, especially with upheaval ahead. Very well. Seeing the resolve in his brother's eyes, Chu Shanhe knew he couldn't go first. He turned to the excited third elder. Old Five, I'll be waiting here for your good news. Rest assured, sect master. Succeed or die trying. The third elder took the method and turned into a streak of light, heading to the depths of the Chi blood soaring hall to seclude himself. Off I go, ha 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 ha. Hearing his hearty voice, everyone smiled, along with deep respect. To be the first to try an unprecedented method, he was both pioneer and protector. Cheni felt the same. Wherever you are, the first to eat the crab deserves respect. Just as Cheni was about to continue, Chu Shanhe smiled. This soul core method is invaluable to our sect. It can be the foundation of our future strength. Such a contribution must be rewarded. A jade box appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, it floated over. Cheni opened it curiously. Inside lay a crystalline, blood-red ginseng. This is crystal blood dragon ginseng. 52, Chapter 52, The Sect Master's Strength. 52, Chapter 52, The Sect Master's Strength. Crystal blood dragon ginseng. Yes, the ginseng matched exactly the descriptions in the original work and the sect's records of immortal herbs. It was undoubtedly crystal blood dragon ginseng. Yet by the timeline, this should still be in the hands of the Speed Clan's patriarch, Bai He. How was it in the sect master's hands? According to the original, Bai He had obtained it in his youth and kept it for decades. He couldn't have gotten it from Chu Shanhe, nor would Chu Shanhe give such a treasure to someone blind to its value. So there was only one possibility: Chu Shanhe had gotten it from Bai He. That made Cheni think of a rumor from 3 years ago. When the 4 single attribute clans tried to break out, a mysterious expert had appeared to protect them. That expert, it was said, was terrifyingly strong and, without using a martial soul, defeated Dawn Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo together with ease, possibly even a hidden level 99 limit Douluo. Back then, Cheni had been puzzled. The original story didn't mention this. And how could such a super expert, possibly on the Clear Sky sect side, not appear later? Did he die after that battle? Now, it seemed that mysterious expert was likely the body Douluo, Chu Shanhe. Sure enough, Chu Shanhe spoke. I got this crystal blood dragon ginseng from Bai He, patriarch of the Speed Clan, 3 years ago. Your cultivation isn't high yet. This will be most effective for you. Also, it's a rare Chiian blood type immortal herb. After you take it, your time to complete the gold grade second awakening will be shortened. The body martial soul's gold grade second awakening. This had always been theoretical in the sect. He wanted to see how terrifying it truly was. Looking at Chu Shanhe's sincerity, Cheni was full of emotion. This was a top-tier immortal herb, and one that best suited the body martial soul. If Chu Shanhe took it, the effect would be astonishing, yet he chose to give it to Cheni. Sect Master, may I be so bold as to ask your cultivation? Judging from the battle outside Clear Sky City, Chu Shanhe was at least level 97, otherwise, he couldn't have repelled 2 title Douluo so easily. But as far as Cheni knew, 3 years ago Chu Shanhe might not have broken through level 95 yet. Was he hiding his strength? The others were also curious how he had interfered in the feud between Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect. There were supposedly at least 3 title Douluo present, elites among title Douluo. Even a super Douluo could fall if careless. Even with the whale glue, it would have had little effect on Chu Shanhe unless it was of the 100,000-year grade, and most of what he'd received had gone to the first elder and the treasury. So when Cheni asked, everyone looked to Chu Shanhe, curious about his true level. Feeling all the eyes, Chu Shanhe was helpless. He knew that move would draw attention. Still, better questions about strength than a criticism session. 3 years ago, my heart knot was untied, and that very night I broke through to level 95. I've improved since. Not long ago, I reached level 96. As the first of the older generation in the body sect to reach title Douluo, his talent was astounding. But he had been stuck below 95 for years due to a mental knot about the second awakening. 3 years ago, after seeing hope thanks to whale glue, he broke through. Since then, his progress had accelerated, reaching level 96 earlier than 7 treasure glazed sect sword Douluo. Cheni was stunned. So you were only level 95 outside Clear Sky City. How did you achieve such fearsome results? The body martial soul wasn't that exaggerated. He asked his question, but before Chu Shanhe answered, the others burst into laughter, as if hearing a joke. Cheni was baffled. Weren't they curious? Ha ha ha. Xiao Yi, it's normal, you don't know, you didn't live through that era. The second elder chuckled and explained. Even when a body martial soul user releases their martial soul, their body barely changes. Beast souls show obvious bestial transformations. Tool souls manifest a weapon. So long as we activate our soul beforehand, then cover ourselves with a black robe, even a typical titled Douluo would have difficulty noticing we're using a martial soul. Cheni was dumbfounded. So the sect master did use his martial soul against Dawn and Demon Bear Douluo, but Spirit Hall didn't think in terms of a body martial soul due to its rarity and strength. But wait, using a martial soul means soul rings appear. How did the sect master hide his rings? That was a universal rule: use your martial soul, and your rings appear. Even in later eras, only mental-type simulation could conceal them. But Chu Shanhe's was a bone-type body martial soul, not feasible. Simple. It's a unique ability after the body martial soul's second awakening, the first elder said with a smile. After the second awakening, you can retract your rings into your body or display them at will. Didn't I act in Stardow Forest? Did you see my rings? Second awakening could do that? He'd never heard of it. In neither the original nor sequels had body soul masters concealed rings. He'd assumed it was a hard rule. On second thought, it made sense. In later generations, the body sect was so strong they didn't need to hide. Why conceal when showing off didn't invite trouble? He also recalled the first body martial soul user to appear in the story Ghost Douluo, Goei Mei said to be only a ghostly shadow, no soul rings to be seen. He'd thought it was unique to Goei Mei's soul, but it seemed it was a signature ability of all twice-awakened body soul masters. Judging by how happily his dad and the others laughed, they'd probably used this trick often. Ignoring the merriment, Cheni closed the jade box, walked forward, and returned it to Chu Shanhe. I can't accept the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Chu Shanhe was stunned. He hadn't expected Cheni to refuse. This was an immortal herb. Even a mediocre person who took it could have the potential to reach title Douluo. For Cheni, it would greatly accelerate his divine trials. Your reason? He didn't understand why, but he trusted Cheni had won. The others stopped laughing and looked at Cheni again. Because you are the one who needs it most. Cheni's tone was grave. To me, this herb can at best raise my soul power and slightly boost chi and blood, nothing more. Immortal herbs have transformative effects, but it depends on who takes them. With the Thunder God bloodline and a God-grade body martial soul, could the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng upgrade him from immortal to more immortal? The best it could do was raise his soul power by a few levels, if even that, given the extremity of thunder. 3 or 4 levels would be a blessing. But for Chu Shanhe already a super Douluo candidate with a top-tier bone-type body martial soul, taking it would guarantee level 97, maybe even allow a gold-grade third awakening. Then he'd rank among the strongest beneath limit Douluo. If he also formed a soul core, he could reach level 98, maybe even challenge limit Douluo. At level 98 with a gold-grade third awakening, Chu Shanhe could suppress all opposition. Even Chiian Daou wouldn't provoke him lightly. So both publicly and privately, Chu Shanhe was the optimal recipient. 53, Chapter 53, Immortal Herbs. This. Holding the jade box being pushed back toward him, Chu Shanhe found himself, for once, at a loss. The herb was indeed important to him. He had intended to use it to attempt a gold-grade third awakening. But the soul core method was too precious, worth more than a 100,000-year soul bone. Aside from this herb, he didn't know how else to reward Cheni adequately. Since its founding, the body sect's fairness in rewards and punishments had bound people from different nations and classes to the sect. If he didn't reward this, even he couldn't accept it. Besides, with the soul core method now, his chance to reach level 97 or even 98 had appeared. The herb was less critical. No, Shao Yi, you don't understand. The angel god's inheritor in Spirit Hall is 6 years older than you. With her talent, she's at least a soul king by now. By the time you're a soul sage, she might already be a title Douluo. Remember this, for geniuses, time is most important. One slow step, and every step after is slow. You're already 6 years behind. This herb can help even a little. This was the body sect. In any world, the body sect might be indifferent to the greater good, but they were unwaveringly good to their own. Cheni was moved even more deeply. People could turn on their own parents for an immortal herb. For a strong man like Chu Shanhe, who still had room to advance, it was even more tempting. If Chu Shanhe knew that the great rival was squandering prime cultivation time messing with a Steal a Kingdom plan, he'd probably curse him out. With your talent, if you must waste it, at least waste it less. Sect Master, please hear me out. This herb suits you best. The stronger you are, the more confidence we have when we move outside. Seeing Chu Shanhe about to argue, Cheni knew neither side would convince the other. He decided to reveal what he'd planned to say soon. Besides, this crystal blood dragon ginseng isn't the optimal choice. I also know some information about other immortal herbs. Chu Shanhe was stunned. This crystal blood dragon ginseng was the only immortal herb he'd heard of in nearly 300 years. Yet Cheni said there were others. As expected, the first elder hurriedly asked, Shao Yi, are you sure you know of other immortal herbs? He couldn't help being shocked. Ever since the sect acquired the Immortal Herb Compendium from the Yi clan over 100 years ago, the body sect's experts had combed countless dangerous lands seeking a single immortal herb. The result? They found many rare medicinal plants, but not even a shadow of an immortal herb. They'd even suspected the compendium was fanciful fiction. Only when Chu Shanhe got the crystal blood dragon ginseng from Bai He did they finally confirm immortal herbs truly existed, just that fate had yet to favor them. Looking around at everyone's bright, eager eyes, Cheni took a deep breath and said firmly, "Yes, I do know of others. Teacher once said there is a place in our world that unites extreme cold and extreme yang, the ice and fire yin-yang well. In it grow plants found only in the god realm. Why are these called immortal herbs? Because such things should only exist in heaven. How often can mortals encounter them? If those plants grow only in the god realm, what else could they be but immortal? Xiao Yi is right. By our deduction, the birth conditions for immortal herbs must be exceedingly harsh. If the ice and fire well truly combines extremes of cold and heat, then it's not surprising such a place could breed them. And from the sound of it, there might be more than one inside." The first elder sighed. Who would have thought the immortal herbs they'd sought for a century were all clustered in one place? Qin Zhen, Hong Yu, and the others were thrilled. More than one immortal herb meant they might each have a chance. Thinking of the compendium's descriptions of their heaven-defying effects, they imagined a future where all of them could glimpse the scenery of tidal even super Douluo. "Xiao Yi, did the thunder god tell you where the ice and fire well is?" asked Zhou Zheng, who had just broken through to level 76 Soul Sage. Though his second awakening was bronze grade and looked decent, in raw potential he was inferior to the third elder. Even with a soul core, reaching title would be very hard. Cheni nodded, then shook his head, leaving the others anxious. Which was it? Teacher only mentioned it in passing, surprised such a place could exist on an ordinary plane. He said the well is in a large forest, in a basin shrouded in toxic miasma. Nearby there's a very prosperous city. I later scoured maps. I'm certain that city is Heaven Dou City, capital of the Heaven Dou Empire. As for the forest, the Sunset Forest. Hong Yu blurted. Near Heaven Dou City, the only great forest was the Sunset Forest to the east. Chu Shanhe shot to his feet, then shouted toward the outside. "Gao Zhan, Gao Wen," to the Qi blood-soaring hall at once. His voice rolled across the sect's residents, leaving many bewildered. What happened? Archive Pavilion. Zhu Hai rolled over impatiently, muttering, "Damn you, Chu Shanhe," wailing like a banshee early in the morning, disturbing my sleep. Soon, two streaks of light arrived outside the hall, two similar-looking, medium-built men with ordinary faces. The only difference, one had piercing eyes, the other slightly larger ears than normal. They were the sect's finest scouts, Gao Zhan and Gao Wen, the double eyes and double ears martial souls. With a single blink, nothing within 10,000 meters escaped the former's eyes. With a twitch, the latter could identify the species of any insect chirping within that range. For years, they had gathered intelligence for the sect. Even the elders gave them 3 points of respect. Seeing them, the sect master felt a bit apologetic. They'd roamed for the sect for the past 10 years and had just returned. Now they had to go out again. But this was too important. No one else would do. Gao Zhan, Gao Wen. Disciples present. Drop everything and go to the Sunset Forest outside Heaven Dou City. Find a basin shrouded in toxic miasma. This is of great importance and concerns the sect's future. Their expressions grew solemn. In unison, they answered, "We accept." As they were about to leave, Cheni quickly called out, "Please wait, senior brothers." Gao Zhan and Gao Wen were a generation younger than Qin Zhen, so Chen Yi's generation addressed them as senior brothers. They halted, puzzled, and looked at Chen Yi. "Senior brothers, that place is rife with poisonous miasma. It's likely already claimed. After you find it, don't act rash. Report to the sect at once." The two had been away for over a decade and knew little of the sect's new disciples. They only knew Qin Zhen had a son, but didn't know what he looked like. They glanced at Chu Shanhe in confusion. Already claimed? Chu Shanhe's eyes flickered. If the well truly had an owner, there would have been peerless talents emerging over the years. But none had made waves. That suggested the owner didn't recognize its worth. However, Heaven Dou City was a nexus of heroes. If the owner was formidable, Gao Zhan and Gao Wen, as peak soul emperors at best, might be in danger. Listen to Xiao Yi. Once you find it, don't rush. Report back, then observe. Yes. 54, Chapter 54, Abnormal Bibi Dong. Spirit City, the publicly recognized first city of Douluo continent, is also the supreme holy land in the hearts of countless soul masters. The city walls are as high, engraved with various patterns. Upon closer inspection, they are the patterns of all known martial souls on Douluo continent, from waste martial souls like blue silver grass to legendary god-level martial souls like the six-winged angel. Even some martial soul theory masters wouldn't dare claim to recognize all the martial souls depicted. In the center of Spirit City stands a magnificent, golden palace towering like a mountain peak. This is known as the grandest building on Douluo continent, the leader of the Soul Master world, the exclusive hall of the successive popes of Spirit Hall, the Papal Palace. Inside the hall, the new Pope of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, sat high on the papal throne, crossing her slender beautiful legs, her jade-like fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Below, a handsome man with a demonic appearance, dressed in white, was bowing his head and reporting something. So, you didn't find the person I mentioned. Soon after, Bibi Dong's lazy and seductive voice rang out. This casual tone made the man below suddenly shiver. Reporting to Your Holiness the Pope, this subordinate has checked all lightning attribute soul masters from the past 20 years and found no unparalleled genius as you described. The top talents are the twin stars of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yu Ting-zin and Yu Tian-heng, with innate soul power reaching level 8. The man was Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. As a peak-titled Douluo on the continent, his heart was filled with fear at this moment, and he quickly reported his investigation results. Last year, for some unknown reason, Bibi Dong had ordered the Soul Masters under Spirit Hall to search for a lightning attribute Soul Master. The higher the talent, the better. Over the year, he had scoured all registered Soul Master files and even mobilized Spirit Hall's spies in various forces, finding quite a few who could barely be called geniuses, but they were all directly rejected by her. Fortunately, her temper had become much more normal this year compared to before. Otherwise, with his results, he might have suffered greatly. Since you can't find him, it means he comes from a hidden sect. After you leave, strengthen surveillance on the hidden sects and see if there's anyone who fits. After speaking, she seemed to think of something and added, not just lightning attribute soul masters, check if there have been any extremely talented soul masters in recent years and see how their attainments in lightning are. Oh, and the target should preferably be an innate full soul power genius. Next time, don't report just any cat or dog. Yes, Your Holiness. With that, Chrysanthemum Douluo slowly backed away and left the papal palace. Only after seeing the doors of the papal palace close did he quickly depart. Soon, he arrived at a beautifully landscaped courtyard, where a figure shrouded in shadows stood in the corner with arms crossed. You scared me to death, you old ghost. You don't know, I thought I was done for just now. Chrysanthemum Douluo spoke in a coquettish tone while patting his chest, as if still traumatized by the scene in the papal palace. The only person on the entire Douluo continent who could make the world-famous Chrysanthemum Douluo act this way was the figure before him, Ghost Douluo Goemei. Hearing Yuguan's coquettish voice, Ghost Douluo remained unmoved, only letting out a hoarse, uncomfortable sound from the shadows. Since Her Holiness the Pope asked you to investigate lightning attribute geniuses, just do it properly and don't think about slacking off. At these words, Chrysanthemum Douluo immediately bristled, looking dissatisfied at the shadows. You old ghost, when have I ever slacked off? Isn't her requirement just too harsh? A lightning attribute soul master who must be an innate full soul power genius, there aren't even a few on the whole continent. The brows in the shadows furrowed slightly. This requirement was indeed a bit unreasonable. Douluo continent has millions of martial soul types. Lightning attribute soul masters aren't hard to find, but innate full soul power is ridiculously rare. In the past century, only 19 innate full soul power geniuses have appeared on Douluo, and none were lightning attribute. Currently, Spirit Hall's most astonishing genius is the Fox Spirit Soul Master, who was taken as a disciple by the Pope a year ago, but she only has level 9.5 innate soul power. Looking across the continent, the only one who fits Bibi Dong's requirements is the Thunder Douluo Yuanzhen from over 100 years ago. But since Bibi Dong sent them to search, it means she's already excluded Yuanzhen. So where are they supposed to look? The only possibility is those hidden forces, but which of those forces are easy to mess with? Any one of them could be as strong as the upper 3 sects. Speaking of which, what does Her Holiness the Pope want with a lightning attribute soul master? A playful expression appeared on Chrysanthemum Douluo's face, as if he'd guessed some incredible secret. He whispered to Ghost Douluo, but if I remember correctly, that Yu Shao Gang, though from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, his martial soul is Yuguan. Before Chrysanthemum Douluo could finish, Ghost Douluo covered his mouth and scolded in a low voice, Are you crazy? Her Holiness the Pope is not someone you and I can gossip about. Realizing what he just said, Chrysanthemum Douluo broke out in a cold sweat. Even though Bibi Dong's temper had normalized a bit recently, her iron-blooded nature was still there. If she found out he was whispering about her behind her back. Thinking of this, even as a titled Douluo, he couldn't help shivering. At that point, even if he didn't die, he'd be skinned alive, and it might even implicate the old ghost. Seeing the fear in Chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes, Ghost Douluo finally lowered his hand, but his warning gaze didn't lessen. Remember, whatever Her Holiness the Pope asks you to do, just do it. Talk less, work more. Chrysanthemum Douluo had just realized his slip of the tongue, so how could he dare refute? He could only smile awkwardly and say, Got it. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Elders Hall. The majestic 6-winged angel statue looked down with lowered eyes. Chiian Daou stood quietly below in a plain grey robe, his cascading golden hair falling over his shoulders. Even though he was over 100 years old, his appearance remained that of a man in his 30s, his handsome features unchanged. At this moment, he knelt in the halo before the statue, holy golden light pouring down from the dome, outlining his figure sharply. From afar, he looked like a statue cast in pure gold, even his breathing seeming to merge with this sacred space. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. A slender, youthful-faced man entered, first bowing respectfully to the massive angel statue, then walking behind Chiian Daou and saying, Big brother, there's news from that woman's side. Speak. Chiian Daou still didn't rise, only faintly uttering a single word, as if the message brought hastily by the boy was something insignificant. Lately, Bibi Dong has been having Yuguan search for a genius with a lightning attribute martial soul, and it must be an innate full soul power genius. Chiian Daou didn't respond, as if sunk into deep meditation. The man didn't pause much and continued, Yuguan has searched the entire continent but found no one meeting Bibi Dong's requirements. Strangely, Bibi Dong seems certain that such a person exists on Douluo continent. After a long silence, Chiian Daou finally spoke, Old Fifth. The man, who was the fifth worshipper of Spirit Hall, Glowing Feather Douluo, responded, Big brother, I'm here. Keep a close eye on Yuguan's movements. Report any slight disturbance. If that person is really found, Chiian Daou's voice paused, then carried an unquestionable authority, spare no cost to snatch him over. Understood. With that, Glowing Feather Douluo left the hall. Shortly after Glowing Feather Douluo left, Chiian Daou's eyes slowly opened, a flash of golden light passing by, then he calmly looked toward the papal palace. Bibi Dong, what exactly are you trying to do? 3 years ago, his son had died tragically at Bibi Dong's hands. Chiian Daou had wanted to kill her to comfort his son's spirit in heaven, but he sensed a strong divinity on Bibi Dong. As the servant of the angel god, he couldn't be wrong. Wary of the god behind her, and considering his granddaughter's unprecedented innate level 20, who might become the new angel god, Chiian Daou ultimately chose to let go and, at her request, supported her ascension to the papal throne. But she had ultimately received the god's favor early. He didn't know how far Bibi Dong's divine trial had progressed, so Chiian Daou could only secretly interfere with her assessment to delay it, hoping to wait until his granddaughter Chiian Rongxue took the angel god's trial. Now, she was searching the continent for a lightning attribute genius. He wondered if it was related to her divine trial. Body Sect Character Summary. Below is the author's summary of the Body Sect characters' identities. But as everyone has noticed, the Body Sect is currently in a phase of rapid development, so this summary is temporary. When the Body Sect emerges, the author will summarize the Body Sect faction again. Body Sect members. Sect Master, Chu Shan-He, Martial Soul, Skeleton, Title, Body, Silver Level 2nd Awakening, Level 96 Peak Attack System Peak Douluo. In seclusion, do not disturb. Great Elder, Yuan Hua, Martial Soul, Brain, Title, Wisdom Brain, Silver Level 2nd Awakening, Level 94 Control System Titled Douluo. Breakthrough after absorbing Soul Bone. Second Elder, Hua Shuwen, Martial Soul, Skin, Title, Jade Skin, Silver Level 2nd Awakening, Level 94 Attack System Titled Douluo. Third Elder, Martial Soul, Right Arm, Title, Terror Arm, Bronze Level 2nd Awakening, Level 91 Attack System Titled Douluo. After leaving seclusion. Fourth Elder, Chen Zhen, Protagonist's Father, Martial Soul, Torso, Silver Level 2nd Awakening, Level 87 Attack System Soul Douluo. Fifth Elder, Jiang Wu, Martial Soul, Dual Palms, Bronze Level 2nd Awakening, Level 85 Attack System Soul Douluo. Sixth Elder, Huang Qi, Martial Soul, Blood, Silver Level 2nd Awakening, Level 84 Attack System Soul Douluo. Seventh Elder, Zhang Tao, Martial Soul, Cerebellum, Bronze Level 2nd Awakening, Level 82 Control System Soul Douluo. Eighth Elder, Martial Soul, Stomach, Bronze Level 2nd Awakening, Level 81 Defense System Soul Douluo. Hongyu, Body Sect Elder, not in the sequenced Elder seats. Martial Soul, Illusion Blade, Level 87 Agility Attack System Soul Douluo. Mushi, Protagonist's Mother, Martial Soul, Ice Thorn, Level 79 Attack System Soul Saint. Zhou Zheng, Martial Soul, Left Palm, Bronze Level 2nd Awakening, Level 75 Attack System Soul Saint. Xia Shaoqin, Martial Soul, Heart, already crippled, Level 69 Control System Soul Emperor. Zhu Hai, Martial Soul, Dual Legs, Bronze Level 2nd Awakening, Level 64 Agility Attack System Soul Emperor, already crippled. Zhu Changyu, Zhu Hai's son, Martial Soul, Dual Legs, Bronze Level 2nd Awakening, Level 66 Agility Attack System Soul Emperor. Gao Zhan, Martial Soul, Dual Eyes, Defective, Black Iron Level 2nd Awakening, Level 62 Control System Soul Emperor. Gao Wen, Martial Soul, Dual Ears, Defective, Black Iron Level 2nd Awakening, Level 59 Control System Soul King. These are summaries of the Body Sect's powerhouses. The next summary might come when the Body Sect emerges. 55, Chapter 55, Rakshasa's Scheme. Meanwhile, after sending away Chrysanthemum Douluo, Bibi Dong remained silent for a while before her figure moved and she returned to her sleeping chambers. Once inside, Bibi Dong didn't pause. A piercing dark purple light emanated from her forehead, revealing a spider web mark emitting an evil aura. Soon, a doorway wrapped in dark purple energy flows appeared before her. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong stepped into the endless darkness. When her alluring figure reappeared, she was in a space that was entirely purple-black as far as the eye could see. Before her, a massive scythe stood in the void. The scythe was dark purple overall, with an incomparably sharp blade emanating overwhelming evil energy, like a demonic artifact cursed by heaven and earth. As Bibi Dong approached, the giant scythe seemed to sense something and suddenly shone brightly. Then, a seductive voice came from within, "Found him." Even though it wasn't the first time hearing this voice, the evil thoughts in Bibi Dong's body still surged uncontrollably. This was absolute suppression from a superior. Suppressing the discomfort in her body with great effort, Bibi Dong faced the giant scythe and said, "No. Douluo continent is vast, and there are countless unknown things. Even Spirit Hall doesn't dare claim to know everything. You only gave me one piece of information and asked me to search for a needle in a haystack. How could I find him so quickly?" The giant scythe before her was the divine artifact of the Rakshasa god, the Rakshasa demonic scythe, and the seductive female voice was from the first-class god of the god realm, the Rakshasa god. A year ago, Bibi Dong was immersed in the Rakshasa god's trial, her strength greatly suppressed, and she would occasionally fall into madness, making her position in Spirit Hall precarious. But soon, the Rakshasa god suddenly lifted this suppression, allowing her to stabilize the situation. However, the price for the Rakshasa god's intervention was for her to find someone on Douluo continent, a genius with a lightning attribute martial soul, the inheritor of the thunder god, and to build a good relationship with him as much as possible. Originally, Bibi Dong thought that with Spirit Hall's control over the Soul Master world, finding one person would be effortless. But later, she realized she was gravely mistaken. The entire continent had no one fitting this standard. The only innate full soul power lightning attribute soul master was Yu Yuanzhen from over 100 years ago. As for why it had to be innate full soul power and not other level 8 or 9 geniuses, it was simple. In Bibi Dong's eyes, someone who could become a god's inheritor had to at least have innate full soul power. Anything below that was just a bit smarter than ordinary people. Upon hearing this, the divine consciousness within the Rakshasa demonic scythe became somewhat furious, then intensify the search. Don't just focus on obvious targets. Maybe that thunder god inheritor is hiding in some remote corner. She obviously hadn't expected that Bibi Dong, as the leader of the strongest force on Douluo continent, couldn't find that thunder god inheritor. At these words, Bibi Dong's captivating face darkened. Finding someone wasn't that easy. If such a talented person wasn't in the open forces, then they were in hidden sects, where they would be highly valued. Even probing for information would be incredibly difficult. Most importantly, Spirit Hall couldn't confirm how many hidden forces existed on Douluo continent. Aren't you a god? Why don't you personally scan Douluo continent yourself? The Rakshasa god was momentarily choked but quickly noticed Bibi Dong's slightly provocative gaze and flew into a rage. You think this god can't do it? If it weren't for those guys watching too closely, I would have turned Douluo continent upside down with my divine sense long ago. In the past, it wouldn't have been hard for the Rakshasa god to do this secretly, but ever since the thunder god inheritor appeared on Douluo continent, many gods' gazes turned here, including god kings. Especially the 7 elemental gods, that bunch of idol gods, who directly set up a miniature elemental array to observe Douluo continent. Any god trying to probe it would provoke a frenzy from that group. A couple of days ago, the god of emotions didn't believe it and tried, only to get beaten up by the fire god couple. If not for his wife being on good terms with the water god, a god war would have been inevitable. She could send her divine sense to the lower realm because she had an inheritance on Douluo continent, allowing her to secretly contact Bibi Dong through the Rakshasa demonic scythe. Even so, at this moment, her true body in the god realm felt several gazes lingering on her for a while. Among them, she even sensed fluctuations from the goddess of life. It was utterly ridiculous. Bibi Dong remained silent about this. She didn't understand those guys the Rakshasa god mentioned, but anyone who could make her so wary must be of the same level. After a long silence, Bibi Dong spoke. I need time. Investigating those forces will take a lot of time, and there won't be results in the short term. Deep in her heart, she didn't want to search for any thunder god inheritor, but the Rakshasa god promised to reduce the erosion of evil thoughts during the search. For Bibi Dong, who had just ascended to the papal throne, this was too precious. She needed this time to cultivate trusted aids and strengthen her power to counter the threat from the Elders' Hall. Fine. The divine consciousness within the Rakshasa demonic scythe didn't haggle and directly agreed. Don't think this is just my business. If you accomplish this, it will bring you hundreds of benefits and no harm in the god realm later. Bibi Dong was originally meant to be a disposable shield when she ran away, thinking that once she left the god realm, her life or death wouldn't matter. But a year ago, the ancient thunder god returned and declared he had left an inheritance, and like Bibi Dong, it was on Douluo continent. This immediately sparked her interest. If Bibi Dong, the future Rakshasa god, built a good relationship with that future thunder god king, then even in the god realm, she could stand firm, and naturally, there would be no issues with the Rakshasa god position. A god position is linked to a god's life unless there's no other choice, no one would completely abandon it. This involves the special nature of god positions in the Douluo god realm. In short, gods don't choose inheritors randomly, it relates to the interests of these retiring old gods. Otherwise, why would these gods who always want to run away go through the trouble of searching the universe for suitable inheritors? They could just cultivate one themselves. Those god servants soaked in their divine power would be perfect. But still, this matter is too important, there can be no mistakes. The inheritor must not be inferior to peers of the same god level. Humph, I know, but don't forget your promise. The Rakshasa god had arbitrarily interfered in her divine trial, disrupting her assessment rhythm in a sense. According to the agreement, the Rakshasa god must provide compensation. P.S. Read advanced at least 35 plus chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 56, Chapter 56, 1 year of hard training. Dark clouds pressed over the endless snowfield, each gust of cold wind carrying piercing ice crystals. The boy stood in the boundless snow, his purple outfit fluttering in the wind, exposing his wrists where purple gold lightning slowly traveled along the patterns on his arms, evaporating fine white mist in the knife-like cold. Not far around the boy, two figures flanked him from front and back, trapping him. On the left, a tall, thin man was covered in light blue fur, his pupils the pale white unique to the ice plains. His ice wolf martial soul was fully possessed, his bulging shoulder muscles straining his beast hide armor. One white, two yellow, two purple soul rings rotated slowly under his feet, cold air condensing into white mist with his breath. Ignorant kid, daring to trespass into my territory. On the right, a burly man gripped a pitch-black long staff, its body gleaming coldly. Two yellow, three purple soul rings were nearly optimal, clearly stronger than the Ice Wolf Soul King. The burly man lightly shook his wrist, planting the staff in the snow, and looked coldly at the boy. Kid, this is the Yun Tian mountain range, a place even Spirit Hall can't control. Since you dare come here to show off, be prepared to die. The boy didn't respond, only coldly raising his right hand, a ball of purple gold lightning leaping from his palm. The moment the lightning hit the ground, the ice layer beneath the snow cracked suddenly, fine electric light spreading along the cracks, weaving an invisible electric net around him. Then, three purple soul rings slowly emerged, the third one so purple it was almost black, clearly very close to 10,000-year level. Seeing the three identical purple soul rings, both the thin man and the burly man's pupils contracted. Soul Elder cultivation with 3 millennium soul rings. How is this possible? The boy remained cold. His first soul ring suddenly lit up, his foot stomping the ground as he charged out, leaving an afterimage in place while a domain covered in lightning suddenly enveloped the two. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended. Ao! The Ice Wolf Soul King roared, "You're just a Soul Elder." In the next moment, he was already before the boy, activating his second soul skill Ice Wolf Claw. 2 wolf claws covered in thick ice tore through the air, 5 ice blades scraping past the boy's afterimage and slashing into the snow, instantly creating 5 half-foot deep ice grooves. But before he could retract, purple gold lightning wrapped around his ankle like a venomous snake, current surging through his fur and numbing his body, slowing his movements. Careful! The Staff Soul King's face changed, his third soul ring lighting up. The staff instantly tripled in size, sweeping toward the boy's back with a howling cold wind. Third soul skill, Earth-splitting strike. The staff wind hadn't arrived, but the snow on the ground was already swirling into a vortex. Yet, as if the boy had eyes on his back, he flipped his wrist, condensing purple gold lightning into a thunder whip that precisely wrapped around the staff. The current conducted along the staff, numbing the Staff Soul King's grip, nearly making him drop it. He hurriedly activated his fourth soul ring, covering the staff in thick ice to try shattering the whip, but in the next moment, a palm covered in lightning was already before him. Puff! The Staff Soul King grunted, staggering back 2 steps. His shoulder clothing was scorched by lightning, revealing burned skin, while his internal organs felt like they were about to shatter. By now, the Ice Wolf Soul King had broken free of the current, his fourth soul ring lighting up. A basketball-sized ice blue orb condensed in his mouth, the cold turning surrounding snowflakes into ice particles. Fourth soul skill, Ice Explosion Bomb. The orb shot out toward the boy, snowflakes dancing in its path, a crack appearing in the snow. The boy's second purple ring lit up, lightning rampaging over his body, his aura surging violently. He sneered disdainfully at the incoming ice orb and grabbed it. Boom! The Ice Explosion Bomb collided directly with the boy's palm, but there was no imagined mist of ice, only the boom of it being crushed in his hand. Without pausing, he stepped forward and punched at the latter. Not good. The Ice Wolf Soul King's heart sank. His second soul ring flashed, covering his body in ice armor. The fist collided with the armor in a dense explosion, sending the Ice Wolf Soul King sliding back, leaving 2 deep tracks in the snow. A cold light flashed in the boy's eyes. He slowly raised his hands, purple gold lightning coiling along his fingertips, his bones cracking lightly. 2 half-foot-long purple gold claws extended from his palms, their tips gleaming coldly, as if tearing the surrounding air with a faint buzzing. What is that? The Staff Soul King's face changed drastically. He felt a heart-palpitating pressure from those claws. Soul bone? No, soul bone's 6 parts don't include palms. The Ice Wolf Soul King also sensed something wrong and turned to flee, but the boy's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. The purple gold terror claws, carrying purple gold lightning, ruthlessly grabbed at the Ice Wolf Soul King's back. Puchi! The sound of sharp claws piercing beast hide and muscle was especially clear in the snow. The Ice Wolf Soul King's body stiffened, staring blankly at the claw piercing his chest, still holding a beating heart. Wait! Bang! With a soft sound, bright red blood fell on the snow, instantly freezing into dark red ice crystals. Seeing this, the staff Soul King was scared out of his wits and turned to flee desperately, but how could the boy give him a chance? Lightning flashed, and in an instant, he was behind him. The purple gold terror claws swept horizontally. The staff Soul King hurriedly blocked with his staff, but this time, his staff was like paper, easily cleaved by the dark gold terror claws. No! The staff Soul King let out a despairing scream as the dark gold terror claws sliced unhindered across his neck, sending a head flying into the air. The 23rd. The boy was Cheni, who had left the body sect for training. Ever since the Great Elder pointed out his shortcomings in actual combat a year ago, he had begun seeking out outlaws in the Yintian mountain range for fights. As for why he didn't go to the Great Soul Arena, it was because of Chen Yi's extremely heaven-defying soul ring configuration. To prevent other forces from noticing, Chen Yi chose to tangle with these outlaws in the Yintian mountain range. Initially, Chen Yi's targets were ordinary soul ancestors, but as his strength and combat experience grew, they no longer provided much benefit. Especially half a year ago, after Chen Yi hunted his third soul ring in the Stardo Great Forest with the second elder, it became a crushing game. From then on, Chen Yi sought Soul King level powerhouses in the Yintian mountain range for life and death battles. As a hidden sect in the Yintian mountain range for hundreds of years, the body sect naturally knew all about the soul master scum roaming here. Thanks to the body sect's intelligence network, Chen Yi could fight a soul king every few days over the past few months. Buzz. What powerful dark gold terror claws! The power at the 10,000-year level is indeed incomparable to millennium level. Chen Yi lowered his head, looking at the extended claws and murmuring to himself. Chen Yi's third soul ring came from a 9,000-year dark gold terror claw bear. To find this super soul beast, the sect spared no effort in obtaining information from mercenary groups. Worthy of a super soul beast, the violent energy of the dark gold terror claw bear's soul ring still gave Chen Yi lingering fear. A mere 9,000-year soul ring's violence probably surpassed most 20,000-year ones. If not for the Great Elder and others insisting he absorb the diamond mammoth left leg bone before hunting the soul beast, absorbing this soul ring might have taken extra effort. Not bad. A voice of approval sounded, and the third elder's tall figure appeared behind Chen Yi. Ever since Chen Yi started seeking opponents in the Yintian mountain range, his growth was visible. From initial soul ancestors to soul kings, he even defeated a soul emperor recently. This record was undoubtedly stunning for Chen Yi's age and cultivation. Hearing the third elder's voice, Chen Yi turned and bowed. Compared to a year ago, with his gray beard and white hair, the third elder now seemed to have a second spring, even his hair had blackened a lot. A year ago, the third elder had secluded himself deep in the Chi blood soaring hall for 3 full months, finally condensing the first soul core in Douluo continent's soul master history and breaking through to title Douluo, titled Terror Arm. On the day the third elder emerged, all the body sect's powerhouses went into deep seclusion. The sect master Chu Shanhe even declared, no golden vow, no emergence. 2 months later, the Great Elder successfully condensed a soul core in his upper dantian, breaking into level 95 super realm, faintly touching the threshold of level 96. The second elder broke through to level 95, joining the ranks of the strongest below the peak. Chen Zhen and Hong Yu also entered death seclusion with plenty of resources. With their talents, they would soon emerge and step into level 90. The body sect was no longer as bustling as before, the air carrying a hint of desolation. But the occasional bursts of powerful auras still shattered the calm, leaving ripples in heaven and earth. Third elder, who's next? The extreme north was indeed the headquarters of evil soul masters in the Dragon King era. Even in the nearby Yintian mountain range, Chen Yi had encountered many degenerates this year. No, you've killed enough this year. In terms of combat experience and life and death fighting ability, among your peers, almost no one can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Not just peers, even many older generations might not match Chen Yi in pure combat ability now. Not all geniuses have been tempered in blood and fire. Most importantly, while the Yintian mountain range has many degenerates and outlaws, those who come here are no weaklings. The soul ancestors and soul kings Chen Yi found this year were already a significant portion of the lone wanderers in the Yintian mountain range. The rest had considerable backers. During the body sect's critical transformation period, they could only let them live a bit longer. Chen Yi was puzzled. If not to give a list, according to the usual pattern, shouldn't he stay invisible? Why suddenly appear? Then, third elder, you're here to see me because... Compared to the great elder who liked being cryptic, the third elder was much more straightforward and directly replied, a year has passed, your training can come to an end. 57, Chapter 57, Mushi's maternal home. Iron-forged wheels bumped over the stone-strewn ground, the trunk axle of a 1,000-year plant soul beast creaking in protest. Wind chimes hanging outside the carriage swung with pleasant, crisp tinkles, as if gently dispersing the thick fog along the way. Watching the scenery flashing by outside, Chen Yi, sitting cross-legged in the carriage, withdrew his gaze and looked at Mushi, who was resting with closed eyes. He broke the silence in the carriage. Mom, what are we going to Skywater City for? Chen Yi's voice was clear, laced with curiosity. Skywater City, the largest city in the northern part of the Heaven Do Empire, is also a gathering place for countless ice and water soul masters. One of the 5 elemental academies, Skywater Academy, is located there. After Cheni finished his hard training, he returned home for just 2 days before Mushi dragged him along, saying she wanted to take her son back to Skywater City to visit her maternal home. Mushi's parents were once leaders of a sizable mercenary group in the northern border of the Heaven Dou Empire. That team fought in ice plains and dangerous areas. Though not a top mercenary force, they had built a considerable reputation in the north through their bravery. Later, they clashed fiercely with another mercenary group. Cheni's grandfather and the others were defeated, blood dyeing the snowfield red, and the entire mercenary group was annihilated in the slaughter. In the chaos, Cheni's grandmother protected the young Mushi tightly in her arms, using her bloodied arms to carve a path of survival, stepping over the corpses of comrades and enemies, desperately escaping the sea of blood. Fleeing all the way, the grandmother carried Mushi, evading pursuers, and finally arrived in Skywater City. Seeing her daughter growing weaker in her arms and with no family refuge left, she gritted her teeth and found Skywater Academy, using some connections to send her daughter there. She herself passed away not long after. Mushi, with her extraordinary talent, rose to prominence in Skywater Academy, becoming a disciple of the previous dean and making a name for herself in the north. Later, through Skywater Academy's matchmaking, she met and fell in love with Chen Zhen, marrying into the body sect 9 years ago. Actually, with Chen Yi's talent, the body sect wouldn't let him leave unless necessary. But somehow, Mushi convinced the great elder, and the old man actually agreed. This made Chen Yi curious about what exactly Mushi had said to get the elders to release him. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Mushi slowly opened her eyes, a trace of nostalgia in them. Her fingers subconsciously rubbed her sleeve. This was the clothing the old dean had personally embroidered for her when she married. Your mother hasn't returned to Skywater Academy in nearly 10 years since marrying into the body sect. This time, it's perfect to take you to meet your aunts. Toward the end, Mushi's face suddenly showed her usual liveliness. Besides, I gave birth to such an amazing son. If I don't go back to show off to my master and junior sisters, wouldn't it be a waste? Hearing Mushi, Chen Yi's mouth twitched. Earlier, I was thinking how to comfort you, but you're really an optimist. How could Chen Yi's speechless expression escape the family head's eyes? Soon, a fair hand ruffled his hair. Oh, don't be so serious. You've been grinding outside for a year. Come back to Skywater City with mom to relax. Feeling his mom constantly patting his head, Cheni felt a bit weary and helplessly said, Is that how you convinced the great elder? Of course. Your mom has been in the Yuntian mountain range for 9 years now. She just wants to go home, and the old man can't stop her. Mushi proudly lifted her head. It's not strange for you to go back, but taking me along is very strange. Do you believe your own words? How much longer until we reach Skywater City? Since Mushi didn't want to say, Cheni didn't press, then looked at the increasingly appearing greenery and said, Skywater City isn't close to the Yuntian mountain range, but not too far either. They had set out last night, so they must be close by now. Soon. Skywater City is only about 1,000 km from the Yuntian mountain range. At most, another half hour. Toward the end, Mushi's eyes showed anticipation. Homesickness grows stronger near home no matter the world. Though Mushi lived well in the body sect, compared to Skywater City, it always felt less free. By the way, Mom, you said you and Dad were introduced by Grandma Master. At these words, Mushi's face showed a happy smile. That's right. Back then, your mom was the pride of the north, with countless young talents proposing. But who is your mom? Would I look at those ugly dates? After a few years, your Grandma Master couldn't stand it and introduced your dad. When Mushi married Chen Zhen, she was only 37, with cultivation at level 64, a first-rate genius on the continent. Breaking through to Seoul Douluo was almost guaranteed. Plus, she was a beauty, naturally pursued by countless talents. Of course, Chen Zhen was even more impressive back then. At just 41, he had broken through to level 79, with title Douluo in sight. What really curious Cheni was how Mushi met Chen Zhen, or rather, how the old dean knew about Chen Zhen, and why Chen Zhen was willing to marry someone introduced by her. There was only one possibility: the old dean, or rather Skywater Academy, had always been in contact with the body sect. At these words, Mushi smiled and extended a finger, saying casually, because Skywater Academy and the body sect have been connected for over 200 years. What? Cheni was shocked. Skywater Academy and the body sect had been connected for 200 years? How is that possible? From what Cheni knew, though Skywater Academy was one of the 5 elemental academies, unlike the other 4 backed by extraordinary forces, it had the shallowest foundation, established only over 200 years ago. According to Mushi, wouldn't that mean Skywater Academy had connections with the body sect from its founding? No, it was probably more than just connections. It must be deeply involved. Thinking of this, Cheni couldn't help but recall Skywater Academy's enrollment requirements. Among the 5 elemental academies, Skywater Academy is the only one that enrolls commoners. In the original story, the Advanced Soul Master Academies that explicitly enroll commoners are only 3: Spirit Hall Advanced Soul Master Academy, Skywater Academy, and Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. Spirit Hall's academy goes without saying. Spirit Hall's foundation is commoner soul masters, so enrolling commoners is natural. As for Blue Tyrant Academy, though Lu Erlong said boldly, only enroll commoner soul masters, reject all nobles. But the academy's name clearly borrows the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's prestige. Without that banner, it would have been devoured by Heaven Dou City's nobles long ago. Finally, Skywater Academy, also a top academy in the first tier below Spirit Halls, enrolls commoners, though with strict requirements, only ice/water attribute soul masters, and only beautiful women. In Chenyi's view, these two requirements are essentially one, only female students. Skywater City is in the northern border of the Heaven Dou Empire, where ice/water soul masters are common, and their children often inherit that. As for only beautiful women, you can mock Douluo continent's combat power, but you can't mock its beauty standards. On Douluo continent, as long as it's a female soul master, they're basically at least a 6 out of 10. There are no particularly ugly ones. And in the end, beauty is decided by the academy anyway. So, most female soul masters from the north, regardless of background, come from Skywater Academy. This is very illogical. No matter how strong Skywater Academy is, it can't compare to the entire nobility. Blue Tyrant Academy at least has the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan as a shield. Without a backer, Skywater Academy couldn't possibly break through the encirclement of major forces. Perhaps, Skywater Academy's backer includes the Body Sect. But why would the Body Sect help them? 58, Chapter 58, Ice Thorn Enchantress. Chenyi's confusion naturally didn't escape Mushi's eyes. Soon, Mushi told Cheni the answer. Because the first-generation dean of Skywater Academy and the sect master of the Body Sect at that time were siblings. Before Cheni could speak, Mushi continued, that sect master and the Skywater Academy dean were both Soul Douluos, and both had reached the high-level Soul Douluo stage. Through their joint efforts, Skywater Academy was born and established a firm foothold in the Northern Territory, growing stronger over time. At first, Skywater Academy was just an obscure ordinary advanced Soul Master Academy. Later, as Skywater Academy grew larger, it attracted the envy and covetousness of ambitious wolves, who even made moves against it. At that time, the founding dean had already passed away, but there was still some lingering affection with the Body Sect. With the Body Sect's help, the Academy overcame the crisis. However, they also realized that in this dog-eat-dog world, Skywater Academy needed its own allies, and the Body Sect was the best choice. Cheni nodded in understanding. It was imaginable how difficult it must have been for a group of women to make such a name for themselves in a place like this. Without allies, it would be impossible to stand alone. Therefore, for hundreds of years, there has been a tradition of intermarriage between the Body Sect and Skywater Academy. You might not know, but your uncle Zhuchang's mother is my martial aunt. Mushi's voice continued. I see. From Chenyi's perspective, it probably wasn't just one-sided effort from the Body Sect. Skywater Academy must have provided plenty of help too. The Body Sect's external influence was quite ordinary. Without a reliable and strong ally, they'd be blind to the outside world. Otherwise, with the Body Sect's small number of people, how could they find so many body martial soul possessors? Cheni guessed that the two forces were deeply connected, but he didn't expect it to be this deep. In a sense, they were like branches of the same tree. As they spoke, the carriage had arrived outside Skywater Academy. After Cheni followed Mushi off the carriage, what met his eyes was a dense crowd of people. As expected of the top academy in the Northern Territory, one glance showed nothing but heads. At the same time, the mother and son attracted many gazes. It couldn't be helped. Mushi, as the former dean's disciple at Skywater Academy, was a top-tier beauty. After marrying, she exuded an even more mature charm. Cheni, dressed in luxurious purple robes, had a handsome face with hints of future resolute and dashing features. His black hair cascaded over his shoulders, giving him a carefree and unrestrained air. Plus, the smile on his face added a touch of devilish charm. This high-attractiveness duo naturally drew the attention of many appearance enthusiasts. Wow, such a cute little brother, he'll definitely be a big handsome guy in the future. Can you not be so boy crazy? You're supposed to be a famous genius from a junior Soul Master Academy. Does that beautiful woman look familiar? I feel like I've seen her somewhere. You think that pretty woman doesn't look familiar? Idiot, I'm serious. Mushi ignored the discussions and, holding Chenyi's hand, walked straight to the front of the line. Seeing the mother and son skip the queue and head to the front, a girl in a water blue school uniform spotted the unfamiliar faces and immediately blocked their path. You too, if you're here to enroll, please go to the back and queue. She quickly glanced at Cheni, realizing she'd said something stupid, and added, Madam, Skywater Academy does not admit male students. No matter how talented, we can't make exceptions. Please understand. Skywater Academy had countless proud daughters of heaven. Every year, some second-generation heirs with impressive backgrounds tried to get in for a life like in a kingdom of women, hoping to marry a genius girl and take her home. But without exception, they were all rejected by Skywater Academy. Some were even thrown out of Skywater City altogether. Seeing the luxurious clothing of Mushi and her son, the girl assumed they were one of those arrogant parents. Looking at the girl before her, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Mushi's eyes. Back in the day, she had also been in charge of maintaining order during enrollment, and she had personally broken the legs of a few idiots. At 15 or 16 years old, having soul elder cultivation is quite good. Little girl, you don't recognize me. How many years have you been at Skywater Academy? The girl was stunned. From the other's words, it seemed she was famous at Skywater Academy. Just as she was about to ask for her identity, a surprised voice rang out. Yuri Junior Sister Mu, you're back. Teacher Lee, in charge of enrollment, initially had no intention of intervening in the girl's blocking, but the familiar voice caught her ear, so she stopped and went to check. Mushi turned her head upon hearing this, seeing the faintly silver-glowing hair bun and the mix of shock and joy in the woman's eyes. Her own eyes instantly welled up. Sister Lee, it's me. I'm back. Teacher Lee quickly stepped forward, grasping Mushi's hand and rubbing her still smooth back with her fingers, her tone filled with surprise and sighs. We've finally waited for you. When you left with your husband back then, it was nearly 10 years. I inquired everywhere but got no news. The old dean wouldn't tell us your whereabouts either. I thought. She swallowed the words at her lips. Teacher Lee just looked at Mushi with reddened eyes. Mushi's nose tingled, and she gripped Teacher Lee's hand in return. These years, I've always wanted to come back, but I never found the opportunity. Now, seeing you again, sister, it's really good. It's good that you're back. The old dean will be thrilled to see you. As she spoke, Teacher Lee patted Mushi's hand, wiped her eyes with her right hand, and then looked at Cheni beside her, understanding dawning. Junior sister, this is your child. Mushi smiled at that, pulling Cheni over to introduce him to Teacher Lee. Yes, this is my son, Cheni. He's already 7 this year. Thinking it's been almost 10 years since I came home, I brought him back to meet everyone. Then, lowering her head to Cheni, she said, this is your mother's senior sister from the academy. Quick, call her auntie. Cheni understood. This Auntie Lee must be his mother's good sister from Skywater Academy. Nephew Cheni greets auntie. Good, good, good. I never thought junior sister would bring such a big surprise after 10 years away. Teacher Lee squatted down and rubbed Cheni's little face. Right, I'll take you to see the teacher. She and the other sisters will be overjoyed to see you. With that, she took Mushi's hand and walked toward the academy. Passing the girl, she didn't forget to instruct. Min, you continue maintaining order. I'll be back soon. The girl's cyan eyes reflected the trio's departing backs, her eyes wide in shock. So this really was a senior from Skywater Academy, and on the same level as Teacher Lithat meant she was from the same generation as the dean. The surrounding onlookers were also astonished. It turned out to be a Skywater Academy graduate bringing her son back to her alma mater. At that moment, the man who had said Mushi looked familiar spoke in shock. I said she looked so familiar, it's her, the Ice Thorn Enchantress, Mushi. Hearing the man's words, everyone, including the girl, turned to him, curious about the woman's background. Ice Thorn Enchantress. That name doesn't sound like a good one. Seeing the gazes directed at him, the man felt secretly thrilled. Who doesn't crave this feeling of being the center of attention? Clearing his throat, he said loudly, it's not strange you don't know. The Ice Thorn Enchantress Mushi was a genius soul master whose fame spread throughout the Northern Territory and even the Heaven Dou Empire 10 years ago. Her Ice Thorn technique shone brightly in the Soul Master competition 20 years ago. Countless geniuses were miserably defeated by her. She and another female genius from Skywater Academy at the time the current dean were known as the Twin Beauties of the Northern Territory. Everyone present was shocked. The dean of Skywater Academy was a peak figure in the Northern Territory, a resounding presence even in the entire Heaven Dou Empire. For that woman to be mentioned alongside her was astonishing. Mushi had many talented suitors falling at her feet back then, but she dismissed them all. Everyone thought she'd live a solitary life like her teacher, but she married an unknown man and then disappeared from the Soul Master world. It's been 10 years since we've heard any news of her. A woman who was clearly a local from Skywater City also recalled Mushi's background. Back then, the twin beauties of the Northern Territory were idols to countless girls like her. So amazing. The girl clutched her clothes, her eyes sparkling with admiration after hearing Mushi's legendary story, her voice trembling with excitement. 59, Chapter 59, Chiian. Skywater Academy, true to its name, featured an artificial lake that stretched as far as the eye could see upon entry. The lake bottom was embedded with massive luminous pearls, making it shimmer even in the sunlight-scarce Northern Territory. The surrounding buildings were constructed from the unique cold rain stone of the extreme North Ice Plains, glowing with an icy blue sheen under the lights, like translucent jade. Cheni walked on the path paved with cold stone bricks, where fine water gleamed occasionally from the gaps. No wonder they say Skywater Academy's scenery is unparalleled on the continent. It truly gives a sense of an otherworldly paradise. Teacher Lee smiled as she introduced to Cheni. The academy was personally selected by the founding dean. To secure this location, the founding dean single-handedly defeated 13 soul saints with her sword, shocking the Northern Territory. Later, she established Skywater City here as the foundation, and through generations of expansion by predecessors, it reached its current scale. She pointed to a semicircular building faintly visible in the water mist in the distance. That place is called Skywater Platform. It's the Academy's student square and the soul fighting arena used for training. Most of the academy's students train there. Little E, if you find it boring, Auntie will take you there later to have a look, Teacher Lee said with an ant-like smile on her face. Our Skywater Academy students are something countless people on the continent dream of seeing but never get to. You can feast your eyes all at once. Cheni felt very awkward hearing this. Though his body was only 7, his mental age was nearly 40, and he had no interest in those underdeveloped little girls. Seeing Cheni lower his head without speaking, Teacher Lee's mischievous side grew. She ruffled his loose hair and said while rubbing, "Oh, don't be so shy. You're far worse than your father in this regard. Back then, your dad acted like he was the king of the world in front of us. That arrogance is what hooked your mom." When Chen Zhen came to Skywater Academy, he had just completed his silver-level second awakening not long ago and was only half a step from Soul Douluo. He was at the peak of his youthful vigor, and it was this bold temperament that caught Mushi's eye, leading her to choose him. Mushi was called an enchantress in her youth, naturally fearless of heaven and earth, whipping nobles with thorns as a common pastime. Compared to his parents, Cheni seemed too steady, which made Teacher Lee laugh while also finding it a bit boring. "Let me tell you, the girls at our Skywater Academy are famously easy to get along with. If they see a little brother like you, they'll be thrilled beyond words." The more Cheni listened, the more embarrassed he became. He quickly cast a pleading glance at Mushi, who was watching the show, but she turned her head away, pretending not to see his resentful little eyes. Cheni was helpless and could only act clueless, responding with or O, basically giving non-answers. But what Cheni didn't know was that Skywater Academy, being in the isolated Skywater city year-round, left Teacher Lee bored out of her mind. Seeing Chen Yi's impervious demeanor ignited her playful spirit. "Alright, if you keep playing like this, not just this little guy, even this old lady can't take it." The three turned toward the voice. 2 figures stood quietly. One was in her 30s, with elegant features and a slender, well-proportioned figure. Her water-blue long hair was tied in a married woman's bun, like a neighborly aunt. The most striking was the woman in front of her, seemingly over 50, with faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. But her aura clearly showed she had long held a high position. What shocked Cheni most was the faint sword intent he sensed from this old woman. It was subtle if not for his mental strength surging after absorbing his 3rd soul ring, nearing the tangible yet intangible realm, he wouldn't have detected that strand of sword intent. This was undoubtedly a rare swordsmanship expert in the world, almost on par with Hongyu from a year ago. Back then, Hongyu had said that in terms of swordsmanship alone, only the old monster from the Spirit Hall and sword Douluo Chen Xian from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect could surpass her on the entire Douluo continent. Even the Wind Sword Douluo from the Wind Sword sect wouldn't dare claim certain victory over her. The old woman's identity was obvious, the former dean of Skywater Academy, known as the Blue Sky Sword, Qin Yun. Seeing the old woman, Mushi's eyes reddened, and she lightly stepped forward, throwing herself at her. "Teacher." Qin Yun embraced Mushi, her eyes moist, arms tightly circling her, pressing Mushi's face to her shoulder. Her voice trembled softly, "Silly girl, teacher is right here. Where could I run off to?" Feeling the trembling body in her arms and the hands clutching her clothes tightly, Qin Yun sighed softly. "It's good you're back. It's good you're back." Her disciple had been gone for 9 years. It was impossible not to worry, but what could she do? The body sect's base was secretive, even external members might not find it, let alone them. Watching this scene, the woman beside them smiled warmly. These years, teacher had missed her junior sister dearly. After a while, Qin Yun gently patted Mushi's back and said to the disciple in her arms, "Get up now. Look, your senior sisters are going to laugh at you." Mushi got up embarrassedly. She just remembered that not only were her senior sisters here, but also her clever little son. "Even so," she muttered defiantly, "who dares laugh at me?" Though she said that, Mushi quickly straightened her clothes and turned to the woman beside her. "Senior sister, I'm back." The woman was Shui Qinmei, the current dean of Skywater Academy, who had been as famous as Mushi back in the day. "Junior sister, long time no see. You're still as beautiful as ever." Shui Qinmei tucked Mushi's long hair, sighing. Back then, she had wanted a stable life and married early. Junior sister was lively and restless, even tiring out teacher a bit. She had thought junior sister would inherit the dean's position and bring glory to Skywater. But not long after, teacher brought back a man and planned to betroth junior sister to him. The man's demeanor suited Mushi perfectly, and they quickly married and left. She could only reluctantly take over as dean. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 years had passed. "Of course, I'm the flower of the Northern Territory." Facing her senior sister's praise, Mushi accepted it all, just like Cheni did in front of his parents. Shui Qinmei smiled at Mushi, then looked at Cheni. "This is you and Chen Jin's son." Yes. Mushi finally remembered her son behind her. She turned, pulled him over to Qin Yun and Shui Qinmei, and introduced him proudly. "This is my son, Chen Yi, an unparalleled genius." "Greetings, Martial Aunt, Grand Martial Aunt." Shui Qinmei nodded secretly at Chen Yi's extraordinary demeanor. At their level, appearance was the shallowest thing. Nobles had the best looks, but many were gold on the outside and rotten inside. As for the obvious boast of unparalleled genius, she automatically ignored it, seeing it as just junior sister's bias toward her son. Not bad. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed the moment she saw Cheni. Shui Qinmei, not at that realm, couldn't see it, but to her, this child's aura faintly showed a trend of merging with heaven and earth, not far from the legendary state of unity with nature. Super Douluo potential. After scrutinizing Cheni for a moment, Qin Yun couldn't help praising, what a fine child. With time, his future is limitless. Mushi smiled even brighter at that. Shui Qinmei and Teacher Li nearby began seriously observing Cheni, wondering what made him worthy of such high praise from the old dean. Before the two could observe much longer, Qin Yun smiled at the mother and son. Alright, since you're back, don't stand outside. Come in and sit. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 60, Chapter 60, Shui Family Sisters. Teacher Li didn't stay long after all, it was enrollment day, and she needed to go back to maintain order. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed, and even you, girl, are catching up to your teacher. Listening to Mushi recount her experiences over the years and seeing her much more mature face compared to back then, Qin Yun couldn't help sighing at the passage of time. Where? This disciple doesn't know how long it'll take to catch up to you. You're the one who sword suppressed the Northern Territory, the Blue Sky Sword. Qin Yun had earned her fearsome reputation in a place like the Northern Territory through sheer strength. She had broken through to level 87 years ago, and combined with a swordsman's terrifying lethality, she was the top in offensive power among the 5 elemental academies. Though Mushi had received plenty of resources these years, plus her own exceptional talent, she was only half a step from Soul Douluo but still far from Qin Yun. Shui Qinmei, hearing Qin Yun's evaluation, also looked at Mushi. The two sisters had similar talents, but Shui Qinmei was 5 years older, so her cultivation had always suppressed Mushi's. Yet even teacher wouldn't evaluate her like this. It seemed junior sister had made rapid progress these years. Feeling her senior sister's surprised gaze, Mushi couldn't help showing a proud expression. She was younger and had always been suppressed by senior sister. Now, the wheel had turned, and it was finally little Mushi's time to shine. Hee, these years I've been focused solely on cultivation in the sect, so my progress has been faster. Of course, there's also some support from the sect. Hearing the latter part, Shui Qinmei understood. The body sect must have provided junior sister with plenty of resources. And as she said, with undivided focus, her cultivation speed had increased a lot. Unlike herself, bogged down by worldly affairs these years, only recently breaking through to level 77. It seems I've been slacking these years. Shui Qinmei sighed inwardly. Learning that her junior sister's cultivation had surpassed her own stirred a sense of urgency in Shui Qinmei's usually calm personality. Teacher sees your spirit is restrained inwardly, you can probably try breaking through soon. Mushi was a genius, having broken through to Soul Saint 4 years ago. These years, she had taken many precious medicines and absorbed a soul bone, reaching the peak of level 79. In Qin Yun's eyes, she could break through in at most a month. Mushi smiled without answering, but the pride in her eyes was evident, like a child hearing her mother's praise. Qin Yun looked at Mushi kindly. Not seeing Chen Zhen by her side, she asked, why didn't that Chen Zhen boy come back with you? From what she knew, Chen Zhen and Mushi had an excellent relationship. If Mushi came to Skywater City, there was no reason Chen Zhen wouldn't follow. That guy's in secluded cultivation, probably won't come out for another year or so. Hearing teacher ask about Chen Zhen, Mushi's face lit up with a happy smile. Chen Zhen was in seclusion to break through to level 90 upon emerging, he'd be a quasi-title Douluo. I see. Qin Yun understood. It seemed Chen Zhen had made significant progress, probably about to catch up to this old woman. Title Douluo is within reach. Back then, Mushi looked down on everyone, but as the teacher who raised her from childhood, how could she not worry? Fortunately, her old friend from the body sect had a remarkably talented young man, not yet 40, who had already completed silver level second awakening, with title Douluo imminent. It was a good match for Mushi, so she introduced them. Unexpectedly, they hit it off and flash married. This had shocked Qin Yun at the time, but she was very happy. Now, hearing of Chen Zhen's great progress, she felt proud. Mushi glanced at Cheni, who was sitting upright but unable to join the conversation. Having been a child herself, she knew how kids felt when adults talked. Since there was nothing for Cheni next, she whispered to him, the scenery at Skywater Academy is nice this time of year. Go out and wander, relax your mind. If anyone stops you, just mention your mother's name. This kind of adult talk didn't bother Cheni, but he was more than happy to go out and explore. Go on, go on. Mushi waved at Cheni dismissively, as if annoyed. After Cheni bowed to Qin Yun and Shui Qinmei, he turned and left without another word. In this lifeo, no, in his previous life too he'd never visited a women's academy. Finally here, he had to see what was different. Outside, he looked up at the sky. Still early. Suddenly remembering seeing a training ground on the way, he decided to check out the young generation of Skywater Academy. With that thought, Cheni stepped around the stone lantern in front, following the path from memory toward the training ground. In my previous life, I could only watch women fight on my phone. This time, I'll watch face to face. Watching Chen Yi's departing back, Mushi smiled slightly. Qin Yun, however, looked thoughtfully at him. In her view, Cheni was mature for his age, not like an ordinary child. It seemed Mushi had something to say. Speak. Sending away little Chen Yudo, you have something to discuss. Mushi's expression turned serious. She had planned to say it later, but since teacher had noticed, she had to speak. Teacher, senior sister, Mushi indeed came here with important matters to discuss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheni followed the path and soon arrived near Skywater platform. Seeing the building's full view, a smile finally appeared on his face. As expected of Skywater Academy. Just walking from the dorm area to the teaching area took this long. This campus size wouldn't be small even among universities in my previous life, right? What Cheni didn't know was that the Northern Territory was vast and sparsely populated, so buildings here were characteristically expansive. Though Skywater Academy was just one of the Heaven Do Empire's 5 elemental academies, its area was the largest among continental academies. The distance he had just walked was already 1.5 times that of Blue Tyrant Academy. Binger, when did our academy start admitting male students? Doesn't look like one of ours, probably an outsider. Just as Cheni was about to enter Skywater platform, 2 sweet female voices sounded. Cheni turned and saw 2 girls looking at him curiously. One had short ink green hair, a clear and lively face, about 8 or 9 years old. The one who spoke first. Beside her was a girl with ice blue hair tied in a bun, around Chen Yi's age but much more composed. The green-haired girl, talking to the blue-haired one, saw Chen Yi turn. Seeing his handsome, martial features, her face flushed, and she subconsciously looked at the blue-haired girl. Binger, look, he's a handsome guy. The girl called Binger looked helplessly at the green-haired girl, then at the approaching Chen Yi, pretending not to know her. The green-haired girl wanted to say more, but Chen Yi's voice came from behind. Excuse me, are you 2 students of Skywater Academy? Chen Yi's words were redundant. Both were wearing Skywater Academy uniforms, clearly students. Looking at the 2 and hearing the green-haired girl's address to the blue-haired one, Chen Yi confirmed their identities, members of Skywater Academy's team in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament 10 years later. Shui Yuer and her sister Shui Binger. Chen Yi wasn't particularly interested in Shui Yuer 10 years later. She'd only be a level 36 soul elder, not outstanding among the young generation. What truly intrigued him was Shui Binger beside her. In the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament 10 years later, Shui Binger would be only 16 yet serve as captain of Skywater Academy's team, reaching level 44, one of the top among all participants. More importantly, her martial soul was the top-tier beast martial soul Ice Phoenix. In the entire Douluo period, excluding the 6-winged angel, it stood at the top tier. According to Chen Yi's guess, Shui Binger was absolutely an innate full soul power genius. Unlike others, among all participants, only the drug-boosted protagonist group reached such levels. Shui Binger hit level 44 at 16 without that. She was the only one in the original story to showcase innate full soul power talent. Feng Xiaotian, obsessed with self-created soul skills, was only level 45 at 24. Even Tang San, without drugs, would struggle to break level 40 at 16. He only reached level 42 before the tournament with Immortal herbs. Dai Mubai, after taking the Velvet Sky Chrysanthemum, was 17 and barely matched her, showing her terrifying talent. As for Spirit Hall's Golden Generation, in Chen Yi's view, they were a joke. Not just without the protagonist group, even compared to others at the time, they had no advantage beyond age. Feng Xiaotian, who was at least 6 levels behind them then, reached Soul Emperor 5 years later, catching up to the so-called Golden Generation. Shui Binger even broke through to level 59 at 21, just a step from Soul Emperor. If not for Spirit Hall starting a war later, Shui Binger and Feng Xiaotian could rub the Golden Generation into the ground thousands of times over. No wonder Qian Rongxiu looked down on the Golden Generation. No strength, yet so arrogant. Chen Yi inwardly grumbled. 61, Chapter 61, Acting. Little handsome guy, hi. Hearing the voice, Shui Yuer turned awkwardly, seeing Chen Yi looking at her with a slight smile. She suddenly felt like a child caught stealing candy, her ears turning scarlet as she lowered her head and mumbled. Too. Seeing her flustered sister, Shui Binger shook her head helplessly, stepping forward half a step. Her cool voice carried just the right amount of politeness. This gentleman, we are students of Skywater Academy. I'm Shui Binger. She pointed to Shui Yuer beside her, who looked expectant, and said warmly, this is my sister Shui Yuer. She's just a bit lively. She didn't mean to provoke. Shui Binger still needed to explain for her sister. The other was openly strolling in the academy, dressed luxuriously with an extraordinary aura. His identity must be significant. Better not offend lightly. Chen Yi smiled indifferently. This miss has a straightforward personality, speaking her mind. That's far better than many who are sweet-tongued but scheming. Hearing Chen Yi's praise, Shui Binger smiled in response. Shui Yuer nodded vigorously, fully agreeing. Yes, I'm just straightforward, not what mom calls scatterbrained. After a few more words, Shui Binger, seeing how easygoing Chen Yi was, asked politely with a hint of inquiry, this young master looks unfamiliar. You're probably not from Skywater City, right? Half and half. Chen Yi's gaze fell on the distant lake, his tone relaxed. My mother's name is Mu Shi, the last disciple of Senior Blue Sky Sword Qin Yun, and also the junior sister of the current Skywater Academy Dean Shui. I came with my mother to visit Grand Marshal Aunt. Right now, she's talking with Grand Marshal Aunt and Marshal Aunt Shui. I felt I couldn't contribute, so I came out for a walk and ended up here. Hearing that Cheni was Marshal Aunt Mushi's son, Shui Yuer's shyness faded mostly. Her tone became familiar. For your Marshal Aunt Mushi's family. Mother always tells us legendary stories of her and Marshal Aunt Mu teaming up to sweep the Northern Territory, crushing the 5 elemental academies and winning first in the Heaven Do division. It gets our blood boiling. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled at Cheni. So he's one of yous, why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have been so shy. Cheni showed a slightly surprised expression, looking astonished at the sisters. Oh, so you two ladies are Marshal Aunt's daughters. What a coincidence. Shui Yuer's eyes curved into crescents, even the ahog on her head swaying slightly. Shui Binger looked helplessly at her boisterous sister. Even if he's Marshal Aunt Mu's family, you can't be so unrestrained. We haven't asked for brother's name yet. Is your martial soul Marshal Aunt Mu's Ice Thorn? Shui Binger had only recently awakened her martial soul. Cheni was definitely a bit older than her. Since Marshal Aunt Mu brought her son to Skywater Academy, perhaps it was for his martial soul. In the past, outstanding graduates had brought talented sons here to study, but all were rejected. If Cheni was here to enroll, she figured he'd leave disappointed. Cheni didn't say much. Lightning flickered at his fingertips, displaying his thunder element ability to the sisters. Wow, Cheni, you have a thunder attribute martial soul. Are you planning to go to Thunderclap Academy then? Thunderclap Academy, one of the Heaven Do Empire's 5 elemental academies, had deans historically from Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan elders, authoritative in lightning. In Shui Yuer's view, Cheni's thunder-related martial soul made him a perfect fit for Thunderclap Academy. The 5 elemental academies might have hidden rivalries, but on the surface, relations were good. If Cheni joined Thunderclap, she could visit him naturally. Plus, Thunderclap was full of rough men. She could work hard and get the moon first by the water tower. Shui Yuer inwardly praised her own cleverness. Cheni just smiled without answering. As the young master of the body sect and heir to the Thunder God, a mere Thunderclap Academy wasn't qualified to teach him. Besides, his main cultivation was the body sect's blood chi power. He could start thunder aspects later during inheritance. Shui Binger ignored her sister's schemes, her eyes warily on the lightning at Chen Yi's fingertips. It wasn't blinding or dazzling, but the moment it appeared, her Ice Phoenix martial soul began trembling slightly, as if sensing something terrifying. Her Ice Phoenix was a top-tier beast martial soul, standing at the peak in both attack and elemental power. How could it be scared by a bit of lightning? Though she didn't know Chen Yi's exact martial soul, Shui Binger was sure he was a top genius, likely innate full soul power like herself. Hey, Chen Yi, were you planning to go into Skywater platform? Come on, I'll take you in. I'm super familiar with idea, can ask me anything you don't know. Seeing Cheni tacitly agree, Shui Yuer's smile grew brighter. She grabbed his sleeve. Cheni let Shui Yuer pull him into Skywater platform. Having a guide was even better, and with the Shui sisters, he'd save a lot of trouble. By the way, what are Sister Yuer's and Sister Binger's martial souls? On the way, Cheni asked curiously. Hearing this, Shui Yuer, pulling Chen Yi's left hand ahead, turned proudly. My martial soul is Dolphin, inherited from my mother. Let me tell you, I'm already a level 16 soul master. In at most 2 years, I'll get my second soul ring and become a powerful soul grandmaster. From earlier talks, Shui Yuer was about 8.5, not yet 9. Level 16 at that age was indeed impressive. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament age limit was 25. If Shui Yuer joined in her last eligible year, she'd at least be level 41, a standout among peers. As for Binger, she just got her first soul ring recently and became a soul master. Shui Yuer added, is that so? Sister Binger is really amazing, becoming a soul master at just 6. Her future achievements will be astonishing. Cheni said with feigned admiration. With Shui Binger's innate full soul power, becoming a soul master was effortless. Shui Binger looked speechless but kept a perfectly polite smile. It's just better luck than others, nothing special. I inherited my mother's condensed water flying bend martial soul, innate soul power level 8. This achievement isn't worth boasting about. But senior brother Chen, you're the surprising one. Note, Binger and Yuer are half-sibling. Toward the end, Shui Binger's tone became ambiguous, her expression intriguing. Haha, I didn't expect junior sister to have such great talent. I've heard elders say innate level 8 soul power has potential to break through to title Douluo, truly enviable. Unlike me, with only innate level 7.5 soul power, I'd be content reaching soul Douluo in this life. Little girl, acting with me. Don't you know 9 years of education turns everyone into an actor? If I hadn't read the original, you might have fooled me. Shui Binger's eye twitched. Such a strong martial soul with only level 7 innate soul power? You're fooling a kid. I thought claiming innate level 8 was low-key enough, but your family is even more cunning than my grand martial aunt and mother, total sly foxes. Ah, stop talking about this. Look, there are senior sisters sparring ahead. Shui Yuer interrupted their invisible posturing with dissatisfaction. One with innate full soul power claiming level 8, the other claiming level 7.5, and her with innate level 6. It was so awkward. Following Shui Yuer's direction, Cheni and Shui Binger turned their gazes to two girls sparring in the distance. Seeing the two girls' appearances, Shui Yuer said happily, "We came at the perfect time. Senior Sister Ding and Senior Sister Meng sparring. We can finally feast our eyes." From Shui Yuer's reaction, these two girls seemed like prominent figures in Skywater Academy. Sure enough, Shui Yuer excitedly introduced to Cheni, "Senior Sister Meng and Senior Sister Ding are main members of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament team. They're exceptionally strong, famous geniuses in the Soul Master world. We'll definitely learn a lot from their spar. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 62, Chapter 62, Annexation. So these are the core members for this Soul Master tournament." Hearing that, Cheni's interest was piqued. As an old and renowned academy of the Heaven Dou Empire, Skywater Academy had always represented the highest level of the Empire's new generation. As core members of Skywater's team, they naturally counted among the Empire's first echelon of youths. Cheni scrutinized the girls in the Soul Arena, eyes narrowing. Although he was only a Soul Elder right now, in terms of true combat power, among the younger generation on the Douluo continent aside from that little golden-haired one no one could compare. He was curious what level the other so-called geniuses had reached. But soon, Cheni withdrew his gaze. Maybe because his own strength was far beyond the norm, the two girls gave him the feeling of an adult watching kids play house utterly dull. Just from a few glances, he had spotted plenty of flaws on both sides. Though both were optimally matched soul ancestors, Cheni dared to guarantee that if they faced those desperados of the same rank from the Yuntian Mountains, they would only have one outcome: defeat and death. It's a pity I can't reveal my strength now. Otherwise, I'd really like to go to Heaven Dou City and have a bout with Chiian Daou. Among the current younger generation who could light his battle spirit, only Chiian Daou remained. Everyone else lagged far behind. Still, Cheni knew that Chiian Daou had 6 more years of cultivation than he did. She should be a high-rank soul ancestor by now. He likely wasn't her match at the moment. My situation is really awkward. Shui Binger had been observing Cheni. Seeing the fighting intent in his eyes, she thought the match had gotten his blood up and said, "I just obtained my first spirit ring not long ago. If senior brother doesn't mind, why don't you spar with me?" Hearing that, Cheni froze. "You want to fight me?" He stared in surprise at the firm-faced Shui Binger. "Girl, are you serious? What if I can't hold back and make you cry? Junior sister, you just got your ring. You should spend more time getting familiar with your soul skills. Every skill is a treasure waiting to be developed. You might gain unexpected insight." His refusal surprised Shui Binger. The fighting intent in his eyes earlier didn't seem fake, but he was refusing her challenge. How odd. Still, what he said next was very similar to what her grandmaster had warned her. At her age, the best way to add techniques was to build new variations off her existing soul skills. "What, Cheni, you want to give it a try? Want me to go with you? We can do a 2-on-2 soul fight." Before Shui Binger could ask why, Shui Yuer chimed in after overhearing. Cheni didn't even have the interest to spar with Shui Binger, let alone Shui Yuer. Though Yuer's soul power was higher than Binger's, if they truly fought, Yuer's dolphin martial soul was definitely no match for Binger's ice phoenix potential. After speaking, Shui Yuer looked at Cheni expectantly, leaving him at a loss for words. As he was trying to come up with an excuse, a voice came that felt like it was granting him amnesty. "Binger, Yuer." A twin-tailed girl hesitantly walked over, greeted the Shui sisters, but kept stealing glances at Cheni. "Why did you bring a boy into the soul arena? Isn't this place supposed to be girls only for our academy?" As soon as she spoke, 2 other girls gathered around, curiosity written all over their faces. Skywater Academy was all female teachers and students alike. Even relatives rarely set foot on campus, let alone the relatively private training grounds. Seeing an outsider male walk in with the famed Shui sisters naturally shocked them. Noticing their puzzlement, Shui Yuer laughed happily, hooked her arm through Cheni's, and shook it. "This is Cheni, and he's no outsider." "No outsider." The twin-tailed girl blinked, then seemed to realize something as her eyes lit up. "Could it be he's an exchange student from one of the other elemental academies? But I haven't heard of any recent exchange. And even if he were, he can't come in here without permission." Shui Binger spoke up gently, explaining, "Cheni is the dean's junior sister son, in other words, Aunt Mushi's child. He came with his mother to visit the academy. We met on the way and brought him to the arena to take a look." "Teacher Mushi's son." The twin-tailed girl cried out, and the 2 beside her were also surprised. Mushi, the dean's junior sister, had still been active 9 years ago when they first entered Skywater. She taught practical combat to new soul masters, gentle in temperament but formidable in skill. Many girls at the academy had received her guidance. After she married, she never returned. None of them expected to see her son today. The twin-tailed girl quickly composed herself, stepped forward, and offered her hand. "Hello, hello. I'm Zhao Meng. My martial soul is ice mist." Her palm had a thin layer of callus from combat training, but her handshake wasn't rough. Sorry I didn't recognize you earlier. Boys are rare at our academy. The bespectacled girl also stepped up, pushing her glasses with a smile. I'm Joya, Martial Soul Ice Needle. I can't believe your teacher Mushi-san, she taught me soul power control back then. She was amazing. The petite girl was a bit shy and said softly, I'm Wutong, Martial Soul Water Mirror. Seeing her girlfriends all showing interest in Cheni, Shui grew anxious and immediately declared, Cheni's martial soul is lightning attribute. He just showed us. Hearing Yuer's slightly hurried tone, Zhao Mengmeng and the other two exchanged knowing looks and smiled. Everyone at Skywater knew Yuer was a face connoisseur. Judging by her behavior, she'd clearly taken a liking to the little junior. Shui Binger covered her face at her sister's hasty claim of ownership. Too embarrassing. Their commotion soon drew others' attention. The two who had just finished sparring, Meng and Ding, also walked over. On hearing that Cheni was Mushi's son, the girl surnamed Meng looked at him excitedly. Your teacher Mu's son, how is she? I want to see her. Seeing her reaction, doubt flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. She seemed very familiar with his mother. Senior sister Meng, are you close with my mother? Hearing his question, senior sister Meng blushed. She had gotten carried away by the news about Mushi and had forgotten to introduce herself. I'm Meng Jia, Martial Soul Frost Vine. I once learned plant soul techniques from teacher Mu. Chen Yi understood. It probably wasn't just some casual instruction. Mushi's martial soul was Frost Thorn, Meng Jia's was Frost Vine. They were similar in attribute and application. Perhaps she was half a disciple of his mother's. Senior sister Meng, my mother is catching up with the old Dean and Dean right now. It'll be a while before she comes out. If you want to see her, you may have to wait. That's fine. Being able to see teacher Mushi again, I am already content. Hearing Mushi had returned, Meng Jia clearly became happy, her cheeks turning rosy. At that moment, the atmosphere in King Yun's room was anything but warm. It was suffocatingly tense. Mushi stared solemnly at her teacher and senior sister across from her. King Yun's face showed no joy or sorrow, but the chill between her brows betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Junior sister. Shui Qingmei looked at Mushi with a dark face, as if at a stranger. So this is why you came back to Skywater Academy, trying to annex Skywater Academy. As her words fell, a soaring chill spread. The room's temperature plummeted, and the nearby furnishings groaned under the strain. 63, Chapter 63, Quarrel. Seeing the atmosphere freeze over, Mushi sighed lightly. She knew that, given their feelings for Skywater Academy, her words would inevitably displease her teacher and senior sister. But if she didn't push for this, Skywater would only slowly decline. She couldn't stand by and watch the academy vanish into history. With that in mind, she shook her head and said in a deep voice, Senior sister, that's not what I meant. I'm giving Skywater a better path. As she spoke, a powerful aura surged from her, resisting Shui Qingmei's pressure. Sensing that aura, Shui Qingmei frowned. Mushi was indeed strong now, likely not far from level 80. But with Skywater's survival at stake, how could she back down? Her aura grew fiercer, and a shadow of the condensed water flying bend manifested behind her. A better path? Don't be ridiculous. Skywater Academy has stood in the north for 200 years, ranked among the 5 great elemental academies, a sacred place for soul masters of the Heaven Do Empire. And a reclusive body sect dares claim it can offer us something better. The more she spoke, the wilder Shui Qingmei's aura became, as she scolded coldly, You've been bewitched by that Chen Zhen. You've completely forgotten Skywater raised you. The body sect was indeed formidable, but because of the secret at its core it didn't dare parade itself around the Soul Master world. A power that couldn't stand in the open. What did it matter how strong it was? Besides, Skywater Academy was no pushover. Their master was level 87 top tier beneath title Douluo. Shui Qingmei herself could likely challenge Soul Douluo within 15 years. By then, even against the 7 great sects, they could speak as equals. What more could the body sect give? Laughable. Moreover, Skywater's future would only shine brighter. Looking at her resolute senior sister and the silent Qingyun, Mushi said quietly, what if the body sect comes out of seclusion? A year ago, Qingyun told Mushi that Cheni had provided the legacy of that thunder god. The sect's power would skyrocket, and their original plan to emerge remained unchanged. Qingyun trembled. It sounded unbelievable. The body sect is coming out. How? Aren't they afraid of drawing the spirit hall's attention? The body sect's foundation, the second awakening, couldn't see the light of day. Without overwhelming strength, it couldn't be exposed. If they were emerging, did that mean they no longer feared the Spirit Hall or the 2 empires? At that, both Qingyun and Shui Qingmei's expressions turned ugly. If the body sect emerged, Skywater would no longer matter to them. They wouldn't need Skywater as an external help anymore. This blindsided them. They'd planned to leverage the body sect to help Shui Bing arise. Now that was clearly impossible. Regaining her composure, Shui Qingmei still looked icily at Mushi. So, the body sect gets stronger and now wants to annex Skywater. Mushi shook her head, meeting Shui Qingmei's furious eyes. Not annexation. We want to use Skywater as a springboard to radiate influence across the Heaven Do Empire. Ha! Shui Qingmei sneered, sarcasm on her face at her once closest junior. What's the difference? Using Skywater as a springboard, how is that not annexation? Even if you don't swallow us outright, we'll become the body sect's vassal with no hope of turning over. Bang! Her anger flaring, Shui Qingmei slammed the table and leaned in, her dignified face thrust close. Mushi, without Skywater you would have been eaten by stray dogs on the roadside long ago. Without Skywater, how would you have earned the title, Ice Thorn Enchantress? Mushi stood and faced her, voice low. The Academy's kindness, Master's kindness I will never forget. She'd been a troublemaker since childhood. Without Qingyun and Skywater backing her, she would have been torn apart long ago. But you already have forgotten Mushi, you're ungrateful. Shui Qingmei's roar echoed in the room, showing just how furious she was. I'm telling you, Skywater will never be merged into the body sect. Mark my words, Skywater does not fear war. She looked at Mushi, voice calm yet resolute. At Skywater there are only ghosts who die in battle, never people who surrender. Oh, and you're not one of us, Enamoriuri, a thankless wretch. Mushi bristled, pointing at Shui Qingmei's nose. I'm not Skywater, I'm ungrateful. Shui Qingmei, how noble you are, how lofty. Do you have any idea what I went through to win this opportunity? When she learned the body sect would emerge, Mushi knew their rise would be unstoppable. She thought of her alma mater and wanted to secure them a share, so Skywater could climb even higher. Thinking of how aggrieved her husband had looked, and how she'd practically talked her throat dry before the Grand Elder, only to be called ungrateful, now her eyes reddened and her voice choked. I've spent decades at Skywater. If anyone knows what kind of person I am, it's you, Shui Qingmei. The more she spoke, the more wrong she felt, tears falling like broken pearls. You don't know how harsh these times are. Only by hitching onto the body sect can we go further. And the body sect won't annex Skywater, I swear it. Seeing her little disciple crying, Qingyun's heart ached, but the purpose of her visit crossed her bottom line. She steeled herself and looked away. Shui Qingmei snorted. You swear? If the body sect truly makes a move, what good is your oath? Mushi, have you forgotten how many people and forces have perished on the Douluo continent because of oaths? Since when did the Ice Thorn Enchantress become so naive? She paused, then added with disdain, as for how harsh these times are, I don't know, and I don't care, because Skywater fears nothing. At that, Mushi laughed, making Shui Qingmei's face flush. Only when the latter's gaze grew darker did Mushi relent. Fear nothing? Shui Qingmei, did becoming Dean make you lose your head and your basic grasp of reality? You, Shui Qingmei flared, ready to curse. You what? Mushi cut her off, looking at her like she was an idiot. If Skywater truly feared nothing, why does Binger's martial soul get reported externally as the condensed water flying bend? Before Mushi's words even finished echoing, Qingyun's eyes snapped open. A cold gleam seemed to shoot out as her gaze locked onto Mushi, brooking no argument. In the same instant, an invisible, razor-sharp sword intent erupted and swept the room. The air itself seemed sliced apart, beams and walls were instantly etched with dense, deep sword scars shocking to behold. Shui Qingmei pointed at Mushi in disbelief, her voice trembling. How do you know? P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 64, Chapter 64, Heaven Does Past, Royal Filth. How do you know? Seeing Shui Qingmei's panic, Mushi couldn't hide her satisfaction. She'd scolded me plenty, just know me turn. She looked at her wary-eyed teacher and spoke, breaking the dead silence. Recently, Master abruptly left seclusion, rampaged across 1,000 km and wiped out several bandit camps, then even killed a sole Douluo on the extreme north ice field, shocking the Heaven Dough Empire. The matter spread like wildfire. Isn't that strange? Before Shui Qingmei could speak, Mushi continued, I know Master's temper. Unless those scum provoke Skywater City, she isn't one to meddle. But she suddenly leaves seclusion and kills 1 soul Douluo and 4 soul sages. Such killing intent is clearly abnormal. Smiling at the changing faces of Qingyun and Shui Qingmei, Mushi added, given what I know, there's only one reason, she was sending a message. There aren't many things in the Heaven Dough Empire worthy of such a display. Apart from the royal family and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, I can't think of anyone. As for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, whatever else, they maintain their image on the surface. And after the 9-hearted begonia incident, they won't casually make enemies, especially not with a neutral force like Skywater. So the threat could only have come from the other Heaven Dough's royal family. At the mention of the royal family, Shui Qingmei's face turned stormy, and even Qingyun's expression grew strained. Mushi had hit a sore spot. Mushi sat back down, filled her cup to the brim, and took big gulps. So that's why you're sure it concerns Binger, Qingyun said, eyes flickering as she stared at Mushi. Wiping her mouth with her hand just like she used to at Skywater, Mushi said, not at first. I thought Master had just had a sudden change of heart and, before leaving the world, wanted to take down some scum to boost our academy's prestige. She shuddered at the memory. You don't know, I thought you were in danger and rushed overnight to ask the Grand Elder for leave. Qingyun looked skyward, speechless. Yes, that was exactly like this unruly disciple of old. Then on the road I heard that senior sister's daughter, Shui Binger, awakened senior sister's condensed water flying bend, with innate soul power at level 8. Not long ago, senior sister even threw her a lavish awakening banquet. That's when I knew they were involved. Senior sister has never liked ostentation. No matter how much she loves her daughter, she wouldn't do that. I know her too well. Even on her deathbed she'd say, no extravagance. Shui Qingmei twitched at the corner of her eye, recognizing this was payback for the earlier scolding. So I was sure Binger's martial soul definitely wasn't the condensed water flying bend, and certainly not innate level 8. That alone wouldn't make the Heaven Dou royal family act. A clumsy cover-up. That was her verdict on Qingyun and Shui Qingmei's handling too deliberate, at least to someone who knew them this well. People thought the sect with the deepest obsession over martial souls was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but they overlooked a group even more desperate to change theirs, the Heaven Dou royal family. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile pagoda couldn't break past level 80, true, but its supportability was astonishing. As long as they found a good partner, they enjoyed high standing in the Soul Master world. They pursued change mainly to go even further. The Heaven Dou royals were different. Their hereditary martial soul was the Swan. Yes, you heard right, the Swan, not the Emerald Swan. Among famed hereditary martial souls, it ranked at the very bottom in combat strength. Even the royal lines of the Four Kingdoms and one duchy nominally under Heaven Dou had stronger hereditary souls. On paper, the 5 states belonged to Heaven Dou, but in practice aside from tribute they were sovereign, with independent armies and taxes. They hardly needed to care about the emperor. One root cause was the royal family's own weakness, never producing a top-tier powerhouse to anchor the nation, forcing them to rely on outsiders. But imperial statecraft abhors entrusting life and throne to any outsider. They had no choice but to juggle and balance all sides to preserve a fragile equilibrium. You might ask, doesn't the child inherit the higher quality martial soul? Can't they just marry someone with a strong soul? It's not that simple. Nor is it because the royals think their swan is too sacred to sully. It's because the swan's quality is absurdly high yet its battle strength is absurdly weak. That's right, Heaven Dou's swan is a rare high-quality yet feeble martial soul. Over the years, they married plenty of gifted female soul masters, hoping to improve their lineage. But those women's souls still couldn't match the swan's quality, so the improvement was marginal. Every generation of emperor could only gaze across the continent at the Star Luo royal family, whose emperors were terrifying fighters, and whose clan occasionally produced title Douluo. The disparity was so stark that however unwilling Heaven Dou's emperors were, they could only weep with envy. Thus, the royals turned to soul masters with top-tier talent and high-quality martial souls, especially avian types. Sharing the avian attribute might strengthen the swan lineage. Mushi looked solemnly at Qingyun. So, there was only one reason you left seclusion, to shield my little niece, Binger. Qingyun stayed silent for a long while, then looked deeply at her. I didn't expect you to still know us this well after all these years. You're right, Binger's martial soul isn't the condensed water flying bend, nor is her innate soul power level 8. She has an innate full soul power Ice Phoenix. Ice Phoenix. Mushi was clearly shocked. She'd guessed it was strong, but hadn't expected the Supreme Beast Soul Ice Phoenix plus innate full soul power. The Heaven Dou royals would go mad for that. The Ice Phoenix greater even than Ling Yuan back then, Qingyun sighed. For Skywater, it was an opportunity and a crisis. Ling Yuan, a prodigy famed in Heaven Dou 40 years ago, innate level 9, martial soul Flame Hawk, the youngest recorded soul emperor in Heaven Dou's history. Her renown was unmatched. Everyone expected her to become a title Douluo. But 30+ years ago, she was declared wanted by the Empire, and fled under endless pursuit to Spirit City, vanishing thereafter. The official statement said she betrayed the Empire. Anyone with sense knew the real reason. The then Crown Prince Shui had set his sights on her. He tried to use imperial might to coerce Ling Yuan, but never expected her to be so unyielding. He tried to seize her by force, only to push her into the arms of Spirit Hall. After Shui ascended, his bid to ally with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect partly stemmed from fear of Ling Yuan's revenge. Now, Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix far outclassed Ling Yuan's Flame Hawk, and her talent surpassed Ling Yuan's too. If the royals learned of it, they'd almost certainly make a move. Although the current crown prince presented himself as virtuous and amiable, appearances of a future emperor were never to be trusted. Back then, Shui had been no worse than today's Shui King He. Shui Binger wasn't like Ling Yuan. She had bonds here. She couldn't just flee to Spirit Hall with abandon. And if she did, would she still be Skywater's person? 65, Chapter 65, the third elder appears, the unbelievable Qingyun. If that's the case, then you all have even more reason to agree to this. If Binger has the support of the body sect in the future, the Heaven Dou royal family will absolutely not dare to touch her. In fact, in the future, even a super Douluo might not be out of reach. In Mushi's view, if Shui Binger could obtain the body sect's protection, then there would be no chance of her dying young. If her own son could become a god in the future, then let alone super Douluo limit Douluo wouldn't be impossible to contend with. As long as Skywater Academy can produce a single limit Douluo in the future, how far can prosperity be? At that time, calling themselves the #1 academy on the continent wouldn't be boasting. You're still not done. Shui Qingmei, who had originally been immersed in Mushi's astounding analysis, instantly arched her willow brows when she heard Mushi start her that set of arguments again. The next moment, a hand blocked her. Teacher, you. Shui Qingmei was puzzled. Why would her teacher stop her? She was clearly defending the academy. Chiian shook her head, first glancing at Mushi, then letting her eyes silently sweep the surroundings. She chuckled softly. My student came to Skywater Academy to be a lobbyist. The body sect wouldn't possibly show no gesture at all, right? Let me guess, which old friend came along? Yuan Hua, Hua Shuan, or is it Sect Master Chu? Watching her teacher talking to the empty air all around them, Shui Qingmei's expression instantly turned grave, as if facing a great enemy. Could it be that not only Mushi and her son had come this time, but others as well? From their letters with Mushi 4 years ago, they had already learned that the first elder had broken through to titled Douluo. With his talent, he probably wasn't any weaker now than the second elder who had reached that realm early. As for Chu Shanhe, there was even less need to mention him, an old brand titled Douluo, said to be no weaker than the Bone Douluo Gu Rong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. No matter which of those 3 appeared here, none were opponents they could easily resist. Mushi's brows rose. Teacher had really guessed right, but this person was definitely not someone who had come along with her. Hehe, it really has to be you, old sword hag. As expected of someone who trains the sword, your sense of crisis is sharp as ever. Before the words fell, an old man with black and white hair draped over his shoulders and a stern face appeared behind Chiian. Chiian suddenly spun around, sword light surging forth with endless killing intent, slashing straight toward the old man. But to everyone's surprise, those flashes of sword light dissipated into nothingness before they even came close to him. Seeing that familiar face, Chiian's gaze abruptly contracted. She subconsciously glanced at the other party's right hand and then cried out in shock. It's you, you old fifth cur. You actually broke through to titled Douluo. That's impossible. The newcomer was precisely the third elder. As the hope of the sect's rise, how could the body sect possibly allow Cheni to leave the sect alone? The third elder was exactly the one the sect had sent to guard him. Chiian's as if she'd seen a ghost expression made the third elder's heart feel especially refreshed. He and Chiian were of the same generation, with similar talent. If it hadn't been that Chiian spent some time as the dean of Skywater Academy while he remained wholly focused on cultivation, he probably still wouldn't be able to surpass this woman. Why couldn't it be me, Chiian? Could it be that this old man cannot break through to titled Douluo? The third elder chuckled, asking her back. How is that possible? It's impossible. Chiian kept muttering those words. She could understand the first elder breaking through to titled Douluo. After all, he was a rarely seen genius in this world. If he hadn't been obsessed with creating his own soul skills and wasted his prime years, he was someone who should have climbed to the very peak. Being a late bloomer was nothing strange. But why would it be the third elder? Among the older generation of experts in the body sect, the third elder's talent and comprehension were definitely not at the top. His right arm martial soul was not considered particularly strong, even among the body-type martial souls. 10 years ago, when she felt her potential had been exhausted, she had personally gone to the body sect seeking an opportunity for breakthrough and had fought the third elder once. Back then she had suppressed him from start to finish with absolute superiority, displaying the might of a swordswoman to the fullest. Now someone who had once been inferior to her had broken through to the realm she had dreamed of all her life, right in front of her. Chiian truly found it hard to accept. There's nothing impossible. Old hag, compared to you, this old man's luck is better by more than a little bit. Hearing Chiian's murmuring, the third elder spoke bluntly. On his own, he truly had no possibility of breaking through to titled Douluo, but who told his sect to produce such a good child? Not only was that child's own talent peerless, he'd also brought endless benefits to the sect. Seeing her teacher in a daze, a trace of pity flashed through Mushi's eyes. She fiercely glared at the third elder, then stepped forward to comfort Chiian. Teacher, the third elder's breakthrough was also a matter of timing, place, and people all aligning. You don't need to take it to heart. No, there's no way you broke through on your own. Otherwise, there's no reason for me to still be stuck at level 87. Hearing Mushi's comfort, Chiian's eyes lit up, her tone firm. For you to reach titled Douluo at your age, you must have obtained some astonishing opportunity. Could it be that you found that so-called immortal herb you've been searching for? The body sect had been scouring the entire continent for immortal herbs for over 100 years. As the leader of the forces with the best relationship with the body sect, Chiian naturally knew something about this. No, it absolutely can't be immortal herbs. If immortal herbs truly had the world-defying creation you speak of, you wouldn't be in such a state right now. Chiian was very sure. This old thing's aura was unstable. It was obvious he had only recently broken through to titled Douluo. If she hadn't sensed wrong, he was only between level 91 and level 92. If he'd really taken an immortal herb, he should be far beyond this level. Moreover, although his blood and vitality had indeed recovered somewhat, it wasn't much different from a normal breakthrough, so he definitely hadn't consumed a true immortal herb. The third elder had originally felt a bit embarrassed at being glared at. After all, he'd broken through using the method given by someone else's son and had now come to flaunt himself in that boy's teacher's face. That truly was a bit excessive. But once Chiian's contemptuous words came out, his guilt instantly vanished without a trace. Fine, his potential wasn't as good as his senior brother's, but it wasn't that bad, right? Can't I have just broken through by relying on myself? Chiian sneered. Don't you feel your face burn saying that? Seeing the third elder like this, Chiian became even more certain that the body sect must have mastered some method that allowed those whose potential had been exhausted to take another step forward. Her heart instantly began to burn. If even the third elder could break through using this, then with her talent and comprehension, which were clearly a bit stronger than his, there was no reason she couldn't do the same. TCH. The third elder curled his lips at her words, which basically counted as tacit agreement. Seeing that the verbal sparring had stopped for now, Mushi hurriedly brought over 2 cups of tea with a smile. Teacher, third elder, why don't you both sit down and drink some tea while you talk? Once the two finally sat, Mushi and Shui Qingmei couldn't help exhaling in relief and exchanging a glance. If those two really fought, their thin arms and legs wouldn't be able to stop them at all. After Chiian downed the iced tea, she looked at the third elder with open mockery. The body sect really does take my Skywater Academy seriously. Since you've even brought a title Douluo, it seems you're determined to get what you want. She obviously assumed the third elder was Mushi's trump card. The third elder said irritably, "Old hag, don't look so highly on yourself. This old man truly didn't come here for your Skywater Academy, and my sect has no intention of doing anything to you. Everything you were talking about just now was entirely a decision made after Mugirl here reported to the first elder. We're just thinking of giving you all a pull-up." The body sect really wasn't interested in Skywater Academy. It was mainly that Mushi wanted to help her maiden family. The first elder felt that since they were already on a winning streak, he might as well drag them along too. One more helper wouldn't hurt. In the end, just from listening outside, he had indeed heard some remarkable things. Skywater Academy had hidden itself deeply without a word. They'd somehow produced a congenital full spirit power ultimate genius. If it weren't for the body sect's Cheni rising out of nowhere this generation, Skywater might have been pressing them down ahead. Chiian looked like, right, and I'm supposed to believe that, and laughed coldly. If not for my Skywater Academy, what matter could be important enough to trouble you? This titled Terror Arm. To trouble you, His Excellency, Terror Arm Douluo, to grace us with your presence. Heh. The third elder snorted dismissively, then said calmly, "This old man is here to act as Cheni Brat's bodyguard." From the looks in Chiian's and Shui Qingmei's eyes, they obviously didn't believe that. Cheni was so young. What right did he have for a title Douluo to act as his bodyguard? Unless he were the holy son or holy maiden of the spirit hall, no one had ever heard of a junior being guarded personally by a titled Douluo. Old hag, don't be so sure I'm lying. This old man really was ordered to protect Cheni. If it weren't that the first and second elders both need to sit in the sect, it wouldn't even be me who came. Chiian's heart trembled. Could what he said be true? But what did Cheni have that could make the body sect value him so highly? Congenital full spirit power? That probably wasn't enough. The third elder chuckled. What is it, old hag? Curious. This is the highest secret of my sect. I really can't tell you. If it were someone else, the third elder wouldn't say anything at all. But Chiian was different. Her status was a bit sensitive, and after being old friends for many years, he did want to help her a bit. It seems the changes in the body sect are related to my disciple grandson then. Chiian understood. For a titled Douluo to personally protect him, Cheni's help to them must be no small thing. Since you're willing to say this much, then say it all. I can tell you, but for Cheni's safety, you master and disciple must swear on your martial souls. 66, Chapter 66. Skywater finally joins. I can tell you, but for Cheni's safety, you master and disciple must swear on your martial souls. At these words, the master and disciple both hesitated. On the Douluo continent, martial souls were everything. Once you swore upon your martial soul, a single misstep meant soul destroyed and person dead. It's not that I don't trust you. The third elder placed his hand on the blue stone table, lowering his voice. It's that this matter is too important. If it leaks, not only will that child Cheni become the target of all, but my body sect will face extermination. Shui Qingmei's heart suddenly sped up half a beat. What on earth could make even the body sect face possible annihilation? The current body sect had 4 Douluo in one sect. Even the spirit hall didn't dare to push them too far. A martial soul oath was too important. She wanted to discuss it with her teacher first. But the next instant, Shui Qingmei's expression changed drastically. She saw Chiian slowly raise her right hand. Ice blue soul power gathered in her palm, condensing into a long sword of ice. Chiian's martial soul, the cloud sword. Sword light was chilling the cold radiance bit to the bone. I, Chiian, swear upon my cloud sword martial soul, what I hear today, I shall never pass to a third person. If I violate this oath, my martial soul shall shatter, my sword shall be destroyed, and I shall die, forever cast into the abyss, cut off from the path of a soul master. As her words fell, the ice blue sword shadow quivered lightly. A wisp of frigid soul power quietly melded into the world, as if she had signed a contract with heaven and earth. Seeing this, Shui Qingmei knew she no longer had a choice. She took a deep breath. Light blue soul power seeped out from her fingertips, and the surrounding temperature dropped again. With a phoenix cry, an ice blue lawn bird manifested before her martial soul, condensed water flying bend. I, Shui Qingmei, swear upon my condensed water flying bend martial soul, what happens today shall never be passed on. Should I violate it, my martial soul shall shatter, my Luan be buried beneath the heavens, forever cut off from heaven and earth. As her words fell, the condensed water flying then shuddered and, with a mournful cry, dissipated in front of them, leaving only a few feathers of light drifting slowly down. Only when master and disciple both made their great oaths did the third elder nod in satisfaction. The next moment, he lightly waved his right hand, and an invisible soul power covered the entire room. The few of them fixed their eyes on him. Although Mushi knew how the third elder had broken through to title Douluo, she had never actually seen a soul core. The third elder laughed. Powerful blood and chi surged forth along with titled Douluo level soul power. In an instant, dazzling bloodlight flared from his chest. Shui Qingmei leaned closer, her eyes wide. She could clearly feel the gentle soul power emanating from that glow. Her instincts told her this light was the very secret behind the third elder's breakthrough, but no matter how she looked, aside from it being stronger than the soul power fluctuations in other areas, she couldn't see anything special. Old dog, this thing is what let you break through. Are you kidding me? Not only Shui Qingmei saw nothing, Qin Yun was the same. She frowned and asked. It's precisely thanks to this. The third elder's fingers lightly brushed his chest, as if touching the soul core within. His tone carried a complex smile. This thing is called a soul core. It's a compressed core of soul power, and even more so, a divine item that can let one soar into the heavens in a single step. He then explained the function of the soul core to them. The more they listened, the more shocked they became. A soul core was far beyond one step into the heavens, it was downright heaven-defying. But thinking of that, they couldn't help becoming suspicious as well. Are you sure? If a soul core is truly this formidable, how did your body sect discover it? It wasn't that they were looking down on the body sect, but that the sect had been too busy just researching secondary awakening. How could they have the spare capacity to create such a heaven-defying secret method as well? Of course it's real. I'm not afraid to tell you, our sect master went into seclusion a year ago, and the second elder came out of seclusion a few months ago with his cultivation already at level 95. The first elder has even touched the barrier to level 96. Stepping into Super Douluo is just a matter of time. The master and disciple both felt their scalps go numb. The body sect had actually become this strong. Didn't this already far surpass the upper three sects? Unless the three great sects allied together or Tangchen returned, purely in terms of top combat power, the body sect could already be compared to the entire upper three sects combined. As for where this soul core method came from, our body sect indeed doesn't have that much time to study such a thing. But there is a type of existence that has endless time to research. For them, creating a soul core method is nothing more than opening their eyes a bit. What kind of existence? Qin Yun and Shui Qingmei were completely confused. They had never heard of such mysterious and unfathomable powers on the Douluo continent. Even the two peaks of the past were far from enough. Gods. The master and disciples' eyes shrank. Gods? How could it be gods? Apart from the angel god of the spirit hall, could there be other gods appearing on the Douluo continent? Had the body sect obtained the legacy of some divine being? What nonsense are you spouting? The Douluo continent hasn't had any news of gods for 10,000 years. Just based on your body sect, would a supreme god favor you? The third elder looked proudly at Qin Yun and laughed aloud. That's right, just based on our body sect. Looking at that smug face, Qin Yun had to restrain the urge to stab him with a sword. She wanted to see if he'd slip somewhere in his words. Then, recalling his and Mushi's unusual behavior, a small figure suddenly surfaced in her mind. Cheni. What? Shui Qingmei turned to look at her teacher. Why bring up that little fellow all of a sudden? Qin Yun ignored Shui Qingmei's confusion and instead stared at the third elder and her own little disciple. It's Cheni, isn't it? Mushi nodded heavily. She spoke in a deep voice to her teacher and senior sister. Shao Yi has received the favor of a god and become the inheritor of his god position. Divine inheritance. Shui Qingmei took half a step back in shock, bumping into the pillar behind her. She had always thought that gods were a distant word, like the reflection of the moon in the icy lake of Skywater Academy, visible but untouchable. How could there really be someone who obtained a divine inheritance? Qin Yun said nothing, merely staring at that soul core glow in a daze. She knew this was very likely true. Soul cores had never been heard of before. Even if you knew the principle, you would need a massive amount of time and manpower to experiment. Moreover, according to what he said, the soul core had to be condensed at around 8 rings. Data this precise would be impossible to obtain without countless trials. The body sect was notorious for having few people. Just experimenting with secondary awakenings already made their hearts bleed, let alone experimenting with soul cores, which would mean certain death once you started. Even the spirit hall didn't have that kind of capital. Only legendary gods could create such a perfectly fitting secret method in a short time. The body sect is going to produce a god. Shui Qingmei's incredulous murmur echoed in the silent room. She had always thought an ultimate Douluo was the peak. Now someone told her that in this era, someone would become a god no matter how she thought about it. It sounded absurd. Teacher, senior sister. Mushi's voice finally pulled the two out of their daze. Seeing the terror in their eyes, Mushi pursed her lips. I know this is hard to believe, but it's the truth. The reason I want the academy to join the body sect is precisely this. As long as Shao Yi becomes a god in the future, Skywater Academy will naturally rise with the tide. Becoming the #1 academy under heaven wouldn't be impossible. Hearing Mushi's gentle voice, Shui Qingmei's face suddenly flushed red. When Mushi had proposed creating an alliance completely dominated by the body sect, she had thought Mushi was blinded by love, and had drawn her sword on the spot, furiously calling her an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Now that she thought about it, she realized it had been she herself who hadn't known what was good for her. Junior sister, I'm sorry. Shui Qingmei lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. It was me who lost my temper without figuring things out first. Don't take it to heart. Mushi froze for a moment. Her senior sister had always been strong-willed. She would correct her mistakes, but never admit them. This was the first time she'd ever apologized to her. Mushi's eyes curved into crescents. Senior sister, what are you saying? I know you were acting for the academy's sake. Mushi turned to look at Qin Yun, her tone becoming extremely serious. Teacher, aside from the sect, no one knows about Shao Yi receiving a divine inheritance. I'm telling you because I hope you can stand together with us. I promise you, the future of Skywater Academy will be unimaginably brilliant. Qin Yun fell silent, her fingers unconsciously stroking the teacup in front of her. It wasn't that she wasn't tempted, on the contrary, she was very tempted. Cooperating with a future god, whose mother was a student of Skywater and her own disciple she had raised from childhood, there was almost no chance of a betrayal. This was practically an investment with infinite returns and no capital. But if anything went wrong, if the Spirit Hall discovered it, not only would their master-disciple line die, Skywater Academy might be doomed forever. Shui Qingmei said nothing either, remaining silent for a long time before lifting the fragrant tea Mushi had poured and downing it in one gulp. The faint aroma spread in her mouth. All right. Qin Yun finally spoke. Her voice carried a subtle tremor. We agree. But remember, if anything goes wrong on Chen Yi's side, the first ones we must protect are the disciples of Skywater Academy. Mushi's eyes lit up instantly, as if stars had fallen into them. She nodded hard, her voice trembling slightly. Teacher, rest assured. I promise I will never allow anything to happen to the academy. Seeing Mushi's joy, Shui Qingmei couldn't help but smile as well. Qin Yun gazed at the distant sea of clouds and sighed softly. She didn't know if this decision was right or wrong, but she knew that for Skywater Academy and for the disciples by her side, she had to walk this path. 67, Chapter 67 News arrives, the Grand Elder's arrangements. 67, Chapter 67 News arrives, the Grand Elder's arrangements. In the Qi blood soaring hall, the Grand Elder sat high on the right-hand seat, quietly listening to Gao Wen's report in front of him. More or less that's how it is. After we confirmed things, my big brother told me to come back first with the news, while he stayed outside the ice and fire yin-yang well to keep observing. Gao Wen reported to the Grand Elder the experiences he and his brother had gone through over the past year. From the time they first arrived in the Sunset Forest, they searched in the outer regions, and whenever they found a basin similar to their target, they would take the sex detoxification pills and venture deeper in, investigating them one by one to determine whether it was the ice and fire yin-yang well they were looking for. After exploring a full 15 basins, they finally found the ice and fire yin-yang well in a mountain hollow southeast of Heaven Do City. However, the poisonous miasma outside that ice and fire yin-yang well is incredibly vicious. Even with detox pills in hand, we could only get close enough to see the edge before having no choice but to turn back along the same path. As the Grand Elder listened, a smile rose in his eyes. Even the joints of his fingers tapped more lightly as he nodded again and again. He stood up, personally lifted the purple clay teapot, and steadily poured tea from the spout into a celadone cup, then set it in front of Gao Wen. Seeing this, Gao Wen panicked at once. He hurriedly tried to spring up from his chair, waving both hands, his voice half a pitch higher than usual. I can't, Elder, how could I dare trouble you to do this yourself? Sit down. We're all one family, what are you being so polite for? The Grand Elder pressed a hand onto Gao Wen's shoulder. The strength in his palm carried the gentle warmth unique to an elder, yet made it impossible for Gao Wen to stand. If you ask me, it's your brothers who should be thanked. If you two hadn't spent a full year wading through the Sunset Forest, eating wind, and sleeping in the open as you searched, who knows how many more years that treasure land would have remained buried in there. By the end, the Grand Elder's voice had softened somewhat. Looking at the few new strands of white at Gao Wen's temples, he thought of how the Gao brothers had wandered outside for more than 10 years. Within the sect, the younger generation had only heard their names mentioned in their elders' idle conversations. They didn't even know what they looked like. This time, the brothers had finally managed to return. They had originally wanted to spend some time with their wives and children to make up for lost family time, yet because of this matter, they once again threw themselves headlong into that perilous land filled with poisonous miasma and roaming fierce beasts. Thinking of this, a trace of guilt flashed through the Grand Elder's eyes. The pressure of his fingertips on Gao Wen's shoulder grew a bit heavier, as if he wanted to melt all his gratitude and heartache into this silent gesture. Seeing the guilt in the Grand Elder's gaze, Gao Wen shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, Grand Elder. Back then, if not for the second elder and several senior brothers dragging us out of that bandit den, my brother and I would have been dead long ago. How would we be enjoying the glory of Soul Emperor experts today? Soul Emperor, the title didn't sound that lofty, but in some weaker principalities, such a person could already be a local tyrant. It wouldn't even be difficult to use that power to enter the nobility and complete a leap in social class. The Grand Elder gave Gao Wen's shoulder a firm pat, then asked, Gao Zhan is there alone keeping watch? Will that old poison notice anything? Gao Wen took a deep breath. Only after calming his emotions did he answer the Grand Elder's question. He won't. Big Brother and I have observed him several times. Though he's at titled Douluo level, we estimate that his strength isn't particularly outstanding among titled Douluo. For him to sense us from over 10 km away is nearly impossible. And Big Brother is also well aware how powerful titled Douluo are, so he stayed even farther away than usual. That makes it even less likely he'll be discovered. As he spoke, a proud smile appeared on Gao Wen's face. For someone at Soul Emperor level to spy on a titled Douluo in a way that was hard for the latter to notice, there were very few people on the entire Douluo continent who could pull that off. If he and his brother had even a single ability related to disguise, they would undoubtedly be the #1 special agents on the continent. He's still a titled Douluo. It's best to stay cautious. The Grand Elder didn't really think anything would happen to Gao Zhan, but basic vigilance was still necessary. Then, Grand Elder, when are we going to go wash that place clean? When Gao Wen asked this, his eyes were shining. Although he had no idea what exactly the ice and fire yin yang well was, judging by the sect's attitude and that poison Douluo's regard for it, it was absolutely a top-class treasure. The Grand Elder smiled at his words. After learning that the news about the ice and fire yin yang well was accurate, he too was itching to fly straight to the outskirts of Heaven Dou City. But right now, the sect needed him to preside over the bigger picture, and there were still arrangements to be made. At this moment, the second elder, Jade-skinned Douluo, arrived outside the door. Xiao Wen, how have you been this period of time? Looking at the travel-worn Gao Wen before him, the second elder sighed as he spoke. Gao Wen shook his head at this. Although he and his brother had stayed in the Sunset Forest for a full year, in terms of danger, it was still safer than being caught up with all those clans and sects. The second elder fell silent, then turned to look at the Grand Elder. Since Gao Wen had already returned to the sect, the Grand Elder must have learned the details of this operation. You found it. The Grand Elder nodded heavily at his question, then said to Gao Wen off to the side, Xiao Wen, tell this story from the beginning again. As the second elder listened to Gao Wen's account, he frowned. They had already speculated at the time that this ice and fire yin-yang well might already have an owner, but they hadn't expected that owner to be Dugu, the jade phosphor Douluo whose poison dominated the world. Dugu's combat strength in itself was nothing remarkable, but his terrifying poison skills were truly impossible to guard against. For people like them titled Douluo, his methods were fancy tricks at best, but for ordinary soul masters, he was practically a walking natural disaster. Dugu's strength isn't weak. Why don't we call Old Third as well, and I'll go with him. If that guy doesn't know what's good for him, we'll just take him out. Listening from the side, Gao Wen broke into a cold sweat. No matter how weak Dugu might be, he was still a bona fide titled Douluo, a legendary figure in the Soul Master world. Faced with someone of that level, the second elder's first thought was actually to just kill him. Then again, thinking it over, Gao Wen found it wasn't a bad approach. Dugu was too big a threat. In a certain sense, he was even more dangerous than Chiian Daou. If he wasn't their own person, they had to make sure the first strike would be fatal. The Grand Elder pondered the second elder's words for a moment. With the second and third elder's strength, dealing with a single Dugu wasn't hard, but actually keeping him there would be no small feat. Dugu hadn't never faced two titled Douluo at the same time. Once, he had fought two, one of whom was even an agility attack titled Douluo, and the two of them had a martial soul fusion skill. Their difficulty was far from what the second and third elders could be compared to. If in the end Dugu got away, what awaited the body sect would be ceaseless revenge. Having thought this through, the Grand Elder no longer hesitated. He turned to the second elder and said, to be safe, I'll go with Old Third for this trip, so we can avoid any incidents. As the only spiritual type titled Douluo on the continent, the Grand Elder was only half a step away from becoming a super Douluo. With him personally taking action, it wouldn't be hard to seize Dugu at the right moment. As for sect affairs, I'll leave them in your hands. You've got the experience for it anyway. Hearing that the Grand Elder intended to personally take the field, Gao Wen couldn't help being stunned. Two titled Douluo going after just Dugu felt a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Very soon, the Grand Elder's voice sounded again. Don't underestimate Dugu. Don't forget that back then, he survived being hunted down by Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. If you don't kill a snake, it'll come back to bite you. If you let a tiger return to the mountain, it'll bring disaster in the end. At these words, everyone's hearts tightened. Right, if they were going to make a move, they couldn't leave any future trouble. In that case, why don't I come along as well? With the three of us joining forces, there's absolutely no way Dugu can escape. The second elder pondered briefly, then directly upped the stakes, planning for the three Grand Elders to take the field together. Not a bad idea. The Grand Elder first nodded, then continued, but you've been in seclusion this whole time, so you don't know. The Yuntian Mountains has been a bit unsettled recently. We must have at least one titled Douluo guarding the sect. The Yuntian Mountains was one of the famous lawless zones on the Douluo continent, long inhabited by all sorts of desperate outlaws. Among them were hidden old soul Douluo, and there might even be titled Douluo-level experts that even a peak force like the body sect would have to take seriously. Under such circumstances, sending an experienced titled Douluo to sit at the mountain gate was indeed the safest choice. Even so, they all still had doubts in their hearts. The Yuntian Mountains might be chaotic, but over many years of slaughter, an unspoken balance had formed. Each faction kept to itself. How had things suddenly gotten to the point where the body sect needed to be this vigilant? The Grand Elder saw all their doubts and turned his gaze toward the direction of Skywater Academy, his tone tinged with a hint of teasing. Isn't it all because of that brat? These past few months, he's gone on a killing spree in the mountains. Counting soul ancestors and soul kings alone, he's killed close to 100 ruthless bandits and cutthroats. Those people who lick blood off the tip of the blade have sharper noses than hunting dogs. Do you think they wouldn't notice something's going on? So that's how it is. Hearing this, smiles appeared on the faces of both the second elder and Gao Wen. Over the last few months, in order to temper his combat skills, Cheni really had been killing red-eyed. Any brigands blocking his way or factions that actively provoked him were almost never left alive. They truly hadn't considered that this would alarm all the outlaws across the mountain range. That's nothing more than a small matter. The second elder waved his hand, his tone full of the unique arrogance belonging to a body sect titled Douluo. If most of the sect's upper echelon weren't currently in seclusion trying to break through to title Douluo, those trash, even if we penned them all up in the mountains as prey, they still wouldn't be able to stir up the slightest wave. In the second elder's eyes, those people in the Yuntian Mountains were either depraved soul masters who had betrayed humanity, or serious criminals wanted by the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. They deserved death to begin with. Killing them all might be a bit sweeping, but if you killed 9 and let 1 go, there would still be fish that slipped through the net. You might as well keep them as consumables for the sect's juniors. The Grand Elder agreed even more deeply in his heart. He had even already thought through these people's future use. Once the body sect officially came out of hiding and announced to the entire continent that the god of war had returned, they could seize the opportunity to wipe out all the evildoers entrenched in the Yuntian Mountains in one swoop, using their blood to build the body sect's prestige. After all, waste utilization, that was the best ending for these desperate outlaws. Seeing clearly that the Grand Elder had already made up his mind to leave, the others no longer tried to dissuade him. Looking at him, the second elder's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. In that case, when do we depart? This matter is of great import. The sooner, the better. I plan to take Gao Wen and leave immediately. With that said, he turned to face the south, pondered for a bit, then looked at Gao Wen at his side. Gao Wen, go to Skywater Academy and bring third elder and Cheni. Ah. The second elder and Gao Wen both froze. Bringing the third elder made sense. After all, the two elders working together would make the hunt more likely to succeed. But what were they bringing Cheni for? The second elder said anxiously, it doesn't seem appropriate to bring Xiaoyi along, does it? Battles at the titled Douluo level affected a huge area. Lower-ranked soul masters could easily die if they weren't careful, never mind that Cheni was only a soul elder. The Grand Elder didn't particularly want to take a soul elder into such a clash either. But some immortal herbs had to be eaten on the spot the moment they were picked. He wasn't sure whether the ice and fire yin-yang well contained that type of immortal herb, but bringing Cheni along would ensure they were prepared for anything. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 68. Chapter 68 Unseen Since Antiquity, A Family in Shock. 68. Chapter 68 Unseen Since Antiquity, A Family in Shock. Delicate white jade wine cups lightly clinked together, producing a crisp, pleasant sound. The third elder, Mu Shi, Qin Yun, and Shui Qin Mei raised their cups, each wearing an expression of ease and joy that came with sealing a new alliance. Mother. Mother. Very soon, 3 different childish voices broke the stillness in the room as 3 small figures walked in. Leading them was a young boy, precisely Cheni. He was only 7 years old. His frame still carried the slenderness of a child, but his steps were steady, and his gaze was clear and transparent, faintly revealing a composure beyond his age. Following behind Cheni were 2 girls who looked like ice and snow fairy sisters, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Shui Binger's temperament was cool and tranquil, like a snow lotus on a mountain peak untouched by dust. Shui Yuer, on the other hand, was more lively and spirited. The play of light in her eyes held curiosity and mischief. The appearance of the 3 immediately drew everyone's attention in the room. Xiao Yi, you 3 are. Mushi put down her cup, her gaze first landing on her son, then curiously sweeping over the pair of sisters behind him. A hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. Although she hadn't returned to Skywater Academy in many years, the body sect spies had occasionally transmitted important information about Skywater Academy back to the sect, including news about the Shui sisters. So Mushi was aware of her senior sister's famous pair of daughters. Cheni stepped forward and gave a slight bow to the elders, answering calmly, Mother, Third Elder, Grandmaster, Martial Ant. I went to the training grounds just now to get familiar with the environment. On the way back, I happened to run into sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Seeing the third elder's figure, Cheni was not surprised. He had long suspected that either the second or third elder was somewhere nearby. Cheni's explanation was straightforward, but Mushi's eyebrows arched slightly. The trace of surprise in her eyes quickly turned into understanding and mischief. The corners of her lips unconsciously lifted into a smile filled with Oni-san-like teasing. Oh, just by going to the training ground he can happen to meet the academy's two most outstanding little girls? That kind of coincidence was really something. Mushi looked at the three children standing side by side, the boy handsome, the girls beautiful. Standing together, they were a very pleasing sight. Then her gaze became a bit unfocused clearly. Her thoughts had already drifted toward a direction that older relatives were fond of imagining. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer also obediently greeted the elders. Shui Qingmei gave her daughters a small nod, but her gaze rested mainly on Cheni, full of scrutiny and curiosity. She hadn't paid much attention earlier, but now she was more intrigued than ever. A god? Did such beings really exist in this world? And this boy had actually been chosen by a supreme god. Qin Yun was the same. She looked at Cheni gently and said, I was just about to ask about this little rascal earlier, but your mother sent you out first, so I still haven't had a proper look at you. Then, with meaningful emphasis, she added, now that I see you, this little fellow really is excellent. Mushi's smile grew even more brilliant at that. She had just been about to offer a few modest words to her teacher, when Shui Qingmei gently set down her teacup, turned her gaze to the third elder, and spoke with a hint of seeking confirmation. Third elder, earlier you mentioned that Cheni possesses an unprecedented innate rank 20 soul power. Such a thing has never been heard of. I wonder if our family might have the honor of witnessing it for ourselves today. As soon as those words left her mouth, Cheni was slightly taken aback. The Shui sisters jolted as if struck by lightning, their beautiful eyes going wide as they stared at the boy standing calmly beside them in disbelief. Innate rank 20. Shui Yuer couldn't help but cry out in a small voice, brimming with shock. But, junior brother Chen, you clearly told us just now that you had innate rank 7.5 soul power. Shui Binger, though she didn't speak, had eyes full of astonishment and confusion. She looked at Chen Yi, clearly seeking an explanation. Innate rank 20 soul power? How was that possible? When she had awakened her martial soul, both her mother and grandmaster had said that innate full soul power rank 10 was already the limit a martial soul could reach. How could there be something like innate rank 20 soul power that no one had ever heard of? On the surface, Chen Yi's expression didn't change, but his heart was in turmoil. He cast a questioning look at Mushi and the third elder. Only when he saw them both nod slightly did he relax. So they had revealed T-Sit must be part of some larger plan of the sect. Faced with the Shui sisters' confusion and questioning, Cheni showed no trace of embarrassment at being exposed. He merely offered the two girls a slightly apologetic smile and said evenly, Sister Yuer, Junior Sister Binger, I was compelled to conceal the truth earlier. It wasn't my intention to deceive you. Please accept my apology. The sincerity in his tone eased much of the sisters' brief displeasure, replacing it with even greater curiosity. Innate rank 20 soul power? That was a level of talent unheard of in the entire recorded history of the Soul Master world. Just how powerful must the martial soul of someone like that be? Before the girls could think further, Cheni took a step forward. Without further explanation, he stirred his thoughts, and the vast soul power slumbering within him surged forth like a torrent unbound. Buzz! A powerful wave of soul power burst out from him as the center. It wasn't wild, yet it carried a heavy, oppressive force that made one's heart pound. For an instant it felt as though the air in the room had solidified, the lights flickering in response. With it, boundless, violent purple-gold lightning erupted outward. 3 deep, rich purple soul rings slowly rose from beneath Chen Yi's feet, revolving in a steady rhythm around his body. At the same time, he released his soul power pressure without restraint. His aura was clearly at the 37th Runka Soul Elder at level 37. How is this possible? Even with Shui Qingmei's experience as Skywater Academy's dean, she couldn't help but pale in shock. She sprang to her feet, staring fixedly at the 3,000-year soul rings. It felt as though her understanding of the world was being overturned on the spot. A 7-year-old soul elder, a 7-year-old 3-ring soul elder, and all 3 rings were 1,000-year level. Innate rank 20 soul power was already shocking enough. Yet this utterly abnormal soul ring configuration was just as unprecedented, completely beyond anything anyone could have imagined. Qin Yun was equally stunned. Her teacup fell onto the table with a paw, tea splashing out without her noticing. Her face was filled with astonishment, her lips trembled as she murmured, a complete body martial soul and 3,000-year soul rings. Only 7 years old, yet already at rank 37. A monster. This is a true monster. At that moment, Qin Yun finally believed that Cheni had indeed received the favor of a god. Only such a heaven-defying monster was worthy of a divine inheritance, and worthy of reaching that supreme realm. As for Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, they were completely dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, their rosy lips falling open as if they could fit an egg inside. They had thought that innate rank 20 soul power was already the limit of what their young hearts could handle, yet that turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg. 3,000-year soul rings, rank 37 at 7 years old. These facts struck like 3 heavy hammers, shattering their previous worldview to pieces. Shui Yuer instinctively clutched her sister's arm. Shui Binger felt her own heart thudding wildly. The look she gave Cheni had gone from initial puzzlement to complete awe and shock. So, when he'd said innate rank 7.5, it had been nothing more than a flimsy disguise. This was his true strength, terrifying beyond belief. Mushi watched the shock on everyone's faces, especially Shui Qingmei and Qin Yun's total loss of composure, and her heart swelled with pride. She had known that once her son's full talent was revealed, it would have exactly this effect. The third elder stroked his beard with a satisfied smile, a gleam in his eyes. He was quite pleased with the impact Cheni had created. Yes, this kind of visual harm couldn't be reserved for only the body sect members to enjoy. Skywater Academy was just the beginning. Cheni stood calmly in place, encircled by lightning. The 3 purple rings slowly revolved, casting shifting light and shadow over his still young yet already sharply defined features. He wasn't deliberately showing off, he simply displayed his strength openly. The ultimate lightning attribute that came with his body martial soul filled the air with a faint scorching smell, the natural manifestation of that extreme power. And this lightning, it far surpasses the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Even the current Yu Yuanzhen can't compare. Qin Yun took several deep breaths before she managed to suppress the storm in her heart. She looked at the third elder and said hoarsely, "Third elder, your body sect has truly produced a monster unseen in 10,000 years." Shui Qingmei regarded Cheni with a complex expression and sighed. "I've lived so many years and thought I'd seen my share of geniuses. But for someone like Cheni, genius is no longer enough to describe him. This is a true miracle." She then turned her head toward Mushi, her tone filled with sincere admiration. "Mushi, you've given birth to a remarkable son." Mushi hurried to demur. "Shao Yi has just been a bit more fortunate than most." But the smile at the corner of her eyes could not be hidden. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Cheni willed his martial soul and soul rings to withdraw. The suffocating aura and dazzling purple glow vanished in an instant. The reception room returned to calm, as if nothing had happened, yet the shock in everyone's hearts lingered on. Only then did Shui Binger and Shui Yuer come back to themselves as though waking from a dream. The way they looked at Cheni had completely changed. Where before there had been the casual regard of older schoolmates for a younger one, now there was only respect and overwhelming curiosity. Shui Yuer couldn't help muttering under her breath, "You big liar to be this powerful." There was no real blame in her tone. Instead, it carried a hint of admiration that even she did not notice. Shui Binger thought more deeply. She recalled the moment when Cheni had entered his martial soul state, that ultimate lightning power had caused her Ice Phoenix martial soul to shudder faintly. In her heart, she admitted, "I thought myself a peerless genius. Now I see I've only been a frog at the bottom of a well." Shui Qingmei sat back down, her expression once again showing her usual composure and decisiveness, but the look in her eyes as she regarded Cheni had become burning hot. Cheni's very existence was a stock of potential that could not be measured. Maintaining close ties with him and the body sect would bring Skywater Academy unimaginable benefits in the future. The conversation that followed grew even more passionate and in-depth. Cheni, however, quietly stepped aside to stand with Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Shui Yuer couldn't help scooting closer, her big eyes blinking at him as she lowered her voice. "Brother Cheni, just how do you cultivate 3,000-year soul rings? That's way too frightening." Though she didn't speak, Shui Binger's ears were clearly tuned to every word. Looking at the two sisters who'd been thoroughly shocked by his display, Cheni smiled but did not explain in detail. He only answered softly, "A series of coincidences, plus the body sect and my mother nurturing me with everything they had. Both of you are exceptionally gifted. Your future achievements will surely be limitless." His modesty did nothing to quell the Shui sisters' curiosity. Instead, it made them feel that this mysterious junior brother was even more unfathomable. 69, Chapter 69 Sparring Partner Cheni, Departure for Heaven Dou City. 69, Chapter 69 Sparring Partner Cheni, Departure for Heaven Dou City. At the back mountain of Skywater Academy, on an open space surrounded by tall trees, two figures were currently crossing paths, the sounds of impacts ringing out again and again. Shui Binger was breathing slightly heavier, her ice-blue eyes locked tightly onto the casually standing young man ahead of her. At this moment, a bright yellow soul ring circled around her body. Behind her, a phoenix entirely condensed from ice gracefully spread its wings, exuding a biting chill. It was her martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. As a prodigy born with full innate soul power who had reached rank 12 at the age of 6, she had always been the center of attention in Skywater Academy. Yet right now, she was feeling an unprecedented pressure from Cheni. As her opponent, Cheni simply stood there quietly, not even releasing his martial soul. Dressed in a simple purple training outfit, his figure was straight, his features firm and well-defined. Especially his eyes calm like a deep pool, as if they could reflect every trace of Shui Binger's movements and trajectories. There was no sign of soul power fluctuation from him at all, yet he gave Shui Binger a sense of absolute despair, as if he were undefeatable. "Junior Sister Binger, pay attention." Cheni spoke, his voice even, his tone lacking the slightest urgency of someone in a battle. Shui Binger bit down lightly on her silver teeth. She knew Cheni was instructing her otherwise. With his overwhelming strength, she probably wouldn't be able to take even a single move. From beginning to now, Cheni hadn't used his martial soul or any of his self-created soul skills, and even so, she had been thoroughly suppressed. This made the always gentle and tranquil Shui Binger suddenly ignite a strong competitive spirit. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Binger shouted softly, and the yellow soul ring around her instantly lit up. In that instant, the ground under Chen Yi's feet and the surrounding air instantly froze. Hard ice appeared out of thin air, about to completely encase him. This was a powerful control-type soul skill granted by the Ice Phoenix martial soul, almost instantaneous in speed. However, just as the ice layer was about to close, Chen Yi's figure seemed to blur slightly. He didn't use any soul skill. He merely drew his left foot half a step diagonally back in what looked like a casual retreat, while his body twisted at an angle so tiny it was almost imperceptible. Crack. The spot where Cheni had originally been standing was now covered by thick ice, but he himself was standing outside the sealed area, not even the hem of his clothes touched by the chill. It wasn't the ultimate in speed, but more like a kind of foresight predicting before the skill fully took effect, finding that slim, nearly non-existent sliver of life. Shui Binger's pupils shrank. Impossible. Her first soul skill was a lock-on instant cast skill. How did he dodge it? The only thing your skill locks onto is my aura and position, Cheni explained calmly. But in that instant before your soul power fully erupts, your gaze and the flow of your soul power will have a tiny directional shift. I just need to catch that, and then move away. It's less effort than taking it head-on. Hearing this, Shui Binger's heart tightened. She had already tried her best to hide her intentions, yet she was still seen through so clearly. Since control-type skills were ineffective, then she had to make it so he had nowhere to dodge. Thinking of this, Shui Binger no longer hesitated. Her body flashed forward, and the Ice Phoenix let out a clear cry. Its wings flapped fiercely, and dozens of sharp icicles shot toward Cheni like arrows, sweeping across the sky and sealing off all of his possible angles of evasion. Facing this area of effect attack, Cheni did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the icicles head-on. His movements did not seem fast, even a bit unhurried, but every step fell exactly into the gaps between incoming icicles. It looked perilous, yet every time the icicles brushed past his body by a hair's breadth, the cold wind they kicked up could only lift his hair, never touching his clothes. Just like that, Cheni strolled through the dense rain of icicles as if walking leisurely through a garden, his control precise enough to make one hold their breath. A few people secretly observing from afar couldn't help but have their pupils contract. Such perfectly measured dodges required not only extraordinary reaction and speed, but also an absolute insight into and control over the battlefield. Go, little sister. Junior brother Chen is amazing. At the edge of the clearing, a lively voice rang out cheerfully. Shui Yuer cupped her hands in front of her chest, her big, watery eyes almost turning into heart shapes as she stared unblinkingly at that purple figure in the field. Although she was a bit older than Shui Binger, she was outgoing and energetic by nature. Her small face was filled with open admiration and infatuation for Cheni. Hearing her elder sisters cheering, Shui Binger took a deep breath and pushed her soul power to the limit. The light of the Ice Phoenix grew even more dazzling. She no longer attacked from range, but rushed in close. Both her palms were wrapped in extreme cold, and wherever her palms swept, the air itself condensed into tiny ice crystals. She attached the chill of her martial soul to her hands and launched a close-quarters assault on Cheni. Her agile figure danced like a butterfly, but carried remarkable power. A trace of appreciation flashed through Cheni's eyes. Shui Binger's close combat level was quite good, no worse than some disciples of the body sect of her age. But she shouldn't be using close combat in front of him. Every one of Shui Binger's attacks was neutralized by Cheni at just the right moment. At the instant their hands met, Shui Binger only felt her strength vanish into nothing, as if thrown into the sea. It left her with an uncomfortable feeling like punching cotton. Pa! Very soon, Cheni's palm lightly rested on Shui Binger's wrist. With a gentle push of force, Shui Binger immediately lost her balance and stumbled 2 steps forward, her offensive collapsing in an instant. Wow! Little sister, that last move of yours was so pretty. And junior brother Chen's response was even more amazing. Shui Yuer's exclamation rang out right on cue. She seemed completely immersed in this seemingly evenly matched battle. In her eyes, every one of Chen Yi's movements was filled with an indescribable charm that absolute confidence and control made her heart flutter. Chen Yi withdrew his stance and stood still, a faint smile on his face. Not bad. In these last few days, your soul power circulation and attack rhythm are much better than before. With his affirmation, the bit of discouragement in Shui Binger's heart instantly vanished. She took a deep breath, calming the surging blood within her, and said sincerely to Chen Yi, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Chen Yi. No need to be polite. We're just learning from each other." Chen Yi nodded. A few days earlier, after Shui Binger learned of Chen Yi's true strength, she had wanted to spar with him. At first Chen Yi hadn't intended to bother with it, but Mushi strongly supported the idea. With the mental age of a middle-aged man, Chen Yi naturally knew what Mushi was thinking, but he really couldn't bring himself to feel any interest in this little sprout. However, since the body sect and Skywater Academy had just established cooperation, he truly couldn't refuse and could only agree to be the Shui sisters' sparring partner for a few days. Just as the two had stepped out of the training ground, Shui Heir ran over like a cheerful little bird. She first told Shui Binger, "Little sister, you were amazing." Then she immediately turned to Cheni, stars shining in her eyes. "Junior brother Chen, you're incredible. You're so strong even without using your martial soul. How did you do it? Those icicles were so dense." She chirped on, her face full of admiration and curiosity. Cheni didn't explain in detail, only saying simply, "Watch more, practice more, and you'll naturally learn." Then he looked up at the sky and smiled lightly. "That's it for today. Junior sister Binger, remember how it felt today. For a soul master, soul skills are just tools. How to use those tools depends on you." Cheni then nodded to Shui Heir. "Senior sister Heir, we should head back." Hearing this, Shui Heir nodded hard and quickly followed beside Cheni, still asking question after question. When the three of them stepped into the room, they happened to see the third elder resting with his eyes closed. Just as Cheni was about to speak, the third elder opened his mouth first. "The Grand Elder has sent word. Gao Zhan and Gao Wen have already found it. He wants me to take you to rendezvous with him." "It's been found." Cheni froze for a moment, then was overjoyed. The Icefire Yin Yang well had been located. The body sect was finally beginning to set foot on the road to rise. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolutecode. 70. Chapter 70 News about Dugu, a hypothesis. 70. Chapter 70 News about Dugu, a hypothesis. Heaven Dou City, one of the three great cities of the Douluo continent, the political and economic center of the Heaven Dou Empire, and the place where the continent's winds of change converged. At the south gate of Heaven Dou City, horse hooves shattered, the afterglow scattered across the ground. The four sturdy black horses pulled the carriage forward with rhythmic clopping as they entered the city gate. Passers-by hastily made way. Anyone who could afford a carriage pulled by four black-maned soul-beast horses was certainly rich or noble. Before long, the carriage stopped before a courtyard. The courtyard wasn't luxurious and wouldn't even count as mid-tier among the mansions of Heaven Dou's nobles, yet this was the body sect's temporary base in Heaven Dou City. "Whoa!" Gao Wen sharply pulled the reins. The ink-black horses let out a low neigh as the carriage wheels scraped softly against the bluestone road, coming to a steady stop at the gate. Just as he turned, about to announce their arrival, a wrinkled hand gently lifted the carriage curtain. A half-glimpse of graying hair appeared first, followed by a kind-looking face. Seat was the third elder. Before Gao Wen could step forward to assist, the rear curtain was lifted again and Cheni stepped out. His eyes were full of curiosity. This was Heaven Dou City, after all, the ancient city that would continue to create countless legends for the next 20,000 years. Not bad. The third elder's gaze swept over the courtyard in front of him, then over the densely packed, glittering East City district in the distance. He nodded approvingly. "This place is less than 10 km from where Dugu lives, yet it's in the southern district. We can monitor the Dugu estate while also avoiding the eyes of those nobles. As expected of you brothers. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find such a good spot. It's just a bit conspicuous. This place is right on the boundary between the south and east districts. There are too many people coming and going, it's easy to be noticed." Although this place was very convenient for observing Dugu, the heavy foot traffic meant their surveillance skills had to be top-notch. "Your criticism is just, third elder." Gao Wen smiled slightly. What the third elder said was true. If it weren't for Dugu's overwhelming strength, they wouldn't have chosen this location. "Please rest assured, third elder. During this time I've appeared here every day with a different face. Unless someone's strength far surpasses mine, there won't be any problems." Gao Zhan walked out from the shadows, the golden afterglow bathing him. His glittering eyes shone even brighter under the sun. "Besides, I've always kept a low profile. There aren't many people who would suspect me. Please, third elder. Please, junior brother Chen." The third elder nodded, and the group quickly entered the courtyard. Walking alongside the Gao brothers, Cheni asked Gao Zhan curiously, "Senior brother Gao, how have things been these days?" Gao Zhan froze for a moment at the question, a warm feeling passing through his heart. He smiled at Cheni. "Pretty good. Heaven Dou is really prosperous. I've been eating all sorts of delicious things these days. When this is over, I'll take you around properly. I can't vouch for anything else, but Heaven Dou City definitely has all kinds of strange and interesting things." Despite his words, as a sole emperor, Gao Zhan had been watching a titled Douluo day and night. That was an enormous strain both mentally and physically. He barely had any chance to enjoy good food at all. "All right, then I'll be counting on you two senior brothers." Cheni looked quite excited, drawing big smiles from the two brothers. As they spoke, the group had already reached the inner hall. The Grand Elder was standing at the entrance waiting for them. "Gao Zhan, tell them what Dugu has been doing lately." After a bit of small talk, the Grand Elder spoke, turning to Gao Zhan at the side. Hearing this, Gao Zhan immediately sat up straighter, his expression turning serious. For the past half-month, Dugu's routine hasn't changed much. Every month he goes to the Icefire Yin Yang well and stays for a few days. Aside from that, he's always in his estate and rarely goes out. Though Dugu was eccentric by nature, infamous for his odd, defiant personality, he was also one of the Soul Master world's rare old recluses. Other than staying at home doting on his granddaughter, he seldom had any contact with the outside world. In Heavendou City, he rarely interacted with anyone besides Prince Xuexing. No one knew how he'd managed to offend Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo back then, to the point they chased him across the entire continent. At most, he'll occasionally go to the Yi family medical hall to chat with Yi Xian, and when he goes, he'll stay the whole day. But 4 days ago, the eldest son of a duke kept harassing his granddaughter, Dugu Yen, day in and day out, and ended up getting beaten up badly by that girl instead. He then tried to use some shady methods, but before he could act, that very night Dugu went to that duke's estate and, right in front of the duke himself, tortured his son to death. Later, Crown Prince Xueqing He and Prince Xuexing rushed over in time and managed to keep that duke alive for now, but his ducal title will end with this generation. Good grief, Cheni inwardly exclaimed. A duke's son might be something among the high-ranking nobles of Heavendou, but to set his sights on the only blood relative of a titled Douluo, that was like an old man tired of living drinking arsenic. Dugu wasn't like those titled Douluo who had powerful sects behind them or sprawling clans. He had no big sect, no flourishing family, only one granddaughter he cared about. And you're just a duke's son, one without any real power at that. The Grand Elder and the Third Elder exchanged a look, each seeing the decision in the other's eyes. The time has come, the Grand Elder said in a low voice, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. Dugu wanted to kill, but in the end, for Xuexing's sake, he temporarily held back. Given that Dugu is a man who repays every slight, at most within these next 2 days he will definitely act. At that moment, we strike and take him down. The Third Elder stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed, he always moves alone. Striking then would be the best opportunity. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned murderous. The pressure from the two titled Douluo seemed to make even the air congeal. The Gao brothers held their breath, ready to charge toward the Dugu estate as soon as the elders gave the order. Wait! A clear voice suddenly rang out, shattering the heavy mood. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Cheni step forward, his brows tightly knitted. Grand Elder, Third Elder, Cheni cupped his hands in salute, but his tone was firm. This disciple believes that acting against Dugu now may not be the best time. The Grand Elder's brows furrowed. Why do you say that? Cheni took a deep breath, as if he had already prepared himself. He flipped his wrist and took out an old scroll from his soul tool, carefully unrolling it on the table in front of the Grand Elder. On the scroll was a painting of a middle-aged man with sinister features and sharp, eagle-like eyes, with green hair. It was the image of Dugu that the Sex Intelligence Network had collected decades ago. Please take a look, Grand Elder, Third Elder. Cheni pointed at the painting, his voice clear and steady. When I studied the sex records earlier, I paid special attention to the information on Dugu. Comparing this portrait with Senior Brother Gao's description just now, several decades ago Dugu, although cold in manner, had a healthy, ruddy complexion. But according to Senior Brother Gao's observations, the present Dugu not only has a faint green tint to his face and a constant gloom in his eyes, even his green hair shows an unnatural emerald hue. That is absolutely not the result of ordinary cultivation, but more like the sign of some poison accumulating in his body. Cheni paused slightly, giving everyone time to digest this information. His gaze swept over the two elders and the Gao brothers, who had all fallen into thought, then he continued his reasoning. What's even more noteworthy is that Senior Brother Gao mentioned Dugu goes to the Icefire Yin Yang well on the 15th of every month without fail, as regular as a clock. If it were only for cultivation, why would he need to be so punctual? Combining that with the abnormal changes in his appearance, I boldly speculate that he is very likely using the unique extreme cold and extreme heat of the Icefire Yin Yang well to forcibly suppress a very domineering and violent poison in his body. The 15th of each month may be exactly when the poison in his body is about to flare up or when it's the hardest to suppress. You mean? The Third Elder's eyes flashed brightly, as if he had grasped some key point. Exactly. Cheni's tone was firm, his words ringing. It is highly likely that Dugu has long been poisoned, and with a poison even he cannot completely resolve. His monthly trips to the Icefire Yin Yang well are a last resort to maintain his life and suppress the poison. If that's true, then by attacking when he is about to take revenge, when his emotions are stirred and the poison in his body may be unstable, while we might have a chance to exploit a weakness, it's even more likely we'll drive him to desperation, forcing him to trigger the poison in his body and perish together with us. The last counterattack of a titled Douluo whose body is saturated with strange poison and who knows he doesn't have long to live, how terrifying would that be? The consequences would be unimaginable. When his voice fell, the inner hall plunged into silence. Only the rising evening wind outside could be heard whistling through the corridor, making the needle-drop silence inside the hall stand out even more. 71, Chapter 71. The poisoned Douluo is poisoned. Poisoned Douluo, how could he possibly be trapped by poison? No wonder Gao Zhan was so shocked. On the Douluo continent, a titled Douluo had always been synonymous with invincibility, the supreme glory countless soul masters spent their entire lives pursuing. Every expert who obtained a title had taken their own path to the extreme and stood on the very peak of the Soul Master world. And Dugu, this expert who had attained his path through poison, had even resolutely given up the Jade Phosphor title bestowed by the Douluo Hall back then, choosing poison as his name to walk the world. What confidence and arrogance that took. Dugu clearly believed that, on the path of poison, he had already surpassed the boundaries of martial souls and reached the utmost pinnacle of all poison masters in history. Yet at this very moment, Cheni was firmly telling them that this poison Douluo who dominated the world with toxins had long since been corroded by a deadly poison himself, and might even not have much time left. They simply couldn't accept this. It was utterly horrifying. The room fell into dead silence, broken only by heavy breathing. At first, the Grand Elder and the Third Elder also found it unbelievable. But seeing the steady, tranquil gaze in Chen Yi's eyes, and recalling those little-known secrets about Dugu, some long-buried clues began to link together in their minds like flashes of lightning. A sharp light flashed through the Grand Elder's brilliant eyes. He suddenly raised his head. His voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible hint of delight. If this old man remembers correctly, Dugu's son, as well as his daughter-in-law, were both considered quite talented back in the day. Yet both of them died inexplicably in their prime. The cause of death remains a mystery even now. The outside world has always speculated it was an accident or an assassination. The Third Elder immediately picked up the thread. His eyes were obscure and unreadable. His tone grew heavier. Indeed, we don't know why exactly Dugu is afflicted by such a deadly poison. But if Hesamion, who cultivated poison to the level of a titled Douluo, still couldn't control it, then his closest blood relatives would most likely be the first to suffer. The more the Third Elder spoke, the more alarmed he felt. Dugu himself probably only truly realized that maggot-in-the-bone poison had already burrowed deep into his own body after watching his children die in front of him. It's just that his cultivation is formidable enough to forcibly suppress it until now. You had to know, Dugu's martial soul wasn't some ordinary Jade Phosphor Serpent, but the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor, a truly top-tier beast martial soul. Its toxicity was terrifying. Even ordinary soul Douluos would die on contact. The Spirit Hall itself had never objected to the title Poison Douluo, which said enough about his poison. A poison that even someone like Dugu couldn't completely suppress. Just how fearsome must it be? This speculation was too shocking, like a thunderclap detonating in the hearts of the two titled Douluo. All the things that had never quite made sense in the past now seemed to have an explanation. Why Dugu's temperament had grown more and more irritable in recent years. Why he'd stayed secluded, rarely leaving Heaven Do City. Why his cultivation seemed to have stagnated with no further progress. Looking at it now, that likely wasn't a bottleneck at all. Rather, he was being forced to pour the vast majority of his soul power, time, and energy into resisting and suppressing the poison in his body, leaving him with no strength to assault a higher realm. A man who spends every day wrestling with his own life and death to still dream of advancing further in cultivation would be pure delusion. Cheni, the Grand Elder, looked steadily at the youth standing quietly to the side, his voice low and urgent. If what you say is true, and Dugu has already been poisoned to the marrow, then what do you intend to do? Cheni met the curious gazes of the two elders, the corner of his mouth hooking into a deep, meaningful arc. He had already thought this through in his heart. Dugu was guarding a mountain of treasure without knowing it. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Icefire Yin-Yang Well was a treasure trove shaped by heaven and earth. The power of extreme heat and extreme cold intersected there, nurturing countless immortal-grade herbs, a peerless sanctuary that could drive any soul master, any sect, utterly mad. But in Dugu's hands, aside from using the extreme environment to barely suppress the toxins in his body and to identify a few deadly substances for cultivation, he knew almost nothing about that valley full of treasures. It was outright squandering heaven's gifts. Dugu might know those herbs were precious, but he didn't truly understand their effects or how to use them. He could only rely on the Icefire Yin-Yang Well to cling to life, never even considering the possibility of curing himself with it. This was an information gap, and it was the biggest leverage point for dealing with Dugu. Elders, this disciple believes that with a man like Dugu, killing him would be far less valuable than winning him over. After pondering for a moment, Cheni finally spoke slowly. Dugu's condition is likely more serious than we imagined. The poison in his body may already have penetrated his bones. Ordinary detoxification methods are useless to him otherwise. With his abilities, he would never have delayed it until now. Cheni paused, then continued. Right now, what matters most is to confirm whether Dugu, as his only remaining blood relative, has also been afflicted by this poison. You mean? A light of understanding flashed in the Third Elder's eyes. Dugu's poison might be hereditary? Then wouldn't that Jade Phosphor Serpent martial soul be doomed to disappear from the continent? Precisely. Cheni nodded, affirming the Third Elder's guess. If my speculation is correct, as long as we resolve the hereditary problem of the Dugu family, then knowing Dugu's character, he will definitely stand with us in the future. This was Chen Yi's true intention. Though Dugu had an eccentric temper and was unpredictable in his moods, he was clear-cut in his grudges and gratitude and was loyal to a fault. If they could establish a good relationship with him, it would bring no small benefit when the body sect eventually emerged into the world. At present, the body sect had been keeping a low profile. While the sect's overall strength had been rising rapidly, its influence and external reach had shrunk somewhat, as their strategic focus shifted toward vast sea city. When the sect emerged in the future, if they wanted to quickly establish themselves, powerful external allies would be indispensable. Dugu Ba Strong, with relatively simple background, and urgently in need of help was undoubtedly an excellent choice. The two elders immediately turned their eyes toward Gao Zhan, silently asking for confirmation. Gao Zhan understood at once and hurriedly reported. Honored elders, from this disciple's observations, although Miss Dugu Yen appears no different from ordinary people, there is indeed an unnatural ghostly green sheen deep in her hair color, and there's a slight dullness to the hue of her pupils. If junior brother Chenyi's speculation is correct, this is definitely not normal. It's very likely an early sign that toxins have begun to deposit and manifest within her body. Thinking of this, Gao Zhan also felt a surge of emotion. As the only close relative of a titled Douluo, Dugu Yen should have been born to shine. Yet at such a young age she was already deeply afflicted by a fatal poison. Her prime years were about to be cut brutally short. So it was true. Delight flashed across the faces of the two elders. Back then, Dugu Bo had agreed to become a guest elder of the Heaven Dou Empire and settle in Heaven Dou City just because Xue Xing had saved his life once. A man as unrestrained as him had done all that for a single favor. This time, his leniency toward that ducal household was likely also on Xue Xing's account. If they could resolve this matter, then the future Jade Phosphor Serpent clan would surely become a close ally of the body sect. But if even Dugu Bo had been unable to accomplish this, what could Cheni possibly do? As they all turned their gaze toward him, Cheni smiled mysteriously. Looking at the rising moon outside, he chuckled softly. Elders, senior brother then will be finding out very soon. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 72 Chapter 72 The Shocked Dugu Bo 2 titled Douluo Suppress the Jade Phosphor. 72 Chapter 72 The Shocked Dugu Bo 2 titled Douluo Suppress the Jade Phosphor. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Heaven Dou City, Dugu Bo's mansion. Grandpa, you've only just come back for a few days, and you're going out again. Dugu Yen, dressed in a green dress, pouted as she tugged on Dugu Bo's sleeve. Her pretty face was full of reluctance. She had depended on her grandfather since childhood. Though she knew that as a titled Douluo he often had important matters to attend to, this feeling of being separated again and again was really hard to bear. Looking at his granddaughter, Dugu Bo's cold, stern features softened a little, but deep in his gloomy eyes there flashed a trace of barely noticeable worry. The toxins in his body had grown more and more restless lately. He had to go to that medicinal garden to suppress them. He rubbed Dugu Yan's hair. His voice was hoarse but gentle. Yen, be good. Grandpa truly has urgent matters to deal with. Train diligently at the academy. I'll be back in a few days. Although still unhappy, seeing that her grandfather's expression was so grave, Dugu Yen could only let go, mumbling, then you have to come back quickly. And remember to bring something tasty for me. All right. Dugu Bo agreed repeatedly, gave a few more instructions, and then his body blurred. In the next instant he turned into a streak of emerald light, vanishing from the courtyard. Always busy, always something. There's only me alone in this house. I'm going to find Lingling to play. Leaving Heaven Dou City behind, Dugu Bo pushed his speed to the limit. The toxins inside him churned constantly, twisting his face into a ferocious grimace. A streak of green light shot through the familiar dense forest, then across a bank of poisonous miasma that most people saw as certain death. With his abilities as poison Douluo, he naturally ignored these outer toxins. However, just as he was about to step into the core area of the Icefire Yin Yang well, his footsteps suddenly halted. Something felt wrong, so wrong that it felt too right. The poisonous miasma in the air seemed gentler, not weaker, exactly, but lacking some of its usual violent fury, as if some unseen force had combed through it. Furthermore, it was too quiet around him. Even the poisonous insects and strange beasts that usually thrived in this place's rich spiritual energy were deathly silent. Was it an illusion? Or had someone entered before him? Dugu Bo's heart sank as a wave of foreboding washed over him. His eyes grew razor-sharp. Soul power surged beneath his skin. The ghostly outline of emerald scales appeared faintly upon his body. He carefully withdrew his aura, gliding forward like a silent specter. The Icefire Yin Yang well appeared just as he remembered it, half icy blue, searing and surging half crimson, radiating bone-piercing cold. Mist rose where the two extreme springs met, saturated with vast heaven and earth energy. Yet beside that drifting mist at the spot that should have belonged exclusively to him there was now another figure standing there. It was a youth, no more than 10 years old by the looks of it, dressed in a well-tailored purple-gold robe. The hem of his clothes fluttered gently in the breeze stirred by the Icefire Yin Yang well. Golden thread traced intricate, ancient patterns across the fabric, glimmering faintly in the interwoven red and blue light. The youth stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from Dugu Bo, quietly admiring this spectacle of nature. His posture was as calm as if he were strolling through his own backyard garden. Dugu Bo's pupils shrank abruptly, his heart jolting. The outer regions of this Icefire Yin Yang well were shrouded in layer upon layer of toxic miasma, and its location was extremely secret. It was his greatest secret and his foundation for survival. Even his late son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter Dugu Yen knew nothing of it. How had this youth found the place? And how had he passed safely through a poisonous barrier that could kill even a soul sage? Who are you? Dugubo's voice was icy cold, brimming with suppressed fury and killing intent. The terrifying pressure of a tidal Douluo surged toward the youth like a tidal wave. Why are you here? Speak. It was as if the youth in purple gold robes only now realized he wasn't alone. He turned around slowly. He had a handsome, determined face. His eyes were clear yet held a calm and depth far beyond his years. There was the faintest hint of a smile at his lips, and he seemed utterly unaffected by the oppressive aura that would make even a soul Douluo's heart tremble. The youth's gaze passed over Dugubo, and instead of answering, he chuckled softly. His voice was clear and bright. What a marvelous treasure trove favored by heaven and earth. Ice and fire in harmony, two extremes intersecting, it truly lives up to its name. He paused briefly, then met Dugubo's almost blazing stare. His tone held a leisurely amusement that bordered on infuriating. As for who I am, and how I came here, Senior, a blessed land like this, bestowed by heaven and earth, has always been something that goes to whoever is fated. Since when did it become the private property of a single person or clan? Whoever is fated. Hearing these words, Dugubo was so enraged he laughed. A mere boy, whose aura suggested he was only around soul elder level, dared to spout such nonsense about heavenly treasures belonging to the fated in front of him, truly ignorant of life and death. What a sharp-tongued brat. I don't care who you are, nor do I care where you're from. Since you dared trespass on this place today, there's only one path left for you, death. I'd very much like to see how hard your so-called fate really is. Green light flared violently around him as Dugubo's 9 soul rings rose at once, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black. A vast surge of soul power erupted, making the springs of the ice fire yin-yang well churn wildly. He wasted no more words. In a blur, he shot forward like a ghost. A withered hand covered in the scales of the jade phosphor serpent emperor shot out with a reeking gust of wind, aiming straight for the youth's face. It was a wrathful strike from a tidal Douluo, its speed beyond imagination. Yet just as his hand was about to brush the youth's robe, buzz, 2 indescribably terrifying auras descended without warning. One was as heavy as an eternal mountain range, its ancient, primal pressure crashing down like the sky itself had turned into a giant invisible hand, pressing upon everything beneath. It made his breath catch in his throat and his soul power stall. The other aura was at first like a deep, hidden undercurrent. Then it unfolded into an oceanic vastness, silently flooding every inch of space, turning the surrounding heaven and earth into its own domain. Both auras were at the level of tidal Douluo. Moreover, that boundless one made Dugubo's very soul tremble. He could feel a long-lost, razor-sharp threat of death, clearer than when he had once faced that freakish corpse spirit master at the same time. What? Dugubo's expression changed drastically. He forcibly halted his forward momentum, yanking his soul power back to guard his body. He stared, shocked and wary, toward the source of those auras. 2 figures appeared silently in front of the youth. One stood ahead of him, the other behind, sealing off all possible paths of attack or retreat. The man in front wore black robes. His face was hard and angular, his eyes still as a deep pool. That was where the mountain-like aura came from. Just by standing there, he seemed fused with the earth itself, immovable. The other, to the youth's rear and side, was an old man of tall yet thin build, dressed in a simple gray robe with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes flashed with tangible beams of light when they flickered, making others instinctively afraid to meet his gaze. What made Dugubo truly wary was that the deadly aura that made him feel such a clear threat was coming from this gray-robed elder. 2 titled Douluans, certainly not ordinary ones. Especially the latter, his cultivation clearly surpassed Dugubo's, and seemed even stronger than Pope Chian Sunji had been back then. Rank 95 or even a super Douluo. Dugubo's heart plunged. He finally understood why the youth was so unruffled, and why he had felt such inexplicable unease in the outer poisonous miasma. Every muscle in his body tensed as he pushed his jade phosphor serpent emperor martial soul to full power. Green venomous mist coiled around him, yet he didn't dare make a rash move. Even against just one of these 2, he had no certainty of victory, never mind both, especially when one of them was utterly unfathomable. If this turned into a fight, his chances of escape were almost nil. You gentlemen, exactly who might you be? His voice was dry now, his gaze locked warily onto the grey-robed elder, more serious and on guard than he had ever been. I, Dugubo, have no grievance with either of you, as far as I know. Why break into my medicinal garden, and toy with me together with this brat? Even as he spoke, Dugubo's mind raced, combing through his memories, but he could not recall when such 2 monstrous experts had appeared on the continent, nor when he might have offended them. The grey-robed and black-robed elders said nothing, they merely stood there in silence, yet their locked-on auras held Dugubo as securely as shackles. At this point, the youth in purple gold robes let out another light chuckle, finally breaking the suffocating stillness. He took a step forward and looked calmly at the battle-ready Dugubo. Senior Dugu, no need to be so tense. We're not here to seize your medicinal garden, nor to make sport of you. Let me reintroduce myself. This junior is Cheni. As for these two, Cheni inclined his head slightly toward the elders behind him. They are seniors from my sect. We have come today to wait for you here with only one purpose, to discuss a transaction with you, one that concerns your very life, as well as the future inheritance of the Jade Phosphor Serpent martial soul. Though spoken in a moderate tone, each of his words rang like a hammer blow in Dugubo's heart. His very life. His martial soul's inheritance. Dugubo's pupils contracted sharply. Gazing at this mysterious youth, Cheni, and the two titled Douluo standing like guardian deities at his back, all his previous anger and killing intent were suddenly swallowed by a deeper shock and disbelief. His life, his martial soul's inheritance, could they know about that matter? And if so, how? 73, Chapter 73, Sworn Oath, Joining. Locked in the overlapping auras of the two titled Douluo, Dugubo felt like a flying insect trapped in amber. Even the circulation of his soul power was 3 parts sluggish. Before him stood the fathomless grey-robed elder, his aura like a blade, pressing a threat of death against Dugubo's back. Behind him, the black-robed elder's presence was as heavy as a mountain, blocking all avenues of retreat. And that youth who called himself Cheni simply stood by the spring, composed and at leisure, as if this was not a three-way standoff among peak experts, but merely an ordinary meeting. Senior Dugu, Cheni spoke at last, shattering the suffocating silence. His voice remained mild, yet a certain irresistible force underlay his words. Can we talk calmly now? About you, and about your Jade Phosphor Serpent clan and the agony of that poison born from your martial soul. Dugubo's heart jolted violently, though a layer of frost instantly settled over his face. He forced a cold laugh, voice sharp but hollow. Nonsense. I, Dugubo, reign supreme in poison. My body itself is the source of 10,000 toxins. How could I be poisoned? Ridiculous. And as for clan inheritance, that's even more absurd. He deliberately avoided mentioning life and death, because at this moment, his life truly was in their hands. To bring it up himself would be nothing but self-humiliation. Cheni seemed unsurprised by his denial. He shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with a kind of pity for someone whose secrets he'd already seen through. Senior, denial doesn't solve anything. The poison in your body has long since seeped into your marrow, eaten away at your soul, and even been written into your bloodline, passed down to your descendants. He took another few steps forward, his gaze as sharp and precise as the best of surgical scalpels, slicing through the fragile facade Dugubo struggled to maintain. First, your appearance. As a titled Douluo, your cultivation pierces the heavens. Your vital energy should be thriving and your complexion ruddy. Yet, if you look at your hair, not only does it appear a dark green, but if one inspects the roots carefully, there is a faint hint of lifeless gray-white. That isn't caused by age, but by life force continuously being corroded and drained by poison. Dugubo instinctively wanted to retort, but he found his throat oddly dry. Without waiting for him to speak, Cheni continued. Next, your pupils. It's normal for someone with the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor martial soul to have unusual eyes. But the fact is, when light falls upon your pupils, there's a fleeting hint of murkiness and dissociation. That's a sign the toxins are beginning to affect your spiritual core. Whenever it's a dark, rainy night, or when your emotions fluctuate wildly, do you feel a stabbing pain between your brows, as if needles were pricking your forehead? That is the sign of your toxins rampaging and striking at your sea of consciousness. Each word was like a cold awl puncturing Dugubo's heart, stabbing through one thin layer of psychological defense after another. These were all things he had buried deep, secrets even he had nearly forgotten. Now, they were precisely, unerringly spoken aloud by this youth. The resulting shock and fear overwhelmed even the pressure of the two titled Douluo. How could you possibly? Dugubo's voice trembled slightly, something he himself failed to notice. He realized that in front of this youth, he had virtually no secrets. Cheni did not explain how he knew all this. Instead, he delivered his heaviest blow yet. If my sex records are correct, your son and daughter-in-law were both individuals of uncommon talent. Yet each of them, after their spirit power reached a certain critical level, or after giving birth to a child, had their bodies suddenly collapse. Their toxins erupted throughout their bodies, and in the end they died beyond saving. Am I correct? And your granddaughter, Dugu Yen. Cheni's tone slowed, but the pressure in it only grew heavier. She is still young and her cultivation is shallow, so the toxins have yet to be fully activated. But if you look carefully, is her hair color not even deeper than yours was at the same age? Do her eyes not occasionally show a hint of fatigue far beyond that of her peers? And when her emotions run high, doesn't the soul power around her carry a faintly sweet, uncontrolled, restless scent of blood and poison? These past few days, Cheni and his companions had hardly been idle. To obtain first-hand information, the Grand Elder had personally visited Yi Xian and his granddaughter, asking some carefully chosen questions. As physicians, they hadn't revealed much, but what they said was more than enough. Senior, poison in the blood cannot be hidden. You might be able to protect her for a few more years, but when she begins to strike at higher realms, or one day marries and has children, will the dormant toxins in her body not simply replay the tragedy of your son and daughter-in-law? Enough. Don't say another word. Dugubo suddenly roared, like a wounded beast. His straight back hunched slightly, all his toughness and stubborn front collapsed in an instant, leaving only unending pain and regret and a despair born from being laid bare to the bone. He stumbled back a half step, bracing himself against a rock near one of the boiling springs to barely remain standing. After a long time, he finally raised his head. Bloodshot veins marred his eyes. His voice was hoarse. What you said is right. My jade phosphor serpent martial soul may seem mighty, but in truth it's a curse handed down generation after generation. Having spoken, it was as if he'd shouldered off a weight of 1,000 pounds, yet at the same time fallen deeper into an abyss. He muttered, "The jade phosphor poison is tyrannical beyond compare. As one's cultivation rises, the poison's backlash only grows stronger. The higher the realm, the harsher the backlash. This poison is born from the martial soul itself, inborn. It cannot be purged by external force. My son and my daughter-in-law, they all died because of this damned martial soul." His words choked with anguish so deep it seemed to cut to the bone. Yen Yen is still young. The poison in her isn't obvious yet, but I don't know how much longer this can last. I'm terrified that one day, she'll end up like her parents, dying in front of my eyes. In this moment, the poisoned Douluo who'd made the entire continent tremble in fear was no longer a peerless powerhouse looking down upon all. He was just an old man shackled by his clan's curse, who had watched his loved ones die and could do nothing. The intertwined red and blue glow of the ice fire yin-yang well played across his weathered face, giving him an air of bleak desolation. Cheni listened quietly, not interrupting. Only when Dugu's emotions had settled somewhat did he finally speak, his voice as calm as ever but now with a steadying warmth to it. "Senior, the past is over. What matters is the future. Since this junior can see the root of the problem, naturally, I also have the means to resolve it." Dugu's head snapped up, a light of desperate hope bursting forth from his clouded eyes. He stared fixedly at Cheni. Can you truly detoxify it? Save Yen Yen? Save the Dugu family? Not only can I save her, I can also address the hidden dangers in the inheritance of the jade phosphor serpent martial soul at their root. Cheni nodded solemnly. Then his tone shifted, growing serious and formal. "But this method is one of my sect's core secrets, its very inheritance. It's impossible for my sect to simply hand such a crucial secret over freely to an outsider like Senior. There would be great dissent within the sect, so..." The map of Dugu's weaknesses had been flipped through to the last page. Chenyi's gaze sharpened, locking onto Dugu's eyes. "If you wish to obtain this method of salvation, Senior will have to pay a corresponding price." "What price? Name it." Dugu blurted out in agitation. "Spirit bones, wealth, the secret poison manuals I've collected over my life, anything that I possess, you can have." For the life of his granddaughter and the continuation of his family line, he was prepared to sacrifice everything. But Cheni shook his head. "These external things are not what my sect needs." He paused a beat, then spoke each word clearly. "My condition is this. You, Dugu, poisoned Douluo, must swear upon your own martial soul to serve the sect I belong to from this day forth. You must obey its orders and live and die with it. Only once you become one of us will the sect's secrets be fully revealed to you." "What? Serve?" Dugu's face changed drastically. The hope that had just flared within him felt as if doused by a bucket of cold water. He had lived his life proud and untamed, always acting alone. Even with the Heaven Dou royal family, he was only a guest elder. He had never once considered swearing fealty to a power. To him, that was handing over his freedom and dignity entirely. Impossible. He reflexively rejected. The pride of a titled Douluo would not permit such a condition. "I, Dugu, have roamed free all my life. I have never..." "Senior." Cheni cut him off. His voice was not loud, but it carried the harsh weight of reality. "Please look clearly at your current situation. If my sect did not have the intention of recruiting you and had not offered this path, then given the state you're in now, and the fate waiting for your granddaughter, the end of the jade phosphor line is already sealed. You can cling to your lofty freedom and pride and watch your bloodline be severed while you yourself die in agony from your own poison. Or you can let go of some insistences and trade them for the continuation of your family, a chance for you yourself to break your shackles, and perhaps even for the jade phosphor serpent's martial soul to truly shine across the continent in the future. Remember, this chance comes only once." Each word fell like a heavy hammer upon Dugu's heart. He forced himself to look away from Cheni and glance toward the two silent titled Douluo at his side. The gray-robed elder's eyes were as calm as an ancient, while the black-robed elder's sharp gaze made even Dugu's soul quiver. He had no doubt that if he refused, it would be impossible to leave this place safely. Even if he miraculously escaped, how would he cure his granddaughter's poison then? His freedom and pride weighed on one side of the scale, his bloodline's survival and future hope on the other. The balance swung wildly. He thought of his son and daughter-in-law's agonized, unwilling gazes on their deathbeds. He thought of Dugu Yan's sunny, innocent smile and the danger lurking beneath it. He had pursued power his entire life and stood at the pinnacle of the soul master world, yet he couldn't even protect the ones he loved most. That sense of helplessness hurt more than any poison. The silence dragged on, feeling as long as a century. The insects around the ice fire yin-yang well chirped intermittently, as if urging him to decide. At last, Dugu took a deep breath, as if it cost him everything. He straightened his slightly stooped back. The struggle, pain, and unwillingness in his expression all finally condensed into a resolute acceptance. He looked at Cheni, his eyes complicated, voice rough. Fine, I agree. With that, he did not hesitate further. Slowly, he raised his right hand, his 5 fingers coming together as he forced a drop of blood from his fingertip. It shimmered with a dense emerald glow and terrifying soul power. The blood hovered in the air, emitting a strange light. The shadow of the jade phosphor serpent emperor flickered faintly within. Dugubo's expression turned solemn, even faintly tragic, as he spoke in a deep voice. I, Dugubo, hereby swear upon my jade phosphor serpent emperor martial soul. I willingly pledge myself to a... He suddenly realized he didn't even know what sect they belonged to and turned to Cheni. Junior, your sect is called the Body Sect, Cheni replied calmly, giving 3 simple words. A flicker of puzzlement crossed Dugubo's eyes. He had never heard of such a sect, but this was not the time to ask. He resumed his oath. I pledge myself to the Body Sect. From this day forth I shall heed the sect's commands, sharing its fortunes and its hardships, living and dying with it. Should I break this oath, may my martial soul shatter, my soul be scattered, and may I never be reborn. As his voice fell, that drop of blood suddenly burst into green flame, collapsing into a complex emerald sigil. It flashed once before sinking into his brow. An invisible binding force formed, tightly tying his fate to that mysterious body sect. Once the oath was complete, Dugubo seemed to age several years in an instant. Yet in the depths of his eyes, there was also a hint of relief at having laid down a burden and a faint spark of hope for the future. Seeing the oath take hold, a satisfied smile finally surfaced on Cheni's face. He stepped forward and made a token gesture of support. Elder Dugu, please, there's no need to bow so low. From today onward, you are a member of my body sect. Rest assured, our sect has never treated its own unfairly. Facing the expectant look in Dugubo's eyes, Cheni turned to the lush medicinal herbs growing around the ice fire yin yang well. His tone grew relaxed and confident. Now, we can begin to address the chronic affliction that has haunted your Dugu clan for generations. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 74, Chapter 74 3 Plans, Lower, Middle, Upper. 74, Chapter 74 3 Plans, Lower, Middle, Upper. Gazing at the ice and fire yin-yang well before him, with mist curling upward, Chenyi's eyes seemed to pierce through the red and blue springwater's outward appearance and delve straight into the very essence of the countless heavenly herbs nurtured within it. Dugubo, who had only just sworn his oath and whose mind had yet to fully calm, fixed his gaze on him, waiting for the continuation that concerned his own fate. Cheni slowly turned around to face Dugubo. His expression was calm and composed as he spoke. Elder Dugu, the poison of your jade phosphor serpent martial soul originates from the very source, entangling your bloodline. It is indeed difficult to resolve by ordinary means. But all things in this world counter and give birth to one another. Even in this place of certain death, a sliver of life is hidden. At present, I have 3 plans, upper, middle, and lower, that can resolve the disaster within your body and even your bloodline's inheritance. Each has its pros and cons, you may weigh them yourself. 3 plans. Dugubo's spirit lifted. He hurriedly said, please explain in detail. The Grand Elder and the Third Elder also showed interested expressions. They wanted to hear what astonishing argument this young master, who always defied expectations, would put forward this time. Cheni slightly nodded, then extended one finger first and pointed toward the yang spring side of the ice and fire yin-yang well at a stalk of immortal herb that emitted a faint pink halo. Its shape resembled a peony, yet was even more elegant and holy. Around that immortal herb, the thick miasma of poison actually retreated by itself, forming a patch of pure land. The lower plan is to borrow the power of that aromatic silk beauty. Chenyi's voice echoed clearly through the valley. This is a nemesis of all poisons, capable of neutralizing myriad toxins. If we use this immortal herb as the principal medicine and supplement it with several spirit herbs that harmonize medicinal properties to refine a detoxifying pill, we can gradually dissolve the venom that has seeped into your bones and entangled your martial soul. This method is the most stable, with virtually no risk. At these words, a sliver of hope had just arisen in Dugubo's eyes, when Chenyi's tone suddenly shifted. However, once this method is carried out, the toxic arts upon which your fame rests will likely dissipate by 7 or 8 parts out of 10. At that time, though the poison will be dispelled, your cultivation will suffer greatly. Whether you can even remain at the rank of titled Douluo will be hard to say. To lose 70 or 80% of his power. Dugubo's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He subconsciously retreated half a step, his eyes filled with rejection and fear. He had roamed the continent his entire life, making plenty of enemies. The fearsome name of the poison Douluo was his greatest protection. If he lost these toxic arts, then even if the venom was purged, he would be nothing more than an ordinary soul master by then. Would all those enemies he'd made over the years possibly let him go? What would become of him and Yen Yen? To have a healthy body, yet no strength to protect that health, in this Douluo continent where the weak are meat for the strong, how was that any different from being a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? No, absolutely not. Dugubo almost squeezed the words out from between his teeth, his voice trembling slightly with lingering dread. If I lose this cultivation, I, Dugubo, am no different from a dead man. This plan, forgive me, but I cannot accept it. Dugu rejected it decisively, yet deep in his heart he silently memorized the aromatic silk beauty. He was already over 70, he had long lived enough. He himself could forego it, but perhaps he could leave it for Yen. If in the end he could not find a better solution, then letting Yen purge the poison even if she became a completely ordinary person would be far better than dying from poison. That thought, like a seed, quietly took root in his heart. Cheni was not surprised by Dugubo's intense reaction. The pride of a titled Douluo and his dependence on strength were not so easily set aside. The next moment, Cheni's expression unchanged, he raised a second finger. The middle plan is divert and transfer, condense into a poison sac. Since the poison is hard to eradicate, we will not force its dissolution. Instead, we guide it, drive it out and gather it into a specific container, refining it into a poison sac you can use for yourself. This container is best a soul bone that is compatible with you. Soul bone. At these words Dugubo's gaze tightened. To a titled Douluo like him, soul bones were also extremely precious. But if he truly wanted to find one, it wouldn't be difficult. He could just go to a soul beast forest and spread some poison. Some soul bones were bound to turn up. It was just not very humane. Correct, Cheni affirmed. Soul bones can perfectly fuse with a soul master's body and are the best carriers to hold poison. Moreover, a soul bone itself can slowly evolve as the soul master grows, and can to some extent adapt to changes in the poison. I suggest choosing a strength-type 10,000-year soul bone as the most suitable. Strength-type soul bones are tough in texture, with strong bearing capacity, and can better withstand the impact of violent toxins. He glanced at the Grand Elder, then continued. Since Elder Dugu has already joined our body sect, you are one of our own. Our sect has accumulated some strength-type soul bones of 10,000-year quality over the years. They can be offered as a greeting gift to aid you in implementing this middle plan. These years, the body sect had caused no small amount of trouble in the seas. Their stockpile of soul bones was not insignificant. Using them to secure the loyalty of a titled Douluo was more than worth it. Cheni's tone was calm, yet the weight behind his words made Dugubo's heart skip a beat. 10,000-year soul bones were strategic treasures for any power, yet the other party could so casually promise to produce one as a mere greeting gift. Just how deep was the foundation of this body sect? Thinking of this, Dugubo's resistance toward his earlier decision lessened a bit. However, Cheni soon pointed out this method's flaws as well. Still, this plan has obvious drawbacks. A soul bone is, after all, something external. Though it fuses with the body, its essence remains dead matter. It has a limit to what it can contain. As your cultivation increases and the poison constantly grows stronger, one day it will reach the maximum that the soul bone can hold. At that time, this method will fail, and you will need to find another solution or face a backlash of the poison. More importantly, Cheni's tone grew heavier, his words carrying a clear warning. In battle, a soul bone can be damaged or even shattered. Once the soul bone that serves as your poison sac suffers serious damage, the terrifying poison compressed within it will erupt in an instant and backlash on its master. The consequences will be unimaginable. They will likely be at least 10 times more perilous than your current situation. Dugubo's face flickered between dark and light as he listened. This middle plan could preserve his strength, but its lingering dangers were just as huge, like embracing a soul tool bomb that might explode at any moment. Just then, Cheni seemed to think of something. With a pondering look, he muttered under his breath. Unless one could find that kind of external soul bone that coexists with the body, has growth potential, and can evolve along with one's cultivation almost equivalent to a bodily organ. Using that as the conductor might perfectly solve the issues of capacity and damage. In his mind, an image flashed from the anime of his past life, a blue-clad youth bearing 8 ferocious spider lances on his back. That was the ideal external soul bone for the jade phosphor serpent martial soul. But this thought only flashed by, he didn't say it aloud. After all, external soul bones were things one might never encounter even if one sought them, and presently, who knew where that particular one was? Dugu didn't catch Cheni's low mutter. He was still immersed in weighing pros and cons. The middle plan was dangerous, but at least it preserved his strength. It seemed like the most feasible option for now. At that moment, Cheni raised a third finger, and his eyes became especially bright and solemn. The final plan is the upper plan: condense poison into a source and forge a soul core. Soul core. Dugu looked utterly blank. This term was completely unfamiliar to him. He couldn't help turning his gaze toward the Grand Elder and the Third Elder at his side, only to see that, upon hearing the words soul core, a trace of grave seriousness appeared in both titled Douluo's eyes. Clearly, the soul core's origin was extraordinary. Noticing the confusion in Dugubo's eyes, the Grand Elder decided not to conceal it. After all, Dugu had already sworn to serve the body sect. He was now one of them. What? After listening, Dugu felt as though struck by lightning, stunned on the spot. A soul core? There actually exists such a heaven-defying method in this world? Is this real? His voice shook violently from sheer excitement. Looking at the Grand Elder and the Third Elder, he saw nothing but firm confirmation in their eyes, and his excitement grew all the more intense. He had originally thought that merely preserving his current strength while resolving the backlash issue would be a blessing beyond expectation. Yet he hadn't imagined that this upper plan would actually allow him to break and then stand anew, stepping onto a broad and unprecedented great road. Extasian indescribable ecstasy instantly washed away all of Dugubo's inner hesitation, resentment, and worry. Compared with this upper plan of condensing a soul core, the lower plan of dissolving his power was like drinking poison to quench thirst, while the middle plan relying on a soul bone appeared clumsy and riddled with hidden dangers. Only after Dugubo had calmed his emotions somewhat did Cheni speak again, his tone filled with temptation. For you, this soul core method is the best way to resolve your poison problem. You need not force the poison into a soul bone. Instead, with secret techniques, you can use the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor poison you've cultivated throughout your life as the foundation, and fuse it with your own soul power and spiritual power to condense within your body a unique poison core. Once this poison core is formed, it will not only leave your strength unharmed, it will also let you completely unify and control all the scattered, backlashing toxins in your body, turning them fully into your own power. At that time, your toxic arts will even advance to a higher level, and the cultivation that has stagnated for so many years can, through this opportunity, advance another great step beyond its former peak. The upper plan. I choose the upper plan. Dugubo virtually roared his choice. His face flushed bright red with excitement. He gave a deep, full bow to Cheni and the two elders, his tone full of unprecedented respect and earnestness. I beg the young sect master and the two elders to teach me the method to condense a soul core. I, Dugubo, will do my utmost and will not fail the sect's expectations. From this day forth, my life belongs to the sect. Seeing the utterly moved Dugubo, who could barely control his emotions, the corners of Chenyi's mouth finally curled up in a satisfied arc. He knew that from this moment on, this poisoned Douluo was truly bound, body and soul, to the chariot of the body sect. 75, Chapter 75 Poison Core The Astonishing Dugubo. 75, Chapter 75 Poison Core The Astonishing Dugubo. After Dugubo finished listening to the method of condensing a soul core, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly forced out from within his body a dragon eye-sized bead, perfectly round, flickering with a deep jade-green glow. This object was condensed by this old man over several decades of painstaking effort, using the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor poison I cultivated in my lifetime together with my own soul power, refining it bit by bit within my body. His voice held an almost imperceptible fatigue, along with a trace of pride. Though it cannot circulate and regenerate like a soul core, it can help me collect and control the poison in my body, temporarily preventing backlash from invading. For many years it has been tied together with my life. It can be called the very origin of my toxic arts. The jade-green poison bead hovered quietly in Dugubo's palm, its eerie green light flowing and changing, as if it were a living thing. Within it was contained a terrifying toxicity that could cause life to wither. At the same time, thin strands of a sweet, metallic scent rapidly permeated the air. Even some of the strange flowers and herbs at the edge of the ice and fire yin-yang well curled their leaves slightly. Cheni took a perfectly timed step forward. His face was instantly covered with extreme surprise. That expression was controlled to near perfection. Not only was there the shock of seeing a strange treasure for the first time, but also the delight of discovering a hidden trove. His gaze burned as he stared at the poison bead, his voice filled with incredulous admiration. Elder Dugu, you are truly remarkable. Cheni circled around the bead, observing it from a distance as if confirming something. Then he suddenly clapped his hands, his voice rising a few degrees. Senior, do you know that your decades of hard work have not been in vain? Though this bead is not a soul core, its method of condensation, the massive energy it contains, and its intimate connection to your own origin already give it the embryonic form of a soul core. If I am not mistaken, using it as the foundation to condense a true poison attribute soul core will be as natural and effortless as water flowing into a channel. Elder Dugu, you have already completed the hardest and most fundamental step. What you lack now is nothing more than the conversion method and energy guiding techniques of a soul core. Compared to others, your efficiency in condensing a soul core will be at least twice as easy if not more. Cheni had long known that Dugubo possessed a poison pill and was the person of this era closest to a soul core, but seeing it with his own eyes was another matter. By his estimation, if Dugubo were not limited by his own knowledge, he might well have reached a true poison core stage and solved his inherited poison problem himself. Thus, although his words sounded flattering, Dugubo's poison bead truly was extraordinary. The foundation of a soul core had already been laid. The Grand Elder exchanged a glance with the third elder beside him. In each other's eyes they saw an unmasked emotion, shock, and respect. The two of them had benefited from the legacy left by a god. Although forming their soul cores had also been arduous, they ultimately stood on the shoulders of predecessors. There was a path to follow and methods to rely on. But Dugubo, before them now, had relied solely on his own groping and experimentation. With no systematic heritage to guide him, he had forcibly used his own overwhelming poison as the raw material, and with immense willpower and precise control over his strength, condensed such a bead, nothing short of a miracle, a pseudo-soul core. Such talent and temperament would make even them feel a chill of awe. The world knew how overbearing the Jade Phosphor Serpent's venom was. One misstep meant total annihilation. Dugubo not only controlled it, he even refined it into a bead and made it the key to balancing himself. The pain, danger, and loneliness he had endured outsiders could hardly imagine. In an instant, the faint contempt the two elders had felt for Dugu vanished without a trace. In its place arose a respect reserved only for true powerhouses. Hearing Chenyi's words, dazzling light burst from Dugu's jade-green serpent pupils. The face that had turned somewhat pale from forcing out the poison bead was flushed with excitement. He clutched the hovering poison bead tightly, feeling the power within that was linked to his very bloodline. His voice carried a faint, barely noticeable tremor. "Are these words true?" "Absolutely true," Cheni replied with iron certainty. "You have already completed the hardest, most fundamental step. The rest, we will aid you with all our strength. The environment of the ice and fire yin-yang well is perfect for balancing poison, and is the best place for you to condense a poison core." Hope burned like wildfire across the long barren plains of Dugu's heart. The serpent venom backlash that had tormented his family and himself for generations finally showed the dawn of complete resolution at this moment. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his surging emotions, then guided the poison bead back into his body. However, he did not immediately request to go into seclusion. His gaze turned toward the outside of the valley. The sharpness in his eyes was withdrawn, replaced by rare warmth and concern. He cupped his hands slightly toward Cheni and the two elders. His tone was earnest. "Young sect master, honored elders, the matter of condensing a soul core is of utmost importance. I must adjust myself to my best condition. What's more, once I enter seclusion I know not how long it will last. My granddaughter Dugu is still young with an unsteady temperament. If she does not see me return for a long time, she will surely worry, and might even cause unnecessary trouble. I humbly request that you permit me to first return home, to put her heart at ease and arrange my household affairs. Once that is done, I will immediately return here without delay." He lowered his stance considerably for a titled Douluo. This was already immense sincerity. Chenyi's face remained calm, though inwardly he saw everything clearly. He naturally understood Dugu's concerns, and also knew that Dugu was this poison Douluo's one true weak point. He did not hesitate. He nodded readily. Senior's deep affection for kin is human nature. It should be so. I, of course, trust in your word. Dugu's expression grew solemn. He naturally understood Chenyi's implicit reminder. He said in a deep voice, "Rest easy, young sect master. Since I, Dugu, have already sworn upon my martial soul, to serve the sect for this lifetime, I will not harbor the slightest treachery. This trip, I will leave quickly and return quickly." A martial soul oath is the highest form of binding to a soul master of this world, tied to the origin of their martial soul. Once violated, the shattering of one's soul and the loss of all cultivation is the lightest punishment. It may even bring calamity upon one's descendants. Cheni truly did not worry that Dugu would go back on his word. He nodded and made a pleased gesture. "Please go, senior." Dugu said no more. He cupped his hands once again, then his body blurred. In a flash he vanished like a streak of green smoke, sweeping silently over the ice and fire yin-yang well. With a few leaps he disappeared into the poisonous mists at the valley's mouth, leaving only a resolute figure receding into the distance. Within the valley, silence fell for a time. Only the gurgling at the meeting point of the red and white springs, and the soft rustle of the wind passing through flowers and grasses, could be heard. Not until that figure had completely faded from sight did the Grand Elder and the Third Elder almost simultaneously turn around, slowly. Their gazes no longer followed the departing Dugu, but instead, like the most precise searchlights, blazing with barely restrained heat, began once more to carefully sweep inch by inch across this blessed land they had long sensed was extraordinary, yet had never truly explored. Where their eyes passed were stalks upon stalks of immortal herbs, bursting with spiritual energy and strange in form. The aromatic silk beauty breathed pale pink radiance. The singular velvet sky chrysanthemum unfurled its dazzling golden petals. The octagonal mysterious ice grass and the infernal delicate apricot swayed gracefully by the cold and hot springs respectively, exuding extreme cold and extreme heat. Not to mention the countless other bizarre flowers and rare herbs carpeted everywhere, perhaps not famous by name, but whose medicinal potency was absolutely top tier. Even with the knowledge and composure of these two elders, their breathing inevitably grew heavier. Any one of these herbs, if it appeared outside, would be enough to set off a bloody storm in the Soul Master world. Yet here they grew as densely and casually as ordinary wildflowers. This was simply wanton wasteno, a divine gift. The Grand Elder took a deep breath. The overwhelmingly rich heaven and earth energy, mixed with the fragrance of uncounted immortal herbs, poured into his lungs. He even felt a faint, nearly imperceptible quiver in the long-stagnant bottleneck of his own soul power. He slowly moved his gaze away from a stalk of full moon wearing autumn dew and finally set it on Cheni. At this moment, in his eyes, Chenyi's image had completely changed. He was no longer merely the junior who needed their shelter and guidance, but a partner with extraordinary means and astonishing fortune, even a leader. Without moving a single soldier, without raising a weapon, only through a conversation and a secret method, he had caused a long-famous titled Douluo to willingly swear a martial soul oath of allegiance. Such scheming and methods were far beyond what an ordinary youth could possess. Shao Yi, the Grand Elder spoke, his voice more grave than usual, much less casual, you handled the matter of Dugu extremely well. A titled Douluo level combat force, especially one famed for his strange and lethal poison, will greatly aid our future plans. The third elder nodded as well, his sharp gaze carrying approval as he added, indeed, and judging from his character, he is not a treacherous, untrustworthy sort. If we can truly win his sincere allegiance, he will be a great support. Cheni inclined himself slightly, still modest in attitude. You flatter me, elders. It was nothing more than taking advantage of the situation. Elder Dugu himself had this need, and he is one who keeps his word. The Grand Elder waved a hand, indicating he need not be overly modest. His gaze once more swept the dreamlike scenery around them, and his tone grew deep and solemn. Now that Dugu has temporarily departed, this ice and fire yin-yang well, and this valley filled with heaven-sent treasures, what do you plan to do with them? P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 76, Chapter 76 Distribution of Immortal Herbs. 76, Chapter 76 Distribution of Immortal Herbs. But his gaze did not linger too long overall. In the end, with precise focus, it stopped on several specific immortal herbs. Cheni stretched out his finger and lightly pointed in all directions. His clear, steady voice echoed through the quiet valley. Great Elder, Third Elder, there are many kinds of immortal herbs here, of differing attributes. Not all are perfectly suited to the fundamental inheritance of our body sect. After my preliminary observation and consideration, the ones most suitable for the core members of our sect can't compare to these 4 stalks. The tip of Chen Yi's finger first pointed at that stalk of golden radiance, whose petals were like velvet threads, exuding a heavy aura like the indestructible Vajra chrysanthemum. First is this singular velvet sky chrysanthemum. This is a neutral-type immortal herb. After consuming it, the energy will flow through the 4 limbs and clear the 8 meridians, ultimately refining an indestructible Vajra body. Within the sect, any experts who walk the path of direct, fierce offense, if they can obtain the aid of this herb, their physical toughness and strength will definitely rise another level and break through long-standing bottlenecks. Hearing this, the Great Elder and Third Elder's gazes immediately locked onto that golden chrysanthemum and they nodded slightly. They could clearly sense the vast and pure physical power contained within it, perfectly aligned with the path of the body sect. Chen Yi's finger shifted, pointing at another place. There stood a seemingly unimpressive little stalk of grass. Its blade was a dim blue color, and at its center condensed a single, crystal-clear droplet like autumn water. Second, full moon wearing autumn dew. Its effect lies in tempering eyesight, seeing through illusion and falsehood, directly piercing to the origin. I believe this is especially suitable for you, Great Elder, as well as other experts in the sect who excel in spiritual power, such as Uncle Master Zhang and senior brothers Gao Jian and Gao Wen. An almost imperceptible ripple finally appeared on the Great Elder's normally indifferent face. His martial soul was the brain, his spiritual power cultivation was unfathomably deep. The attraction of this full moon wearing autumn dew to him went without saying. Next, Cheni pointed to a strangely shaped herb, its vine-like body coiled like a dragon, exuding a robust earth aura, a golden gourd-like plant. Third, Land Dragon Golden Melon. This herb contains a wisp of pure and powerful earth-attributed dragon-type soul beast bloodline origin. It is the purest earth-attribute immortal herb and is exceptionally effective in enhancing blood and chi, solidifying the foundation, and strengthening resonance with the power of the earth. Within the sect, most strength-type or defense-type disciples, if they can consume this, their foundation will become incomparably solid, their blood and chi like dragons, their potential greatly boosted. Finally, his gaze landed on a stalk of herb with a chaotic aura, as if it could harmonize all the surrounding fluctuations of energy. Fourth, Origin Energy Immortal Grass. This one has no other special functions, it purely increases soul power and may even assist in condensing soul cores. I think it can be used by those elders whose cultivation is still slightly lacking, to help them shorten the time needed to condense their soul cores. Chen Yi's analysis was orderly and clear. He perfectly matched the properties of the immortal herbs with the needs of the body sect's members. As they listened, the Great Elder and Third Elder nodded repeatedly. It truly befit someone who had practically grown up soaking in the archive pavilion. However, Chen Yi's tone then shifted, and his expression did not relax. Instead, a heavy seriousness appeared. However, both of you also know that body sect's inheritance is ancient, our experts are as numerous as clouds, and the number of disciples and elders is not small. Relying on only these 4 immortal herbs, we have far from enough to distribute. Moreover, for widely applicable immortal herbs like the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum, the demand will be extremely high. Cheni paused, his gaze sweeping across all the immortal herbs in the valley. Determination surfaced in his voice. Therefore, I have a bold idea. We should not be satisfied with simply picking and directly consuming these immortal herbs. Doing that would merely squander heaven's gifts, unable to bring out their greatest effect, and unable to benefit more people. My thought is this. In Chen Yi's eyes, a light of intelligence and ambition flashed. Gather the essences of the many immortal herbs here, add various rare supplementary ingredients, then invite the foremost medicinal grandmasters of this era, and together refine a batch of heaven-defying pills. Alchemy. The Third Elder's brows instantly furrowed. His personality was more straightforward and sharp. He immediately raised the key issue. Shao Yi, your idea is good. Pill refining can indeed maximize the utilization of medicinal power, and the number of pills produced would be far greater. But do you know how terrifyingly difficult it is to use so many immortal herbs, each with different attributes and violently potent medicinal power, to refine pills? With the slightest mistake, the cauldron will explode, the pills will be ruined, and all the immortal herbs will turn into ashes. It's not that this old man looks down on us, but I fear that in our body sect, our strength is simply insufficient. There is no one who can guarantee success. The great elder also nodded gravely and added, "Third is absolutely right. Pill refining is not child's play, especially with immortal herbs. It places extremely harsh demands on the alchemist's cultivation, spiritual power, flame control technique, understanding of medicinal properties, and even the quality of the cauldron and environment. If we fail even once, we cannot bear such a loss. You must think very carefully whether this risk is worth taking." The concerns of the two elders were reasonable. Wagering a single furnace of pills on many immortal herbs from the ice and fire Inyan while the stakes were far too high. Faced with their questioning, Cheni did not show surprise or discouragement. Instead, the corner of his mouth lifted in a faint, confident smile. He had long anticipated such doubts. "I fully understand your worries. This indeed carries immense risk. Without absolute preparation, we must never act rashly." His tone was calm as his gaze swept over the two elders. Then he slowly revealed his plan. "We do not need to rely solely on our own strength. We can borrow external power." "Oh, what power?" The great elder's eyes flashed as he asked. "From the Breaking Clan," Cheni continued, with a hint of respect in his voice. "Though they are famous for their fierce offensive power, their clan's medicinal crafting arts form a unique banner of their own. They are especially skilled at extracting essences and have extremely deep research into handling conflicts in medicinal properties and awakening latent power in medicinal materials. The clan head, Yang Wudi, and the clan elder, Yang Wushuan, are both alchemy masters who have reached the pinnacle. If we can obtain their full assistance, the success rate of this furnace of pills will certainly increase tremendously. Most importantly, our sect has long-standing ties with the Yi clan, and our relations have been good for many years. Inviting the Yi clan head, Yi Xian, to act will not be difficult. As for the Breaking Clan, in those years, the sect master once secretly aided them. Even though it was a fair transaction, there is still a favor there. At that time, as long as we pay a suitable price, requesting Yang Wudi to help should also not be hard." The Breaking Clan was, after all, one of the four major subordinate clans of the Clear Sky sect. Even though they had publicly announced their separation from Clear Sky, they still bore the Clear Sky mark, and the Spirit Hall had, intentionally or unintentionally, suppressed them. 77, Chapter 77 Persuading the Two Elders, Tempering the Body. 77, Chapter 77 Persuading the Two Elders, Tempering the Body. The Great Elder and Third Elder exchanged a glance, seeing agreement in each other's eyes. Cheni's earlier proposal to refine the remaining immortal herbs into pills could indeed maximize their medicinal power and broadly benefit the sect. It was truly the best plan. The two elders nodded slightly, tacitly giving their approval to this approach. Immediately, the great elder's gaze passed over the many immortal herbs by the bank and finally landed solemnly on the core area of the ice and fire Inyan well, on those two extremely polar, glowing, peerless treasures, octagonal mysterious ice grass and infernal delicate apricot. Looking at the two immortal herbs, a hard-to-detect hint of regret flashed deep in the great elder's eyes. He spoke slowly. "What a pity. This octagonal mysterious ice grass and infernal delicate apricot, although they are ranked among immortal herbs, their natures are exceedingly tyrannical and contain intense toxins. Forget about fusing their medicinal properties into a pill. Even ordinary soul masters approaching them will have their soul power thrown into chaos and their meridians damaged. What a pity, truly a pity." His words were steeped in a heavy sigh. After all, these two stalks were world-shaking treasures that would make any soul master green with envy, yet because of their fatal traits, they were so difficult to utilize that even they had no way to use them. They could only give them up. Following the great elder's gaze, Cheni was not surprised. He said in a deep voice, "Elder is right. Trying to refine pills with these two immortal herbs is almost impossible." Then his tone shifted, becoming incomparably firm. "However, precisely because their attributes clash, I want to take the opposite path. Not using external flames to refine them into pills, but instead using my own body as the cauldron, swallowing both immortal herbs at once, drawing out their water and fire forces to temper my body and let my physique rise to a new level." "Absolutely not." Before Cheni had even finished speaking, the great elder and third elder both shouted sternly in unison. The third elder even took a step forward in agitation, his soul power erupting and distorting the surrounding space. Facing their storm-like opposition, Cheni did not retreat. He took a deep breath, glanced at the surging spring, and spoke in a low and steady voice. "Please don't be anxious. I am not acting on impulse, nor am I blindly imitating others. When I say I will use ice and fire power to temper my body, I don't mean I will simply swallow the two herbs raw. I will also rely on this ice and fire Inyan well." He raised his hand and pointed at that strange spring, clearly divided into halves, one side crimson like bubbling lava, the other blue like 10,000-year profound ice. Please see, elders, this natural spring contains both extreme heat and extreme cold, two ultimate forces that restrain and balance one another. My plan is, at the instant I consume the immortal herbs, I will leap into the intersection point of this spring. What? Leap into the spring? The third elder cried out, his face full of disbelief. Are you insane? Do you know how violent the power in that spring is? Even with our cultivation, stepping into it carries the risk of death, let alone you. For a long moment, the great elder simply let out a long sigh, heavy with helplessness, worry, and a trace of reluctant acceptance. Looking at the flames of determination and stubbornness burning in Chenyi's eyes, the great elder knew that more persuasion would not change this youth's resolve. He slowly nodded, his voice slightly hoarse. Enough. Since you have thought this through, and even discovered details that we ourselves never noticed, perhaps this truly is an opportunity granted to you by the heavens or a tribulation. We agree. The third elder opened his mouth to object, but with the great elder's approval, what else could he say? In the end, his words turned into a powerless sigh. Brat, you must be careful. Cheni gave a heavy nod. Please rest assured, elders. I have never fought a battle I had no certainty of winning. Hearing this, the great elder and third elder exchanged another look, seeing in each other's eyes the gravity tempered by years and a trace of worry they could not conceal. Very soon, the great elder waved his sleeve. A gentle yet abundant soul power, like an invisible hand, precisely reached out to the octagonal mysterious ice grass on the border of the icy spring. The herb's entire body looked as though carved from ice crystal, its 8 blades flaring out and radiating cold so extreme it seemed capable of freezing souls. Even the air around it crystallized into tiny shards of ice. At the same time, the third elder struck like lightning, snatching the infernal delicate apricot by the searing hot young spring. The bright red leaves flickered like dancing flames, and the intense heat made even sight itself waver. The 2 immortal herbs fell into the hands of the 2 elders. Even with their cultivation, they could clearly feel the icy and fiery powers transmitting through their soul power, bone-chilling cold and skin-searing heat. With utmost care, they brought these 2 stalks, which contained the most extreme forces of heaven and earth, before Cheni. Shao-Yi, these cannot be taken lightly. There are no records in ancient texts, and the road ahead is unknown. If you want to change your mind now, it's not too late. The great elder's voice was low, his gaze locked onto Chenyi's young yet resolute face. The third elder did not speak, but his tightly pressed lips and worried eyes revealed the turmoil in his heart. Looking at the 2 immortal herbs before him, exuding a deadly allure, Cheni took a deep breath of the spirit-rich air. He knew full well that the elder's worries were justified, but such an opportunity was right before him. How could he forfeit it out of fear? In the original story, Tang Sen had only been at rank 34 when he succeeded. His own soul power was now at rank 37, and his physical body could rival a soul emperor's. There was no reason he couldn't do it. Thinking this, Cheni no longer hesitated. He reached out and firmly took the octagonal mysterious ice grass. The instant he touched it, an extreme cold surged along his arm's meridians, as if even his blood wanted to freeze. A layer of white frost instantly coated the surface of his arm. At the same time, he grabbed the infernal delicate apricot. The scorching heat immediately flooded in, clashing with the cold inside his body. His face paled, and his body swayed slightly. On one side, a terrifying cold current from the Ian spring rushed down his throat in a torrent. Wherever it passed, meridians, blood, and even his bones felt as if they were instantly sealed in thick ice. Even his thoughts seemed to slow and freeze. On the other side, a blazing torrent from the Yang spring turned his internal organs into a refining furnace, burning them with unbearable pain. His blood felt as if it were boiling and evaporating. 2 completely opposite, equally overbearing forces exploded inside Chenyi's body. The feeling was like 2 primordial beasts raging and tearing each other apart within his flesh. Every collision sent waves of paralyzing pain through him. One half of his body was encased in thick blue-white ice crystals, radiating freezing cold. The other half was flushed crimson, steaming white heat, as if it could combust at any moment. The extreme agony twisted Chenyi's handsome features. A hoarse growl of pain tore from his throat as every muscle convulsed and trembled uncontrollably. The terrifying cold from the Ian spring was like countless ice needles madly stabbing into the half of his body burned by the infernal delicate apricot. The scorching flood from the Yang spring was like red-hot iron poured into the half frozen by the octagonal mysterious ice grass. Inside and outside, cold and heat assaulted him simultaneously. Ice and fire alchemy body. This was not just the tearing down and rebuilding of flesh. It was the cruelest torture in the world. At this moment, Cheni felt as though his body had been completely split in 2. On the bank, the great elder and third elder's hearts leaped into their throats. They could see Chenyi's body violently shaking in the spring. Under his skin, icy blue and fiery red energies raged chaotically. Sometimes frost covered his whole body, sometimes flames burst out through his skin. His aura grew extremely weak and chaotic, as if he might shatter completely in the next instant. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 78 Chapter 78 The Dragon King's Bone Burial Ground, Entering the Spring for Real. 78 Chapter 78 The Dragon King's Bone Burial Ground, Entering the Spring for Real. The already unstable octagonal mysterious ice grass and infernal delicate apricot were completely ignited by this powerful, pure external primordial energy, triggering an earth-shaking reaction, as if someone had poured ice water into a cauldron of boiling oil. The ice-blue current was no longer a gentle flow, but turned into a roaring ice dragon. Wherever the current passed, meridians were instantly frozen and made brittle, even the flowing blood solidifying into tiny ice crystals. The crimson flames were like an awakened volcano. Violent fire attribute energy crashed against everything, as if it were going to scorch the meridians, evaporate blood and chi, and turn the internal organs to ash. The two energies went berserk in a tug-of-war inside his body, turning his flesh into the cruelest of battlefields. A thick layer of ice emanating a ghostly blue light rapidly spread over his skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, sealing him inside a massive block of amber. His life force grew so weak it was almost extinguished. But in the very next instant, a blazing red light erupted from deep within his viscera, like subterranean flames breaking through rock. With a crisp cracking sound, the ice shell shattered to pieces, white mist billowed up, and the skin beneath was revealed. Yet it was no longer its original color, instead it was a dark, ominous crimson, like a hot iron brand just taken out of the forge, burning and sinister. The third elder had already rushed forward several times involuntarily, wanting to pull the child out of this desperate situation. Even without tempering his body with water and fire, he firmly believed this child could still climb to the summit. Wait! The great elder's deep, hoarse voice carried an unquestionable authority as it reached his ears. An aged yet steady hand landed on the third elder's slightly trembling shoulder. The great elder appeared calmer than the third elder, but in the eyes of someone who had witnessed the vicissitudes of life, there was a solemnity and concern unlike anything before. Seeing Chenyi's wretched state, how could the grand elder not worry? Chenyi's talent and temperament were unparalleled in his lifetime. More importantly, he bore the inheritance of a god, and was the key to the rise of the body sect. But now, Chenyi's body had fallen into the most perilous state of energy balance. Any external interference, even with good intentions, might become the final straw that broke the camel's back, shattering this fragile equilibrium in an instant, sending the energies completely out of control, and causing his body to explode, leading to certain death. No one knew how much time had passed. Just as the two elders were about to break down, the violent energy fluctuations of the spring's water seemed to undergo a subtle change. The raging ice and fire were no longer as chaotic as at the beginning, nor did they seem intent on mutual annihilation anymore. After Chenyi's body had been destroyed and reconstructed again and again, it was as if it had begun to adapt. Amid this ultimate confrontation, the medicinal powers of the two immortal herbs had at last found a strange point of symbiosis. The internal circulation that had once been unstable but barely maintained was, with great difficulty, finally taking shape. The ice and fire on Chenyi's body surface gradually fused with the external spring energy, forming an even greater and more complex balance of forces. The frequency of the alternating surges of ice and fire on his body surface dropped sharply, and the amplitude of the fluctuations also weakened significantly. The great elder's tightly pressed lips loosened slightly, and an undisguisable look of relief appeared in the depths of his eyes. The third elder's tense shoulders finally relaxed, and only then did he notice that his back was soaked with cold sweat. He raised a hand and vigorously wiped his face, as if trying to shake off the immense fear that had just swept over him. In the spring water, Chenyi's blurry consciousness slowly regained clarity. He clearly felt his physical body and meridians shattered by the clash of ice and fire being reconstructed and repaired by a mighty life force. The newly formed body possessed strength far surpassing anything he had ever felt, as if he could casually crush metal and stone in his grip. His meridians had expanded many times over, like wide, resilient rivers, able to contain a far more intense soul power. His soul power, which had long since reached its limit, let out a thunderous roar as it broke through the newly formed bottleneck, like floodwaters breaching a dam, shattering the already weakened barrier. Level 38. A powerful emotion surged through Chenyi's entire being. Shao Yi, come up quickly. The elder took a deep breath as well, and prepared to urge him to leave this still unknown spring at once. However, when Cheni looked up at the shore, there was no look of relief at having narrowly escaped disaster on his face. Instead, it was a mixture of intense curiosity and a firm determination to explore further. His gaze sharpened, piercing through the turbid and yet crystal-clear spring water, as if it were about to reach into the lightless, unfathomable abyss below. He would never forget that the Inyang Icefire Well was not only one of the 3 great treasure troves of that era, but also the burial site of 2 of the 9 Dragon Kings, the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The strange nature of the Inyang Icefire Well was inextricably linked to those 2 fallen Dragon Kings. Now that such a great opportunity was right before his eyes, how could he just pass by this mountain of treasures and let the chance slip away? Please don't worry, elders, I'm fine. Chenyi's voice came through the spring water, mixed with a strange buzzing resonance caused by the energy changes, sounding unusually calm. The origin of this Inyang spring is truly mysterious. I seem to feel something below calling and pulling me downward. I really want to go and personally see what secrets are hidden at the bottom of this spring. Before he finished speaking, he didn't give the 2 elders any chance to refute or question him. Like a fish perfectly adapted to the water, he twisted his body lightly, dove headfirst into the depths, stirring up strings of tiny bubbles. In an instant, his figure was swallowed by the dense, chaotic spring water. No, no. Seeing Cheni disappear into the water, the third elder cried out in shock and rushed forward, wanting to jump into the spring after him. What's wrong with this kid? He just escaped with his life, how could he act so reckless again? He stared at the now calm yet unfathomably deep spring, his expression cycling through intense changes. Worry, confusion, expectation, all these emotions eventually merged into a heavy sigh. Let him go, this child has an extraordinary fate, and his ambition far surpasses that of his peers. Perhaps what lies dormant at the bottom of this spring is his destiny, and we may not be qualified to stop him. However, the fingers of the hand clasped behind his back dug deep into his palm, drawing blood. It was clear that his inner turmoil was far greater than his outward composure suggested. He did not know whether what awaited Cheni in that deep water would be a blessing or a curse. 79, Chapter 79 The Manifestation of the Ice-Fire Dragon Souls. 79, Chapter 79 The Manifestation of the Ice-Fire Dragon Souls. The deeper he went into the Inyang Ice-Fire Spring, the stranger and more unreal the scenery became, and the more dangerous as well. Cheni concealed his aura and relied on his newly acquired resistance to extreme ice and flame, slipping downward through the endless darkness like a slick fish. On his right side was the domain of the extremely cold ice spring, its chill sufficient to freeze a soul saint-level expert in an instant. On his left side was the domain of the scorching Yang spring, whose roiling heat waves could easily melt refined steel into liquid. If he had not just completed the water and fire body tempering with the octagonal mysterious ice grass and infernal delicate apricot, thus obtaining an exceptionally high resistance to the ice and fire of this place, the violent energies alone would have been enough to either freeze him into shards of ice or burn him to ash the very moment he entered. Even more terrifying was that Cheni felt as if, from the depths of the darkness, two invisible, colossal eyes were staring at him. Those gazes seemed to carry an ancient vastness and majesty that made his very soul tremble involuntarily. Cheni also speculated silently in his heart. This was probably not an illusion at all. The likelihood that the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were watching him was exceedingly high. Even though 2 10,000-year cycles had passed, their dragon souls still existed, yet what remained was nothing more than instinct. Cheni swam for a very long time. The spring water was no longer simply ice blue on one side and dark crimson on the other. The colors gradually blended into a chaotic hue, radiating a faint glass-like luminescence. Light twisted and blurred, as if he had stepped into some secret realm beyond the mortal world. He didn't know how much time had passed. The very concept of time became vague here. Only the spiritual power surging within his body and the increasing external pressure kept reminding Cheni that he was steadily drawing closer to the true source of the Inyang Ice-Fire well. Just as the surrounding pressure was about to reach the limit of what his body could endure, Cheni felt the scene before his eyes suddenly shift. It was as if he had pierced through an invisible yet tangible energy membrane. When Cheni opened his eyes again, he found himself within a vast, hemispherical space. What lay before him were 2 skeletal remains of giant beasts so enormous they defied imagination. They were entangled and coiled around one another, as if locked in eternal combat, their massive frames filling almost the entire space. One skeleton was a chilling ice blue, every bone glimmering with crystalline cold. The contours were slender and elegant, yet the aura it released was enough to freeze the soul. The other skeleton was a blazing dark red, like cooled yet not fully solidified lava. Its bones were thick, savage, and brimming with explosive power. Invisible flames seemed to flicker constantly over it, quietly recounting its master's fury and ferocity in life. What shocked Cheni even more was that both dragon skeletons were covered in countless, horrifyingly massive wounds, deep gouges, craters, and fractured gaps. In particular, their cervical spines and skulls were grievously damaged, as if they had been forcibly shattered by some irresistible force. Faced with this magnificent scene, Cheni was struck by an unprecedented shock, and could only stand there, stunned. Compared to this tragic, grand fall, the battles between humans and soul beasts seemed like nothing but petty skirmishes. Yet, just as he was immersed in the awe of this ancient ruin and his heart was deeply shaken, a sudden change occurred. The 2 Dragon King skeletons, one ice blue, one dark crimson, that had lain silently prone suddenly burst into brilliant light without any warning. In the next instant, 2 colossal, condensed dragon soul phantoms rose from their respective skeletons and floated up to the upper part of the space. This is the dragon souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Cheni murmured in shock. From these 2 dragon souls, he sensed the same lofty divine aura as from his teacher Thunder God. They were undoubtedly gods. Of the 2 dragon souls, one was covered in scales like ice crystals of diamond and starlight, with glacial blue pupils that would never yield. Cold and elegant, it exuded an aloof and noble air, as if looking down on all living beings. This was the dragon soul of the Ice Dragon King. The other dragon soul was wrapped in undying dark red dragon flames. Its scales were like burning black iron, its pupils like churning lakes of molten lava, blazing intensely and filled with an unyielding battle spirit and an aura of destruction. This was the dragon soul of the Fire Dragon King. The moment their gazes fell upon Cheni, 2 terrifying, indescribable dragon's mites crashed down on him like tangible mountains. Puff! He clenched his teeth so hard that the veins on his forehead bulged. Driving his already transformed soul power and his body tempered to resist ice and fire with all his might, he barely managed to resist the pressure and avoid collapsing to his knees. Thunder God's successor. The Ice Dragon King voiced its thought. Its voice was as cold as a blizzard sweeping across a snowfield, carrying a faint curiosity and doubt, echoing directly in Chen Yi's mind. Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. For one who had once been the first god, even if he had fallen long ago and only a wisp of soul remained, seeing through his origin was naturally an easy task. However, it seemed they had not fully discerned the true depth of his bloodline. It really is him. The Ice Dragon King's voice was no longer as cold and sharp as at first, but instead carried a trace of distant emotion. Never would I have thought that after countless ages, we would encounter that man's successor here. The crimson flames encircling the Fire Dragon King's soul shadow quieted slightly. Its thoughts reverberated with undisguised admiration and reminiscence. Human boy, you need not be afraid. In the past, I had the fortune to drink with Thunder God, and personally witnessed his peerless valor as he fought His Majesty the Dragon God in the Forbidden Land. Those thoughts seemed to carry images. It was as if, under an endless starry sky, two godlike figures faced one another, one ruling over 10,000 dragons with boundless divine might, the dragon god, the other wielding heavenly punishment and twin clubs, the god of thunder. With each clash, the stars trembled and the laws roared. Even His Majesty the Dragon God, after that battle, sighed that Thunder God was a true hero. Thunder God's comprehension and application of the law of lightning had reached a state of near perfection. Otherwise, what a pity. 10,000 years later, when news of him reached us again, the central authority of the god realm was shaken to its core. It heralded the fall of the god of thunder. At those words, the two dragon souls fell silent for a moment. A heavy air filled the cavern. The faction of spirit gods to which Thunder God belonged had always maintained good relations with the beast gods, unlike other gods who suppressed beast god bloodlines. Even in retrospect, they could only sigh with sincere regret. When His Majesty the Dragon God learned of this, he remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "The cosmos has once more lost an unparalleled hero. The path of the Grand Tao is indeed lonely." After a long silence, the Ice Dragon King slowly spoke again, lowering his gaze back to Cheni. In those ice-blue dragon eyes, the surprise and admiration grew stronger. "However, seeing you today, and sensing that the sacred imprint of the God of Thunder has already been condensed and has reached the realm of a God King, I finally understand how terrifying Thunder God truly is. He is indeed worthy to have once stood alongside our Father God. Even with his path wounded, he can still break through and rise again." P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 80, Chapter 80 Frost Ending Heavenly Wings. 80, Chapter 80 Frost Ending Heavenly Wings. So it's true, he really is Thunder God's successor. He may not carry the blood of the Dragon God, yet he is still a mighty ancient deity of exalted standing, worthy of respect. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King's remnant soul flared more intensely and directly. The crimson flames leaped high as his booming voice resounded. "Boy, you are a chosen of the gods. Why have you come to the burial place of me and the Ice Dragon?" Even reduced to remnant souls, the two Dragon Kings still exuded a chilling aura. Cheni dared not relax his vigilance. He calmed his mind and recounted what had happened, without concealment. "Honored Dragon Kings, wise seniors, I came here seeking the immortal herbs growing by the shore above, hoping to bring them back and strengthen the power of my sect." He then explained how he had, quite by chance, consumed the octagonal mysterious ice grass and infernal delicate apricot growing near the spring, and by great fortune gained extremely high resistance to ice and fire. Relying on this, he had dared to dive down to investigate the truth at the bottom of the spring, never expecting that the resting place of the two seniors would lie directly beneath it. "I have disturbed your slumber by intruding here. I beg the two seniors' forgiveness." Chen Yi's words were neither servile nor arrogant. He explained his reasons and also expressed his apology. "I see." The Fire Dragon King's deep voice carried a hint of understanding. "The scattered energies we left behind created this precious land, and you used this treasure to earn the qualification to enter here. This may be called karma's cycle of cause and effect." The Ice Dragon King's remnant soul rippled slightly as well, signaling his agreement. "All things in this world have their rise and fall. We perished here, and the leakage of our energy formed this treasured ground, attracting heaven and earth spiritual things to grow. This is the way of nature. That you have reached this place is your destiny." Cheni felt somewhat relieved. As one of the 9 Dragon Kings of the dragon race, a supreme soul beast of unparalleled nobility, the Dragon King did not vent any anger on Cheni because he was human and had intruded here. "After that battle, we truly died, and our souls were destroyed. What you see now are merely fragments of what were once mighty souls, barely retaining a trace of self-awareness. Without the nourishment of this special environment of the Inyan Ice-Fire Well, and the support of the divine power remaining in our dragon bones, even these remnants would have long since dissipated." The Ice Dragon King let out a light chuckle. In his voice, there was not the slightest fear of death. "Even so, we are close to our limit. Without external intervention, at most 10,000 years from now, the last vestige of our consciousness will return to chaos and vanish completely. At that time, only pure energy and unconscious dragon bones will remain here. 10,000 years was an unimaginably long time for humans, but for dragon kings who had once looked down on all living beings as divine beings, it was only a fleeting moment. This was the endpoint of their existence. As expected, in the very next instant, the fire dragon king's remnant soul flames flared up as if a decision had been made, and his voice became loud and clear once more. Boy, you are still far from the age at which Thunder God would acknowledge someone. You must possess something truly special. We know the current situation in the God realm, and you must know something as well. Our remnant souls are already on the verge of collapse. After we are gone, our dragon bones will be among the greatest treasures in this world. Rather than letting them vanish with our awareness, or be destroyed in the future by unknown forces, we would rather entrust them to you. The Ice Dragon King then spoke, his tone cold yet extremely earnest. However, there is one condition. In the future, if you ascend to the God realm and gain sufficient strength, we hope you will, to the best of your ability, lend a hand to the Soul Beast race. Help the Soul Beast race. Cheni's heart shook, and he unconsciously furrowed his brows. Information about the current situation in the God realm flashed through his mind. At present, the God realm was dominated by human gods. For soul beasts, especially powerful soul beasts, the restrictions were extremely harsh. There was even a limitation that soul beasts could not become gods at all. To help the soul beast race would be tantamount to standing in opposition to the interests of many existing gods, and would inevitably bring countless troubles and hostility. Confident as he was, Cheni was by no means reckless. Even though the position of God of Thunder was extremely powerful, before he fully inherited that power and firmly established his footing, rashly intervening in the disputes over soul beast policy among the higher-ups of the God realm would be exceedingly unwise. His future was destined to be full of trials. Making too many enemies, especially powerful gods, was something he absolutely had to avoid, at least in the short term. Cheni's silence did not escape the eyes of the two dragon kings. Having lived through countless ages, they possessed deep wisdom and immediately understood his concerns. The light from the Fire Dragon King's remnant soul dimmed slightly, and his tone softened. All we ask is this: in the future, when you truly have a voice and it does not bring you serious trouble or harm your core interests, if you see the soul beast race suffering unjust treatment and have the opportunity, within the bounds of the rules, to speak on their behalf, to give them a glimmer of hope, then do so. That is all. On the other side, the Ice Dragon King also spoke. This is not a forced demand, but rather the final wish of two old beings near death. Since the fall of the Dragon God, the situation of the Soul Beast race has grown ever more dire. As two Dragon Kings, we cannot simply ignore it. Considering that your immeasurable potential may, in the future, become a game-changer, we must make this urgent plea. If Cheni truly became a god, he would become the Thunder God King, the absolute leader of the Spirit God faction. With his help, the plight of the Soul Beast race would drastically improve. Furthermore, they had heard rumors about Thunder God's relationship with those two God King. If Cheni were willing to lend a hand in the future, even with only small, measured actions, it would be a timely boon for the Soulmaster world. Hearing this, the deep furrow between Chen Yi's brows slowly eased. Phrases like, without harming your own interests, within the limits of your ability, and, within the bounds of the rules, greatly reduced the risk and burden of this condition. This was no ironclad mission that had to be completed, but more like a long-term commitment to act according to circumstances when possible. At the same time, the pride of a transmigrator and the absolute confidence in the future hidden deep in his heart began to stir. The position of God of Thunder was only the starting point of his plan. Within him flowed an ancient and supreme bloodline inherited from his previous life. Once fully awakened, his journey to the realm of God King would be only the beginning. If he gained enough strength to set the rules, then helping the Soul Beast race without affecting his own plans would hardly be difficult. As his thoughts raced, Cheni lifted his head. His gaze grew steady and clear as he bowed deeply to the two Dragon King's remnant souls. The two seniors care so deeply for the well-being of your people. I hold you in the utmost respect. Since you ask only that I help within my power, without harming my own interests, I agree to this condition. I, Cheni, swear that if I am fortunate enough to ascend to the God realm in the future, I will do my best to fight for a chance at survival for the Soul Beast race. Good. Good. Hearing Chen Yi's affirmative reply, the remnant souls of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King shone brightly in unison, clearly filled with joy. They could sense that Chen Yi's promise was not mere lip service. Then we shall entrust our remains to you. The Fire Dragon King's voice carried a faint note of relief. But Cheni shook his head, and the words he spoke next took the two Dragon Kings by surprise. I am deeply grateful for the senior's generosity. However, I already have arrangements in mind regarding soul bones. As for the main parts such as torso and skull, I actually have more suitable candidates in mind. If the two seniors are willing, I would like to obtain a set of external soul bones instead. In Chen Yi's view, soul bones were essentially external artifacts. As long as they could be used, that was enough. He preferred external soul bones, and in the future, there was the possibility of refining them into super-grade divine artifacts. The Fire Dragon King revealed a hint of playful appreciation. Boy, you do have quite the ambition and sharp insight. External soul bones are the most special type of soul bone. They do not occupy any of the normal 6 soul bone slots, possess tremendous potential for growth, and often bring unexpected abilities. Given the potential of these divine bones, as long as Cheni kept up with their growth, they could easily evolve into super divine artifacts. The Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King exchanged glances, their remnant souls communicating silently. After a while, they nodded in unison. "If that is your choice, then of course we will grant it," the Ice Dragon King said. "In our prime, aside from our ultimate ice and ultimate flame, what we were best at was extreme speed spanning the 9 heavens, and cutting sharpness that could rend the sky itself," the Fire Dragon King said, his voice tinged with nostalgia for his past glory. "We will use the essence of our remaining dragon bones and the divine essence of our wings to forge for you a pair of unique frost-ending heavenly wings." Before his words even faded, the 2 colossal dragon skeletons began to tremble at the same time. Within the Ice Dragon King's blue skeleton, countless streams of frigid blue light poured together like rivers converging into the sea, surging violently toward the region of the shoulder blades. Within the Fire Dragon King's crimson skeleton, burning red light, hot like molten lava from the Earth's core, likewise rushed toward the corresponding location. The 2 titanic energies surged through the space, causing the entire Inyang Icefire well to tremble faintly. The radiance grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the underground space into a dreamlike world. Faintly, it seemed as if ancient dragon roars were echoing through time and space. At last, when the energy concentration reached its peak, a pair of dragon wings of unparalleled grandeur, ferocity, and beauty slowly appeared above the 2 dragon skeletons. When fully unfurled, the powers of ice and flame coexisted in perfect contradiction and harmony, emanating a breathtaking majesty and splendor. This was a sacred external soul bone, carefully crafted from the last vestiges of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's ancient divine power and their ultimate understanding of heaven and strength. The Ice Fire Dragon Wings. Condense. With a shout, the Ice Fire Dragon Wings seemed to come alive, transforming into 2 streaks of blue and red light. In an instant, they shot across the space and plunged toward Chenyi's back. Cheni was already prepared. As his soul power surged, his clothes instantly turned to ash, revealing his sturdy upper body. He closed his eyes, opening body and mind completely to receive this gift from the ancient dragon kings. Puff! A sound rang out like something being driven into his body, and intense pain shot through Chenyi's nerves in an instant. On the left side of his back, a piercing cold stabbed deep within, as if his soul were being frozen at absolute zero. On the right side, a searing burn devoured him, as if his flesh and blood were being reduced to ash. These 2 extremes of agony erupted simultaneously, almost destroying his will. Yet Cheni gritted his teeth. The veins on his forehead bulged, sweat beaded out only to instantly evaporate or freeze. His formidable spiritual power kept his mind clear, and the indomitable will honed over 2 lives fully manifested at this moment. He circulated his cultivation method frantically, guiding the power within his body to adapt to this pair of dragon wings and fuse with them. The remnant souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings floated quietly at the side, silently watching everything unfold. 81, Chapter 81, The Space God Appears. Deep within the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, in that mysterious space split by extreme cold and intense heat, time seemed to stand still. Cheni hovered in midair, eyes tightly closed, veins bulging on his forehead like coiled dragons. Beads of sweat that had just seeped from his pores were instantly either evaporated or frozen into tiny ice crystals by the alternating currents of ice and fire around him. At this moment, the pair of ice-fire bone wings on his back were slowly unfolding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bones were crystal clear, as if sculpted from millennia-old ice, yet fiery red-gold patterns like molten lava flowed within them. Every inch of the bone trembled slightly, releasing a heart-palpitating fluctuation, as if life was about to awaken from within. The fusion process was extremely perilous. The 2 primal forces of extreme cold and searing heat, like 2 unruly ancient dragons, clashed and rampaged through his meridians. Wherever the frost passed, his blood nearly froze when the flames surged, his flesh felt as though it were melting. The 2 forces refused to yield to each other. Every collision made Chenyi's body shake violently. If not for Chenyi's iron will, and the previous tempering of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well already far beyond the limits of ordinary soul, elder she would have been annihilated by this terrifying energy clash. At this moment, Chenyi's entire consciousness was submerged in the chaotic ocean of energy within his body. With astonishing willpower, he guided the 2 rampaging forces, trying to establish the deepest possible connection with the frost-ending heavenly wings bone behind him. Every successful harmonization of ice and fire, driven by the energy in his body, made the patterns on the bone wings clearer and more intricate. Beside Cheni, 2 solid, majestic dragon soul phantoms coiled around the dragon bones, one on the left and one on the right. The Ice Dragon King's soul looked to be sculpted from millennia-old ice, radiating a chill that could seemingly freeze space itself. The Fire Dragon King's phantom resembled molten lava drawn from the Earth's core, the air around it warped and blurred by terrifying heat. Although the gazes of the 2 ancient dragon kings would occasionally sweep over Cheni, who was at a critical stage, their attention was mostly fixed on the seemingly calm, still void behind him. In their eyes was the profound insight of beings who had seen countless eras, tinged with an almost playful expectation. A deathly silence enveloped the underground space. Only the hissing of surging ice and fire, and the subtle popping of Chenyi's bones under the impact of energy, echoed especially clearly in this sealed, silent world. After a long, long time, the void remained utterly still. The Ice Dragon King chuckled first, his voice like the friction of ancient glaciers bone-deep cold, carrying a hint of indescribable nostalgia. 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye, old friend. Now that you're here, why bother hiding your head and tail? The Fire Dragon King beside him let out a low, rumbling groan. The scorching heat he exuded distorted the surrounding air. His voice was loud and unrestrained, carrying the unique arrogance of an ancient dragon king. You still haven't changed your habit of hiding your head and showing your tail, old bug. Come out. The words of the two dragon kings seemed imbued with some strange power of law. The moment their voices fell, the void they were staring at rippled like the surface of a lake struck by a tossed pebble. In the next instant, a not particularly tall figure, completely shrouded in a simple grey robe, appeared without warning. He stood there quietly, his aura perfectly blending into the surrounding space. If one did not deliberately focus on him, one would almost overlook his existence. Surrounded by the raging auras of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, he resembled a small boat in a raging storm drifting with the currents, yet completely unshaken. However, the remnant souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings could clearly sense that beneath those grey robes was a power as vast as the starry sky, as profound and unfathomable as space itself. That power was solid and restrained, belonging to one of the 7 elemental gods of the divine realm, the supreme god wielding authority over space, the space god. The hood of the grey robe tilted up slightly. In the shadow beneath the hood, a pair of eyes that seemed able to pierce through eternity fell upon the massive phantoms of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's dragon souls. On that otherwise unremarkable face, his gaze held the calm of countless years, and beneath that calm surged complex, indescribable emotion, recollections of past glory, sighs for fallen friends, and perhaps even a faint regret that came from having once stood on opposing sides. Seeing their old friend descend in his true form, a hint of bewilderment and deep, inexpressible emotion flickered in the eyes of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Memories of the past surged forth like a tidal wave, as if pulling them back to that distant, glorious era. In those days, the dragon gods ruled over divine beasts and were feared throughout the universe. As kings of the dragon race, these two were also exceptionally accomplished in the elemental arts. It was then that they became acquainted with the 8 elemental gods who stood at the pinnacle of elemental power in the divine realm. They had once raised their cups together, discussing the world and laughing at the ever-changing times. They had also fought side by side, entrusting their backs to one another without reservation, using absolute strength to quell several dimensional disturbances that sought to overturn order. That camaraderie, forged with trust and power, was a precious memory etched deep into their souls. They had thought time would go on like that forever, but the world is unpredictable. The divine realm collapsed, the dragon god perished, and the bloodline of divine beasts was almost completely wiped out. The 2 dragons also fell in that cataclysmic divine war, leaving only a wisp of residual soul lingering within the Ice and Fire yin-yang well, barely subsisting by depending on the primal sources of ice and fire here. Now that they met again, one side was but the final remnants of the dragon race, their lingering souls trapped in this perilous land. The other side had become a supreme god, wielding the power of space itself. The world had changed beyond recognition. Nothing could be more poignant. How could this not fill them with endless sorrow? The Ice Dragon King was the first to break away from his distant memories. The sentimentality in his dragon eyes was quickly replaced by a hint of his usual mockery. He broke the heavy silence, his voice cold and laced with sarcasm. TSK, this is truly rare. Since when did you elemental gods, known for keeping a low profile, start disregarding the ironclad rules set by those old fogies in the God Realm Committee to descend to the lower realm in your true forms? Aren't you afraid that those impartial law enforcement gods will notice and accuse you of interfering with the operation of the lower realm? The space god was silent for a moment. His wide grey robe seemed to merge into the space behind him, then rippled faintly. He showed no emotion despite the Ice Dragon King's provocation. His voice was calm and direct, as if merely stating a fact. Rules are rigid, but gods are flexible. There are ways to adapt to the rules. Besides, my purpose in coming here is not to interfere with the operation of the lower realm, but to protect it. Upon hearing the word protect, the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings exchanged a glance, thinking to themselves, just as we expected. They hadn't made excessive demands of Cheni earlier precisely because they had foreseen this. As the future hope of the elemental god lineage, how could the 7 elemental gods not pay close attention? The space god turned his head slightly, his gaze beneath the hood sweeping over Cheni, who was undergoing the final fusion with the frost-ending heavenly wings. A barely perceptible concern flashed in his eyes, then he continued. About a year ago, the undying obsession left behind by my elder brother before his demise broke through the dimensional barrier and briefly descended upon the god realm to announce to all the gods that the Thunder God was about to return. Thunder God was the strongest of the elemental gods, the undisputed leader and absolute core of the elemental god faction. His fall had been an immeasurable loss. Now, not only had his divine position reappeared in the world, but it had risen to the legendary level of a god king. This was of immense significance to the increasingly weakened elemental pantheon. It was no wonder that these elemental gods, usually aloof from worldly affairs, were so tense enough to break tacit rules. The space god continued, his voice growing more solemn. Before his obsession dissipated, my elder brother entrusted us siblings, with utmost seriousness, to take good care of his successor, ensure that he can grow smoothly until he has the power and temperament to inherit the divine position. Therefore, the space god's voice remained calm, but carried an undeniable determination. Over the past year, the 7 of us have taken turns using our divine senses to monitor the entire Douluo continent, ensuring that no power exceeds the limits and that no malicious individuals disturb his growth. 7 elemental gods jointly monitoring an entire lower realm, solely to protect a human soul master who had not yet matured. This was unprecedented, and it spoke volumes about how highly they regarded the seed of the Thunder God. The Fire Dragon King slightly nodded his massive head, his scorching aura easing somewhat. He scrutinized the space god with those ancient dragon eyes and asked the key question. If that's the case, it should be enough for you 7 elemental gods to secretly monitor and protect him with your divine senses. Why do you still need to descend here in your true form? This was what truly puzzled the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. With the power of the 7 elemental gods, they could deal with most unexpected events simply by crossing the dimensional barrier. Moreover, Cheni possessed a life-saving technique left behind by the Thunder God. Even the 2 ancient dragon kings might not be able to truly harm him. The space god slightly raised his head. The shadow beneath his hood seemed to thin, revealing a sharply defined jawline. His voice was still calm, yet carried a faint, almost imperceptible gentleness. I came here simply to feel the presence of old friends and to visit them. This answer left the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings speechless. In the past, they would never have believed such a simple explanation. But thinking about their current state, they had to admit it. They were now nothing more than wisps of souls on the verge of dissipation, their very foundations almost exhausted. Even if they wished to do something, what could they possibly accomplish? Upon hearing this, the Ice Dragon King's illusory dragon soul swayed slightly. His icy whiskers trembled as he let out a low murmur, somewhere between a sigh and a chuckle. It's rare that you still have this heart. Seems the long years in the god realm haven't completely worn away that bit of humanity in your bones. The Fire Dragon King exhaled 2 scorching streams of dragon breath, cracking and charring the air itself. His tone remained rough and forceful, but it had lost much of its earlier sharpness. Humph. At least you old codgers still have some conscience left and know how to cherish old ties. As time flows on, past grudges and past friendships alike are softened by its erosion. At this moment, in this mysterious space where ice and fire intertwined, the gazes of 3 ancient beings who had once stood at the pinnacle of the world met once more. The emotions contained therein were perhaps beyond even their own comprehension. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 82 Chapter 82 The Divine Realm's Hope. Deep within the ice and fire yin-yang well, the energy tides rose and fell like the breathing of some primordial giant. After confirming that the arrival of the space god was not a provocation, the tense dragon souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King finally relaxed slightly. So the Ice Dragon King spoke first. His tail swayed lazily, stirring up coils of icy mist. When did those old fogies on the Divine Realm Committee become so easy to talk to? The Divine Council forbade interference in the mortal realm. Aside from the aloof god of good, god of evil, and the neutral goddess of life, the remaining 2 god kings, god of destruction and the god of Asura, had always deeply abhorred such matters. The 7 elemental gods descending to the mortal realm was practically the same as dancing on a lightning rod. The space god stood silently in the void, grey robes fluttering without wind. He did not answer directly. Instead, he slowly raised his shadowed face, as if looking back through the boundless void at the events that had taken place in the Divine Realm Committee. Shortly after our eldest brother announced that his successor had appeared and entrusted him to us, we 7 gods immediately submitted an application to the God Realm Committee, requesting permission to monitor the Douluo continent and ensure the successor's smooth growth. The Fire Dragon King let out a deep dragon roar, laced with sarcasm. Since Thunder God's departure, when did you elemental gods grow so bold? To dare challenge the Divine Realm's ironclad rule that gods must not interfere in the operation of the mortal world, right in front of those old relics. Boldness. The space god murmured softly, a trace of helplessness in his voice. Perhaps. But more importantly, we had no other choice. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings naturally understood what he meant. After Thunder God's departure, the elemental gods had gradually faded from the center of divine politics and now lingered on the periphery of the divine realm. The space god continued his narration, his voice seeming to reenact the scene in the Gods' Council Hall. In the main hall of the Divine Realm Committee, the 7 elemental gods had stood side by side. Facing the 5 god kings, the god of destruction had been the first to express his stance by unexpectedly choosing to abstain. In that instant, the entire temple fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The god of destruction, known for his impartiality and strictness, remained silent on this matter, one that touched upon the bottom line of the divine realm. That, more than anything, had been shocking. Subsequently, the god of good and the god of evil exchanged a glance, then both abstained as well. These two god kings, who prided themselves on balancing various factions, unsurprisingly did not make their position explicit this time. The god of Azura slammed his fist down on the table and stood up, voicing vehement opposition. If this precedent is set, what will become of the Divine Realm's order? If the elemental gods can monitor the lower realms today, then the other main gods will follow suit tomorrow. If this continues, the balance of the planes will definitely collapse. Just as the 7 elemental gods were sinking into despair, the goddess of life, who had been sitting in silence, slowly raised her head. Her emerald eyes swept over the gathered gods, finally settling on the god of Azura. I agree. Those simple words shook the entire Divine Realm Committee. The goddess of life, who was always absolutely neutral and never favored any side, cast her first decisive vote at this critical juncture. Why? Upon hearing that the goddess of life had actually voted in favor, the Ice Dragon King couldn't help but press further, his dragon eyes full of disbelief. That was the goddess of life, a deity who practically always abstained. For her to cast the first affirmative vote of her life at such a moment was nothing short of historic. The space god shook his head slightly. The goddess of life never explained. But it was her vote that forced the Divine Realm Committee to approve our application, though, of course, under a host of sanctimonious conditions. We must not interfere in human affairs, nor interfere with the divine examination of the successor. The Fire Dragon King suddenly understood. So what you call oversight is actually, it's all for the sake of protecting Cheni, the space god replied. That was our original intention. Since the Divine Realm Committee has already granted approval, then why do you still need to descend in your true form? The Ice Dragon King's gaze was cold and piercing. With the abilities of you 7 elemental gods, you're more than capable of monitoring everything across the dimensional barrier. The space god slightly raised his hand, and the laws of space flowed like a galaxy within his palm. You're thinking too simply. With the appearance of my elder brother's successor on the Douluo continent, that world has long become the focus of attention for many gods. Even though this place, the site of your fall, can block the detection of most divine senses, there are still gods at your level investigating, including god kings. The space god paused, then continued. To prevent you from being reduced to ashes by those who come after you, we 7 elemental gods decided that someone had to personally come here and collect your remains. As for why it had to be me, the explanation is simple. Only I, who wields the power of space, can completely avoid the monitoring of the Divine Realm's central authority with the help of the elemental array. The complete skeletons of 2 first-level gods were top-tier treasures even in the Divine Realm. With these 2 sets of bones, it was not impossible to forge super-divine artifacts. Some gods with particularly twisted personalities would certainly be willing to do such a thing. But upon arriving, he had instead witnessed the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings transforming their last primordial power into an external soul bone, the frost-ending heavenly wings, and gifting it to Cheni. I must say, this young man is even more cautious than we expected, the space god said with a trace of admiration. Faced with such a great opportunity, he was still able to remain clear-headed, insisting that you make a soul oath before he would accept it. The Ice Dragon King snorted, a hint of pride in his tone. This little guy is indeed quite good. If it were those so-called geniuses, they would have already fused with it long ago without a second thought. The space god nodded slightly. This kind of caution may help him avoid being devoured by power in the future. Back then, we were too arrogant. His words plunged the 3 ancient beings into silence. Scenes from 10,000 years ago seemed to replay before their eyes. At the height of the elemental pantheon, they had once been a towering presence. Yet in the end, they could only retreat into a half-hidden existence in the Divine Realm, biding their time. Silence spread through the space where ice and fire intertwined. Only the humming sound of energy flowing as Cheni fused with the soul bone remained. After a long silence, the space god suddenly spoke, his voice breaking the stillness. Do you still want to live? His words struck like thunder in the hearts of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Both Dragon Kings stiffened, disbelief flashing in their eyes. Live on. The Ice Dragon King was the first to regain his composure and let out a bitter laugh. Old friend, are you joking? We died long ago. Now we're nothing more than wisp-like remnant souls, clinging to existence by relying on the origin power of this place. The Fire Dragon King followed, his dragon roar carrying a detached indifference toward life and death. Just now, in order to fulfill this boy's wishes, we even gave away our last bit of essence. Now we can barely maintain our remnant souls. How can you speak of continuing to live? The space god remained unmoved. His gaze beneath the gray hood did not waver. I only ask you this: do you wish to, or not? The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings exchanged a long look. Within each other's eyes, they saw that longing which had been buried for millennia. As former powerhouses who had once stood at the peak of the world, who would willingly vanish into nothingness. What's more, as long as they could survive, there would still be hope for the future revival of the Soul Beast race. But, even if we wish to, what can be done? The Ice Dragon King's voice carried the heavy weight of fate. The cycle of life and death is a universal law that even gods cannot defy. The space god stepped forward, and the space around him began to distort. He slowly raised his hand, divine light flashing at his fingertips, then gently pressed Cheni's palms together. What if I told you that there is a way for you to continue existing in another form? The Fire Dragon King's pupils abruptly contracted. You mean, there's no need to answer now, the space god interrupted him calmly. Think it over carefully. When you've figured it out. As his final word fell, the figure of the space god began to blur, as if he were merging into the surrounding space. But just before he completely vanished, he took one last look at the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. His gaze held an indescribable depth. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings remained where they were, staring at the place where the space god had disappeared for a long time, speechless. The choice between life and death had been suddenly thrust before them. Behind them, Cheni's fusion had reached its most critical moment. The ice crystals and lava patterns on the frost-ending heavenly wings skywing bone lit up simultaneously, and those two opposing forces were slowly reaching a perfect balance. The era belonging to this young man was about to begin, and the fate of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings had reached an unprecedented crossroads. 83, Chapter 83, Trial of Dragon King. Outside the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, dense energy mist permeated the air, enveloping the entire valley in a magnificent halo of interwoven red and blue light. The energy surged like tides, each wave causing the surrounding space to tremble faintly. Deep within the well, it was as though an ancient behemoth were sleeping, exhaling low, rhythmic breaths. The Grand Elder stood alone atop a jagged black boulder, his long gray hair whipping wildly in the chaotic energy winds. Days of waiting had etched deep weariness onto his once vigorous face. His formerly bright, insightful eyes were now bloodshot like spiderwebs. He stared unblinkingly at the spring below like a fusion of a blazing furnace and an icy hell, unable to muster even the courage to blink. 5 days. A full 5 days had passed. Since the moment Cheni had leaped into the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, a place known as the Forbidden Land of Life, he had vanished without a trace, as if a stone had sunk into the ocean. The Grand Elder's fingers pierced his own palms from excessive force. Drops of bright red blood silently slid down between his fingers, blossoming into tiny crimson flowers on the black rock beneath his feet, rock that had long been eroded by the energies of ice and fire. If only I had been more resolute then and stopped him. The Grand Elder muttered to himself, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows, sounding especially weak in the empty valley. The boy's resolute gaze surfaced again in his memory. In that moment, he had somehow softened, inexplicably allowing Cheni to sneak into this place of certain death. Endless regret, like the venom of a viper, gnawed at his heart day and night, bringing excruciating pain. The third elder had already been sent to Zhengzhen City to forge the alchemy furnace. Outside this perilous land, the Grand Elder was the only one enduring this ever-growing torment. If Cheni were to truly perish here, the Grand Elder didn't know how he would face the sect, how he would face Chen and his wife, or even how he would face himself. Just as despair was about to completely devour his soul. Roar! 2 dragon roars, seemingly emanating from primordial antiquity, suddenly rang out without warning. These were not the roars of any ordinary soul beasts. They weren't deafeningly loud, yet within them lay a majesty that made the very laws of heaven and earth tremble and submit, like the first thunderclap that shattered chaos at the dawn of creation, exploding deep within the Grand Elder's soul. The Grand Elder trembled violently. His mighty soul power as a level 95 titled Douluo began to boil uncontrollably. His protective soul light flared to life, but under the pressure of those dragon roars, it flickered and fluctuated wildly, as though it would shatter like glass at any moment. He forcibly suppressed the trembling of his soul and looked up in horror. Above the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, 2 colossal dragon phantoms, each hundreds of meters long and seemingly solid, slowly emerged from the void. One blue, one red, their bodies coiled and intertwined. Their enormous forms nearly obscured the sunlight above the valley, dyeing the sky in a dreamlike, yet deadly and magnificent hue. The ice dragon's entire body looked like it had been carved meticulously from eternal ice. Each crystal-clear scale refracted a bone-chilling light that seemed able to freeze even the soul. Wherever it passed, water vapor in the air was instantly stripped of all heat, condensing into countless tiny ice crystals that fell like a shower of dazzling yet icy diamond dust. The fire dragon was wreathed in inextinguishable divine flames, as if born from the deepest part of the earth's core. It radiated a terrifyingly high temperature that could incinerate all things. Even the surrounding space was slightly warped from the heat, and light itself blurred as it passed. This is a god. The Grand Elder's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. His intuition as a super Douluo and the knowledge he had accumulated all his life screamed in unison, telling him that the essence of these 2 phantoms far surpassed anything mortals could comprehend or resist. A primal survival instinct urged him to flee immediately. But the instant that thought rose in his mind, his gaze suddenly locked onto the tiny figure between the 2 towering dragon shadows. Cheni. The boy's eyes were shut, his face deathly pale, seated cross-legged in midair. His whole body was wrapped in red and blue energy that seemed at once repelling and merging, forming a huge cocoon of light as if something new was being nurtured and conceived within. Let him go. Without the slightest hesitation, the Grand Elder roared almost instinctively. His body, slightly hunched from exhaustion, suddenly straightened like an old dragon awakening from its slumber. The soul power of a level 95 super Douluo erupted without reservation. The mighty soul pressure he released made the air around him hum and tremble. Behind his head, a complex brain phantom shimmering with silver light appeared. This was his trump card, cultivated over many long years. His brain martial soul's second awakening at the silver level. Although he looked small and insignificant beneath the overwhelming oppressive might of the two dragon shadows, like a small boat in a raging storm, he still stubbornly raised his head, eyes burning with an unyielding flame. He knew all too well that his actions were futile, no different from a mantis trying to block a chariot. Facing beings that might truly be gods, he might not even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. But Cheni was someone he had brought here, the future of the sect, a junior he regarded as grandson. Even if it cost him his old and weathered life, he had to draw his sword and stand in the way. Interesting. The Ice Dragon King lowered its mountain-like head slightly, amusement glinting in its enormous dragon eyes as it studied this tiny figure that dared bare its fangs at a god. Deep within those eyes, as fathomless as a glacial abyss, a faint hint of approval flickered. How long had it been since he'd last seen a mortal with such courage? Roar! The Fire Dragon King beside him let out an even deeper, more challenging roar, and the divine flames around him surged violently. In an instant, the giant boulder beneath the Grand Elder's feet was covered in spreading cracks like a spider web. With a sharp crack, his legs sank deep into the rock up to his knees. His entire skeleton creaked with a grinding, teeth-aching sound. Under the immense pressure, countless capillaries ruptured, and bright red blood slowly oozed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, making his face appear especially savage and terrifying. So this is the power of a god. Yet amid this crushing pressure and pain, the Grand Elder actually grinned. His blood-stained teeth formed an almost crazed smile. For thousands of years, gods had vanished from the Douluo continent. He had only ever read fragmented descriptions of their power in ancient, faded texts. No one had ever truly faced divine might. Now, however, he personally witnessed the vast chasm that lay between the mortal and the divine and the terrifying nature of that divine power. Looking at these two unfamiliar and mighty gods, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning in the darkness. Cheni is the successor of Thunder God. The Grand Elder was no naive youth. He understood very well that the divine realm was far from peaceful. Where inheritance existed, conflict followed. Even Thunder God would inevitably have rivals. Could these two dragon-formed deities before him be? That possibility was chilling, but more than anything, it filled him with an iron resolution to stake everything on the line. Break! The Grand Elder's roar echoed throughout the valley. Under the extreme pressure of that god-level power containing both destruction and creation, the stagnant soul power within his body began to circulate wildly at an unprecedented speed, like a chain of explosive charges igniting all at once. Crack! The incredibly sturdy bottleneck at level 95 shattered with a crisp sound that only he could hear. A surge of soul power as mighty as a bursting river roared through his expanded meridians, and an even more terrifying aura exploded from his aged body. Level 96. At this critical juncture between life and death, the Grand Elder finally broke through the realm that countless soul masters could never cross, stepping into the ranks of the Super Douluo. Ninth Soul Skillheart Spear shatters the sky. Condense for me. The Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot, and his roar carried a fearless determination to die if need be. The 9 soul rings on his body, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black symbols of the highest honor a soul master could attain, shone brilliantly. Their lights merged into one, like rivers flowing into the sea. This was the legendary soul ring fusion talent among soul masters. The next moment, the Grand Elder's vast spiritual power, which had soared after his martial soul's second awakening, mixed with the surging soul power of his newly broken-through cultivation. Together, they were frantically compressed and gathered in front of him in an unprecedented way. A nearly fully materialized spear of spiritual power, its whole body flowing with brilliant silver light, with its tip condensing a point of extremely dangerous, dark cold radiance capable of tearing souls apart, took shape in the air. This was a strike that embodied all of his life's cultivation and his unwavering will. Even though reason clearly told him that this strike still couldn't harm a god, his pride and sense of duty drove him to release it anyway. A test of the god's sword. Whoosh! The spiritual spear tore through the air with a sharp crack, carrying an indomitable, suicidal momentum as it transformed into a silver bolt of lightning, shooting straight toward the Ice Dragon King's enormous dragon eye. But, facing this blow that could instantly cripple or even kill any peerless Douluo, the Ice Dragon King merely raised a frost-covered dragon claw and casually pinched at the air, as if brushing away an insignificant speck of dust. Bang! The spiritual spear containing all the Grand Elder's power, belief, and determination failed even to touch the dragon's claw. Before it could reach, that invisible divine pressure shattered it silently like a bubble under the sun, dispersing it without leaving a trace. The courage of mortals who dare brandish their blades at gods is commendable. The Ice Dragon King's voice rang out again, still as cold as clashing icebergs, but this time, there was undisguised praise within it. The playful look in his enormous dragon eyes vanished, replaced by a rare, solemn focus. This mortal had been deemed worthy of being taken seriously. From the side, the Fire Dragon King spoke, his voice like molten lava surging from the earth's core, scorching the very air around them. Little one, there's no need to be so nervous, let alone fight to the death. We and Thunder God are old acquaintances. His gaze swept over Cheni, who was still unconscious on the shore, and he continued. Today, we sense the aura of an old friend's successor, so we came to take a look and to bestow a little opportunity, and look after him in passing." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder froze on the spot. The surging soul power from his recent breakthrough still roiled within his body, but his will to fight to the death instantly lost its target and collapsed. He didn't know how to react. The scene turned awkward. He didn't think these deities were lying because there was no need for them to. Cheni is currently absorbing the primal power we bestowed upon him. When he awakens, he will undergo a complete rebirth and gain immense benefits, the Fire Dragon King continued, then gently waved his enormous dragon claw. Cheni, who had been suspended in midair, was lifted by a gentle yet irresistible force and slowly floated down to the shore. The boy's complexion had regained a healthy flush, his breathing long and steady, his aura harmonious and stable. He was clearly in the midst of profound transformation. Seeing this, the Grand Elder hurriedly stepped forward and carefully placed 2 fingers on Cheni's wrist. After a detailed check, he indeed felt 2 immense energies within the youth's body gently tempering and transforming him. At the same time, an extremely powerful force of ice and fire was being nurtured behind his back. Only then was the Grand Elder finally convinced that the 2 Dragon Kings were telling the truth, and the crushing boulder on his heart was at last set down. This junior was reckless and offended the divine might. "I thank the 2 gods for your mercy and for granting Cheni a second chance." The Grand Elder took several steps back, straightened his tattered robes, and then bowed deeply. His voice was filled with genuine gratitude and respect. Just then, the Ice Dragon King let out a soft exclamation. A hint of surprise flashed in his enormous dragon eyes as his gaze, almost tangible in its focus, locked onto the Grand Elder's upper dantian. "This is a dragon core." "No, it's even more precise than that. Its core structure shares the same origin as the dragon cores of my race, yet its operation and energy channels are perfectly compatible with a human body." The Fire Dragon King's attention was also drawn. Lowering his head with great interest, his burning gaze seemed as though it could pierce flesh and bone. "Interesting. Little fellow, how did you manage to condense such a wondrous object?" "As far as I know, the human body theoretically cannot withstand the initial condensing power of a dragon core." The Grand Elder dared not be negligent and immediately replied respectfully. "Reporting to the 2 high gods, this method of condensing a soul core was not created by me, but is the core of a secret technique passed down from Lord Thunder God." "I see." Upon hearing this, both Dragon King's eyes flashed with sudden understanding. With Thunder God's unparalleled talent and ability, it was not impossible for him to deduce a method of developing dragon cores suitable for the human race. The Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King exchanged another glance. A silent conversation was completed in that instant, as if they had reached some sort of tacit understanding. "Young man, you're quite good," the Ice Dragon King spoke again, his tone carrying even greater praise. "To break through under our pressure, your mental fortitude is truly rare. Even more remarkable is that, in order to protect the younger generation, you dared to stand against beings far stronger than yourself. Such courage and sense of responsibility have been rare through the ages." The Fire Dragon King picked up the thread, his booming voice like a great bell resonating over heaven and earth. "Since you have already received Thunder God's inheritance and condensed this soul core originating from my dragon clan, you and we share a certain fate. Today, seeing you pleasing to the eye, we'll give you another push and plant another foundation for your path toward the soul core." As soon as he finished speaking, before the Grand Elder could even respond, the 2 Dragon Kings simply pointed their dragon claws toward him. 2 beams of divine light, one blue and one red, condensed to the extreme and containing endless profound laws, shot from their claws and plunged straight into the Grand Elder's chest. Ugh! The Grand Elder trembled violently. He felt 2 completely opposite, yet miraculously coexisting pure energies surge through his limbs and bones, one bone chillingly cold, the other blazing hot like molten lava. The extremes of cold and heat alternately washed over his body, tempering every corner of his flesh. His meridians, which had grown somewhat dry and sluggish with age, were visibly rejuvenated and widened under the nourishment and cleansing of these 2 divine powers. Even his outward appearance seemed several years younger. But an even more shocking change occurred in his middle dantian. Under the guidance and infusion of the 2 divine lights, the vast soul power and spiritual power within his body were rapidly being compressed and refined, condensing into the phantom of a soul core that slowly took shape there, resonating faintly with the soul core in his upper dantian. The Grand Elder was stunned, knowing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He no longer had the luxury of being polite. He immediately sat down cross-legged, focusing all his mind and will, guiding his soul power. He channeled the surging power within him, using the transformation brought by the divine light to condense his second soul core. High in the air, the 2 Dragon Kings hovered silently, watching the Grand Elder now in deep meditative focus, his aura rising steadily. A trace of indescribable satisfaction flickered in their majestic dragon eyes. "The seed has been planted, and the opportunity has been given," the Ice Dragon King's ethereal voice echoed faintly in the air. "From here on, how far they go depends on their own perseverance and fate." The Fire Dragon King nodded slightly, divine light flickering in his dragon eyes. "The old chapters will eventually close. The new era may very well change because of them." As his voice faded, the 2 mountain-like dragon phantoms gradually grew illusory. The red and blue divine powers around them slowly receded like the tide, finally merging completely into the void as if they had never appeared at all. Only the Yinyang well, where ice and fire eternally intertwined and rotated, remained, still radiating immense energy and silently witnessing all. Silence briefly returned to the valley. Only the surging soul power around the Grand Elder continued to rise and fall like waves, as the light of the second soul core in his middle dantian grew ever brighter. Meanwhile, Cheni remained asleep. Beneath the cloth of his robes, at the slight bulge on his back, faint red and blue light flickered alternately. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 84, Chapter 84, Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling. Within Heaven Dou City, prosperity remained unchanged. The streets were bustling with traffic, the shouts of vendors rose and fell, and the elegant carriages of nobles made a crisp sound as they rolled along the cobblestones. Yet this hustle and bustle did nothing to dispel the loneliness in Dugu Yan's heart. She walked alone on the crowded street, sunlight filtering through the gaps between the buildings and casting dappled shadows on her. Passers-by would occasionally cast admiring or awed glances at her. After all, the granddaughter of poisoned Douluo Dugu was a well-known figure in Heaven Dou City. But at this moment, those glances only made her feel even more irritated. Before she knew it, she had crossed most of the city and arrived at a quiet mansion in the east. The streets here were noticeably calmer, and even the air seemed fresher. Above the lintel, an ancient Yi character emblem clearly revealed the identity of the owner, the Yi family, heirs of the nine-heart begonia martial soul. Just as Dugu Yan stood before the door, hesitating whether to knock, the heavy wooden door creaked open from the inside. An energetic old man appeared behind the door. His hair and beard were completely white, but his eyes were gentle and bright, as if they could see through people's hearts. "Uncle Fu." Dugu Yan greeted the old man with a sincere smile. Uncle Fu was clearly very familiar with her. A kind smile appeared on his aged face. "It's Miss Yan Yan. I could feel your presence from afar. Please come in, she's in her room." Dugu Yan walked effortlessly through the elegantly decorated front yard. Various exotic flowers and plants, including rare medicinal herbs, filled the yard with a refreshing fragrance. She headed straight for Yi Lingling's residence in the inner courtyard, the flagstone path cool beneath her spotless feet. She had just reached the familiar door and hadn't even had a chance to knock when it creaked open from the inside. Yi Lingling, dressed in a light blue long dress, stood behind the door. Her temperament was as aloof and elegant as a solitary orchid in a secluded valley. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, and her clear eyes looked at Dugu Yan with a hint of warmth that was barely perceptible. With her powerful spiritual energy, she had naturally sensed her friend's arrival long ago. "Lingling." Dugu Yan cheered and stepped forward to take Yi Lingling's arm, leaning against her affectionately. "It's still the most comfortable place here. It's quiet, and it smells nice with all the herbs." Yi Lingling let her hug her, a slight smile playing on her lips in response to her enthusiasm. The two entered the room. Its furnishings were simple yet elegant, much like its owner. Several ink paintings hung on the walls, and a soothing incense burner in the corner emitted a gentle, calming fragrance. After chatting idly for a while, Dugu Yan couldn't help starting to complain. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed, her red lips pouted, and she slumped into the soft chair in Yi Lingling's room. "I'm so angry. Lingling, don't you think my grandpa went too far?" Yi Lingling made a soft sound in her nose, signaling her to continue. She picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Dugu Yan, the rich aroma instantly filling the room. "He went out for some reason before, and when he finally came back, he only spent a few days with me. That was fine, but a couple of days ago he suddenly rushed back in a hurry, covered in sweat, and told me that he had some insights and needed to go into seclusion immediately. And this time it might be much longer than before." Dugu Yan imitated Dugubo's anxious tone from that time, getting angrier as she spoke. Then he rushed into his room, packed up a bunch of random things, and ran off like a gust of wind, without even saying a few more words. Her face was full of unhappiness. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of the teacup. "I've been alone in such a big mansion all day, with no one to talk to. I'm almost going crazy from boredom, so I could only come to you to relieve it today." As she spoke, she suddenly thought of Yi Lingling's grandfather, Yi kind old man who had always seemed to be by Yi Lingling's side. Her heart ached a little, and she couldn't help but mutter, "Humph. When Grandpa comes back this time, I'll make him pay. He'll have to compensate me. If he doesn't bring me a bunch of rare poisonous creatures, I'm ignoring him." Yi Lingling listened quietly to her friend's complaints, watching her pouty face. A complex emotion welled up inside her. She gently patted Dugu Yan's hand and whispered, "Yan Yan, don't be angry. Senior Dugu after all, he is a titled Douluo. He has his own things to do and his own insights to pursue. The fact that he came back specifically to tell you means he must be thinking of you." Her words were meant to comfort, but a barely perceptible hint of envy, even a touch of bitterness, flickered deep in her eyes. If the Yi family had an elder as powerful as poisoned Douluo Dugu, perhaps her parents wouldn't have perished in that tragedy so many years ago, and they wouldn't have been blocked by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan recently. The fear and humiliation of being helpless and alone was something Dugu Yan might never truly understand. To Yi Lingling, Dugu Yan's troubles despite having a titled Douluo grandfather were all dyed with the undertone of a pampered happiness. Dugu Yan was perceptive. Although Yi Lingling concealed it well, she still caught her friend's momentary gloom. She immediately realized she might have said something wrong and stirred up painful memories. She quickly sat up straight, took Yi Lingling's slightly cool hand, and said in a tone full of apology and concern, "I'm sorry, Lingling, I didn't mean it that way." Yi Lingling gently shook her head, interrupting her apology. "It's all right, Yan Yan. I understand." Seeing Yi Lingling's calm face, Dugu Yan's displeasure disappeared instantly, replaced by heartache for her friend. She shook her head vigorously, as if trying to shake off all her troubles, and a bright smile returned to her face. She pulled Yi Lingling up by the arm. All right, let's not think about those unhappy things anymore. Come on, let's go to Moon Pavilion. I heard they have a new musician there who plays really well. Let's listen to some music and relax." Looking at Dugu Yan, who had instantly regained her vitality, Yi Lingling's gloomy expression eased slightly. She nodded gently. "All right." Meanwhile, in the distant core forbidden area of the body sect, a transformation related to the fate of the entire sect was quietly taking place. The forbidden area was located deep within a majestic mountain range, shrouded in layers of barriers, making it impossible for ordinary disciples to approach. At this moment, Sect Master Chu Shanhe sat cross-legged on a stone platform at the very center of the forbidden ground. His eyes were closed, his face as calm and still as an ancient rock. If any outsider were present, they would certainly be shocked by the sight before them. Chu Shanhe's clothes had long since been reduced to dust by the terrifying energy, revealing his perfectly sculpted physique. Beneath his bronze skin, countless writhing dragons seemed to be surging. The sound of his blood and chi flowing was like the roaring Yangtze River, even faintly drowning out the hissing of the surrounding energy flow. Most mysterious of all was the scene behind him. A perfectly clear, illustrated image of a human skeleton hovered there. This image was identical to his own skeletal structure, originally radiating a chilling silvery white luster, like refined steel indestructible. But now, under the tempering of the endless energy of this flesh furnace, the silvery white skeleton was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Strands of gold began to spread outwards from the spine like living vines. This gold was pure and dazzling, carrying an air of immortality, eternity, and freedom. With each inch of silver white it eroded and transformed, the skeletal phantom in that area became more solid and substantial, emanating an increasingly terrifying aura. A torrent of dark golden energy, like a loyal guardian, surrounded Chu Shanhe and continuously slammed into his body. With each impact, a large number of golden light spots were peeled off and merged into his skin, muscles, and meridians, eventually flowing into the skeletal phantom behind him. The transformation from silver to gold had been going on for quite some time. Now, most of the bones of the head, torso, and arms had turned into brilliant gold, leaving only the legs, where the dazzling gold was engaged in a final struggle with the stubborn silver around the knees. The entire forbidden area was filled with suffocating pressure, and the air emitted subtle popping sounds as it was compressed by energy. 85, Chapter 85, taught a lesson. Consciousness, like a fish drowning in the deep sea, struggled upwards and finally broke through that hazy barrier. Cheni suddenly opened his eyes, and what came into view was not the darkness or familiar dwelling he had expected, but the strange and magnificent scene of the ice and fire yin-yang well. He was lying on the bank where the two springs met, with damp mud and some tough, exotic grass beneath him. Ugh! Just as he was about to move his body, a strong feeling of stiffness and constriction washed over him. Cheni looked down and, to his horror, found himself almost entirely covered in a thick layer of dark red scabs, as if he were wearing a rough, ill-fitting suit of armor. With the slightest movement, the scabs made a soft cracking sound. At the same time, an indescribable pungent smell, a mixture of blood, sweat, and some kind of bodily waste assaulted his nostrils. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience and his current robust physique, he couldn't help but feel his stomach churn and almost vomited on the spot. This appearance is probably worse than that of a beggar, Cheni thought helplessly. He tried to circulate his soul power to shatter this armor, but found that although the soul power in his body was abundant, it seemed somewhat sluggish and difficult to control precisely. Obviously, his body had not yet fully adapted to the deep transformation it had undergone. Just then, a familiar voice, tinged with helplessness and concern, clearly reached his ears. "Now that you're awake, go change your clothes and clean yourself up. Your appearance is really unsightly." It's the Grand Elder. Cheni felt a chill run down his spine and a sense of guilt washed over him. He clearly remembered how he had taken advantage of the Grand Elder and the Third Elder's inattention to sneak into the depths of the ice and fire yin-yang well, a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. The old man must have been terribly worried. If he saw him again now, he'd inevitably get another scolding and a bit of care. "Yes, Elder." Cheni didn't dare delay, nor did he dare look back at the Grand Elder's expression. After responding, he almost used both hands and feet, disregarding the filth on his body and the sluggishness of his soul power, and plunged into the yin-yang well of ice and fire again with a plop. He would rather endure the extreme pain of ice and fire intertwining and tempering his bones again than immediately face the Grand Elder's seemingly calm but potentially wrathful gaze. The scorching and frigid spring water enveloped him once more, but unlike the ferocity of his first dive, this time the energy seemed much gentler, mainly washing away the grime from his body and soothing minor internal injuries. The scab softened and peeled away quickly under the spring's soaking, revealing newly formed skin beneath fair and resilient, with a subtle, warm sheen. On the shore, watching Chenyi's hurried figure, as if a 10,000-year soul beast was chasing him, a middle-aged man in a blue robe couldn't help but laugh and curse, "That brat." If Cheni were to turn around at this moment, he would surely be astonished, and might even doubt whether he had mistaken the person for someone else. The person standing on the shore was no longer the old man with white hair and beard, a gaunt face, and an air of otherworldly grace, yet whose age was undeniable. The elder before him now looked only 30 to 40 years old, with a handsome face, well-defined features, and eyes as deep as the starry sea, gleaming with inner light. With his upright posture and simple blue robe, he appeared elegant and well-dressed, a truly mature and refined handsome uncle. Only the faintly discernible familiar features between his eyebrows, and the unique aura of the Grand Elder deeply rooted in Chenyi's soul, could connect the two. However, this aura was several times stronger than before. It was like a dragon lurking in the abyss unfathomable, a world apart from what it had been. He stood with his hands behind his back by the strange spring. His own aura was enough to rival this treasure land created by heaven and earth, without being inferior in the slightest. The spring water of the Inyang well was indeed miraculous. In just a short while, Cheni felt all the filth on his body disappear, and he felt completely refreshed. The scabs that had bothered him had long since vanished, and his newly grown skin was smooth and full of vitality. He took out a clean set of clothes from his storage soul tool and changed into them. Feeling the surging soul power within his body far surpassing his previous strength and his robust physique that seemed to be cheering with every cell, a surge of heroic spirit welled up in his heart. This adventure, though extremely dangerous, yielded immense rewards. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and then stepped onto the shore, ready to face the anticipated storm. However, when he looked up and saw the person on the shore, he froze on the spot as if he had been turned to stone. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes widened. This is the Grand Elder. Are you kidding me? Did he change his appearance? Or did he eat some kind of elixir that reverses aging? The handsome uncle in front of him, dressed in a blue robe, had an extraordinary temperament and outstanding looks. In his previous life, he would definitely be the kind of charming uncle who could make millions of young ladies scream and be invincible in nightclubs. Cheni even subconsciously imagined the other person dressed fashionably, raising a glass and smiling in a neon-lit nightclub, surrounded by beautiful women. The only drawback is Chenyi's gaze involuntarily fell on the other person's head, and he muttered inwardly, "This head, well, the head circumference does seem to be slightly larger than that of a person with the same body proportions, but combined with this temperament, it makes him even more unique." Just as Cheni was lost in thought, the Grand Elder saw his dumbfounded and incredulous expression, and a smug smile crept onto his lips. He slowly cleared his throat and said in a slightly mocking yet magnetic voice, "What's wrong, kid? Are you dumbfounded? You didn't really think I'm some old, decrepit man in his 70s or 80s, about to die, did you? Humph, I'm not afraid to tell you, back in the day I was a famous handsome young man in the surrounding area. Matchmakers almost wore down the threshold of the body sect." That familiar tone, that slightly arrogant manner, instantly pulled Cheni back to reality. Yes, this is indeed the Grand Elder, without a doubt, but the change in appearance was too drastic. Cheni snapped out of his daze and immediately realized what was happening. His face instantly plastered with a fawning smile, and his flattery poured out like the yellow river flowing from the sky, unstoppable. "Oh my Grand Elder, you were more than just a handsome young man. You are like a god descended to earth, a celestial being in the mortal world. I almost didn't recognize you just now. I thought some deity was passing by. Look at your bearing, your aura, this youthful face. Not to mention the surrounding villages, even in the entire Douluo continent, you are a first-rate handsome man. My admiration for you is like the Inyang well of ice and fire, unfathomable, and like the Milky Way in the sky, vast and boundless." While speaking eloquently, he carefully observed the elder's expression. Seeing that the elder was beaming with joy and even bursting into laughter at his unrestrained flattery, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quietly wiped non-existent cold sweat from his palms. It seems that improving one's appearance really does improve one's mood, and even one's temper becomes much better. Hopefully, this will save me from this predicament. However, before he could fully relax, a figure flashed before his eyes. The elder's seemingly slender and fair hand, which actually contained terrifying power, grabbed him like an iron clamp and pressed down exactly on his shoulder. The elder, who had been all smiles just moments before, now revealed a sinister grin, his white teeth gleaming coldly. "You flatter me well, and I enjoy it, but..." He deliberately drew out his words, watching as the faint smile of relief that had just appeared on Chenyi's face instantly froze and turned into terror, before slowly continuing. "Flattery is flattery, but we still need to settle accounts properly. You've got some nerve, kid, daring to play these heart-pounding games behind my back. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know the meaning of safety. Grand Elder, spare me. Please, let me explain." Cheni felt an irresistible force coming from his shoulder, and he was lifted up like a chick. Under the suppression of that big hand, he couldn't even mobilize a trace of his soul power. In Chenyi's despairing gaze, a glint flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes, and the sinister smile on his lips brightened even further. The Inyang well of ice and fire soon returned to its former tranquility, with only the gurgling of the spring water and the subtle sounds of spiritual energy flowing. However, in a cave carved into the mountainside not far from the Inyang well, Dugu poisoned Douluo, who was in deep seclusion, trying to condense his soul core and break through to a higher realm. Suddenly frowned. His body shimmered with emerald light, and his immense soul power surged like a tide. He was at the most crucial moment. Yet at a certain instant, a faint, extremely shrill howl, as if someone were enduring some kind of inhuman torture, pierced through the soul power barrier he had set up and entered his ears. That voice sounds a bit like the young sect leaders. Dugu's mind wavered slightly, and the surging soul power around him fluctuated as well. Startled, he quickly regained his composure and focused all his attention back on the condensation of his soul core. Was that an illusion? The thought flashed through Dugu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. However, the faint howling seemed to last for quite some time. A long time passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps longer. On the shore of the Inyang Eye of Ice and Fire, space rippled slightly. The Grand Elder, looking refreshed and with his robes fluttering, stepped out first, his face bearing the satisfied expression of someone who had just finished a thorough exercise. Following closely behind him was Cheni. But Cheni was a completely different sight. His new clothes were somewhat disheveled, and his hair looked like it had been ravaged by a storm. Although there were no obvious injuries on his body, his handsome face was scrunched up like a bitter gourd, and his eyes were filled with lingering fear. Upon emerging, Cheni immediately adopted an extremely ingratiating, almost groveling smile. He hurriedly approached the Grand Elder and explained earnestly, "Elder, please calm down and listen to me. I really did have a feeling at the time, a deep sense that there was a great opportunity for me deep within that spring. That feeling was very strong, and I knew that this was a chance I couldn't miss. That's why I acted impulsively and didn't have time to report to you. I truly know I was wrong." As he spoke, he secretly observed the Grand Elder's expression. Seeing that the Elder didn't seem intent on attacking immediately, he quickly raised his hand and swore, "I assure you, absolutely. There will never be a next time. From now on, I will think twice before acting and prioritize safety in everything I do." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder shook his head helplessly, pointed a finger at Chenyi's nose, and scolded, "You little brat, stop trying to sweet-talk me. I've heard your promises far too many times. I know you too well. Once you encounter an opportunity that's beneficial to your cultivation or one that you feel you absolutely must seize, you'll forget all about today's promises and do it again." Cheni, having been exposed, could only chuckle awkwardly and didn't dare refute him. Looking at him like this, the Elder's tone gradually became serious and deep, and a trace of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. "Shao Yi, I have never doubted your talent or your opportunities. We also hope that you can go further and stand higher. But you must remember, on the Douluo continent, the strong are respected, and dangers lurk everywhere. Many brilliant talents haven't died in direct confrontations, but perished in unknown traps because of their own recklessness." He paused, looked at Cheni with deep eyes, and then said slowly, "In the future, if there's anything similarly dangerous or uncertain, you must tell us in advance. The more people there are, the more perspectives there are, and the more protection you have. We old folks have lived longer than you've walked the road. We can offer you some advice, or at least protect you from making fatal mistakes. Remember, we are your elders, your support. We will never harm you." Listening to the Elder's earnest words and seeing the lingering fear and worry in his eyes, Chenyi's resentment and playful thoughts about being taught a lesson disappeared instantly, replaced by a warm current flowing through his chest. He suppressed all the playful expressions on his face, straightened his back, and looked at the Grand Elder with a firm and sincere gaze. He solemnly said, "Grand Elder, I will remember your teachings. I won't dare to be so reckless again. I'll discuss everything with you and the other elders in advance. I promise." This promise carried more weight and sincerity than any previous assurance. Seeing the genuine emotion and commitment in Chenyi's eyes, the Grand Elder slowly nodded, a gentle smile returning to his face. He patted Chenyi's shoulder, feeling the even stronger, more powerful bones beneath his clothes. His eyes were filled with satisfaction and anticipation. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 86, Chapter 86, External Soul Bone and Mutation. The night was as dark as ink. In the center of the valley where the Inyang Well of Ice and Fire was located, a bonfire crackled and popped. The flickering flames dispelled some of the chill and brought warmth and light. Beside the fire, Cheni held a huge golden brown, juicy, and fragrant beef leg. Without any regard for appearances, he took a big bite, chewed vigorously, and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. The meat was tender, the fat bursting between his lips and teeth. Mixed with special spices, the flavor greatly comforted his stomach. However, his gaze kept drifting toward the old man sitting opposite him, the high-ranking and powerful elder of the sect. The Grand Elder at this moment was completely different from the one Cheni had seen when he infiltrated the Ice and Fire Inyang Well half a month ago. His originally gray hair had turned gray-black, the deep wrinkles on his face had faded considerably, and his skin had a healthy glow. He looked at least 10 years younger. What caught Cheni's attention even more was the aura emanating from him. In the past, Cheni could still detect a hint of his depth with his spiritual power, which far surpassed that of his peers. But now, the elder's aura was as calm and unfathomable as a deep pool or an ancient well. If Cheni hadn't known his background well, he would have almost thought that the person sitting in front of him was just an ordinary old man with a vigorous spirit. This was by no means a regression in cultivation. On the contrary, it was a manifestation of a surge in strength and a new level of control over one's own aura. Cheni swallowed the meat in his mouth with difficulty, then gulped down a mouthful of water. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Elder, the change is too great. It's been less than half a month, and not only do you look younger, but your aura, I feel like your cultivation level has already firmly crossed the threshold of level 96, and it seems it's not just a simple entry level, right?" As Cheni spoke, he was rapidly calculating in his mind. Although the Grand Elder had previously touched the threshold of level 96, that one step was nothing short of an insurmountable chasm for a titled Douluo. Normally, without special opportunities, one might not be able to break through even after years or decades of arduous cultivation. Even with the help of a soul core and an astonishing understanding of martial souls, it should still have taken at least 1 or 2 years for the Grand Elder to achieve this breakthrough. Yet in just over 10 days, the Grand Elder's strength seemed to have increased by at least one significant level. Cheni had previously scanned the entire ice and fire Yin-Yang well with his spiritual power, confirming that there were no traces of immortal herbs being picked. Having ruled out consuming immortal herbs as the most direct shortcut, he simply couldn't understand how the Grand Elder had achieved such a leap in such a short time. After reaching level 95, each level of advancement in the titled Douluo realm became incredibly difficult. It required not only the accumulation of soul power, but also a deeper understanding of one's own martial soul. Apart from those with almost cheating talents like Bibi Dong and Tang San, who possessed twin martial souls, almost no one could improve this quickly. Hearing Chen Yi's question, the Grand Elder smiled slightly and reached out to stir the campfire, making the flames burn brighter. The leaping firelight reflected in his deep eyes, as if stars were floating within them. He didn't directly answer the question about his cultivation level. Instead, he spoke in a tone tinged with emotion and respect. "It was those 2 dragon-shaped deities who bestowed some benefits upon me before their divine consciousness completely dissolved into the world." A dragon-shaped deity. Cheni was taken aback at first, then suddenly understood. The Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire was the place where the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings had fallen, their corpses and divine power had transformed into this treasure land. The dragon-shaped deities mentioned by the Grand Elder naturally referred to the remaining divine thoughts of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. So it was a gift from the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. That makes sense. Even the smallest gift from gods was an unimaginable opportunity for a mortal soul master. It might contain an understanding of the rules of heaven and earth, pure primordial energy, or enlightenment directly targeting the origin of a martial soul. This was far more profound and fundamental than merely consuming a single immortal herb. The Grand Elder had already reached the threshold of level 96, and his accumulation was more than enough. What he lacked was a higher level guidance and the catalyst for a qualitative change in his energy. The lingering divine thoughts of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings perfectly filled this crucial gap. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's doubts disappeared, replaced by genuine joy. The Grand Elder was a close and trusted pillar of the sect, and his improvement in strength was a tremendous boon for both the body sect and Chen Yi himself. Seeing that the Grand Elder seemed unwilling to discuss the specifics, Chen Yi wisely refrained from pressing the matter. Everyone had their own secrets and opportunities. Digging deeper wouldn't be appropriate. "I see, congratulations, Elder. This is an incredible stroke of luck." The Elder nodded with a smile, said nothing more, picked up another piece of roasted meat, and began to eat slowly and deliberately. For a moment, only the crackling of the campfire, the sound of the 2 chewing, and the ever-present steaming and flowing of the ice and fire Yin-Yang spring filled the valley. A peaceful and harmonious atmosphere quietly spread between them. After a satisfying meal, mostly because Chen Yi ate to his heart's content, he patted his slightly bulging belly, leaned back against a warm rock, and let out a long sigh. Although the environment of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well was extreme, this scene was surprisingly pleasant. Just then, the Grand Elder washed his hands with the water beside him, turned his gaze to Chen Yi, his eyes filled with gentle inquiry, and asked in a slow voice, "Little guy, you've been busy talking about me. What about you? What benefits did you gain under the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire? Judging from your aura, although your soul power level hasn't improved much, your blood and energy are much stronger and your foundation far more stable than before. There's also a hidden power that makes even me feel a trace of uneasiness." Upon hearing the Elder's words, Cheni couldn't help but smile slightly, which eventually blossomed into an undisguised smile brimming with excitement and confidence. That smile, illuminated by the campfire, seemed to radiate with brilliance. Before he finished speaking, a glint flashed in Chen Yi's eyes, as if he had made a decision. He took a long, deep breath that seemed to draw in the energy dissipating from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. The next moment, something unexpected happened. Boom! An indescribable, overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Chenyi's body. It was not the pressure of soul power level, but some kind of higher-level life pressure. Under the impact of this sudden energy release, the clothes on his upper body instantly turned into countless fragments, scattering like butterflies and revealing his lean, well-proportioned, and smoothly contoured body. On his bronze skin, faint patterns of pale gold and crimson emerged, like some ancient totem, full of power and mysterious beauty. Most eye-catching of all was the strange thing that suddenly unfolded behind him. It was not a wing of light formed from soul power, but a real combination of bones and energy. A pair of enormous and magnificent wings suddenly unfurled behind Cheni, with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters. The left wing was ice blue, as if carved from ancient ice, while the right wing was fiery red, as if forged from hellish lava. Ice and fire, two extremely opposing attributes, coexisted perfectly on these wings at this moment. Red and blue light intertwined and flowed, radiating an ancient dragon's might that made one's soul tremble. This is an external soul bone. The Grand Elder's pupils suddenly contracted. Even with his current state of mind and cultivation, he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, his face filled with shock. He could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within those wings. It was something that no ordinary soul beast could bestow. Its quality was so high, and its aura so ancient and majestic, that it even far surpassed the 100,000-year soul bone of the body sect. In particular, the dragon aura, intertwined with ice and fire, was of the same origin as the yin-yang well of ice and fire, yet even purer and nobler. Frost-ending heavenly wings. Cheni felt the effortless control he had over the wings on his back, and the exhilarating fusion of ice and fire power with his own soul power. His tone carried a hint of pride, one of the gifts from the ice and fire dragon kings. However, just as the Grand Elder was still submerged in the shock brought by the frost-ending heavenly wings, Cheni slightly raised his hands. Clang! A clear, melodious sound like a dragon's roar suddenly rang out, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal clashing. On Chenyi's hands, the external soul bone that had originally belonged to the dark gold terrorclaw bear, the dark gold dreadclaw, had undergone a drastic change. The original dark gold claws on his left hand had transformed into an azure dragon claw like ice crystal, with sharp talons and an aura of coldness that seemed capable of freezing the soul. The right hand had transformed into a crimson dragon claw like lava, with tiny yet terrifying flames leaping at the tips, radiating a scorching aura that could incinerate everything. One blue, one red. The two external soul bones in the shape of dragon claws exuded an even sharper and more domineering aura than before. The ferocious aura belonging to the dark gold terrorclaw bear seemed to have been completely refined and sublimated, merging into the ultimate attributes of the ice and fire dragon kings and the majesty of the dragon race. The ice and fire dragon claws opened and closed slightly, causing the surrounding air to hum under immense pressure. On the left, chilling air condensed into fine frost, while on the right, heat distorted the very space. These already incredibly powerful external soul bones had undergone a qualitative leap after fusing with the ice and fire dragon king's primordial power. P.S. Bonus chapter at 100 power stones. 87, chapter 87, patching the last weakness. 87, chapter 87, patching the last weakness. The beautiful dragon wings behind Cheni intertwined in red and blue. As the auras of ice and fire suddenly spread out, scorching heat and bone-chilling cold, two completely opposite energies melted perfectly into one another. Visible ripples of energy shimmered across the night sky. At the same time, the dragon claws on his hands had turned into crystalline ice blue and molten lava red. His fingers opened and closed slightly, and in the air there was the faint sound of ice forming and shattering, mixed with flame detonations. A terrifying tearing aura shook the air around him. Grand Elder was a well-read elder who had experienced 100 years of ups and downs. In this instant, even he couldn't help but hold his breath, and the eyes that had seen through the world were now brimming with undisguised shock. He slowly stood up, his gaze burning like torches. Like a harsh appraiser who had suddenly encountered a treasure nearly impossible to find in a lifetime, he carefully traced along those radiant dragon wings and that hideous, domineering pair of dragon claws. A soft hiss escaped his lips. Good, good, good. The Grand Elder said good 3 times in a row, each word loud and sonorous, his voice almost overflowing with excitement. He slowly circled Cheni, clearly sensing the pure origin power of ice and fire stirring the air. The pure power of ice and fire, the perfect form this way the energy flows. It's comparable to top-tier soul bones, truly extraordinary, something only gods could craft. The gift of the ice and fire dragon king is indeed unparalleled. Feeling the Grand Elder's unreserved praise, Cheni's chest swelled with pride. His heart stirred slightly, and the frost wings behind him gently beat. The left icy wing spread a fine spray of crystalline frost, while the right fiery wing kicked up searing currents of hot air. Ice and flame intertwined into a whirlwind that made the campfire sway violently, mixing light and shadow. Grand Elder, I call these dragon wings the frost-ending heavenly wings. They contain the ultimate powers of ice and fire. They're not only capable of attack and defense, but most importantly, their speed blessing is terrifying. Cheni paused for a moment, as if carefully sensing the power surging through his body, then spoke with certainty. From what I can feel, if I go all out right now, for a short burst, my speed should be comparable to that of a pure agility-type soul saint. Oh. The Grand Elder raised his brows at this, stroking his beard, his eyes growing even more astonished and his expression solemn. For a pure agility-type soul master, speed was the defining existence, often the ultimate form of giving up everything else for pure swiftness. For example, among the 4 single-attribute clans, there was Bibi, the elder of the Speed clan. His cultivation was only at the Soul Emperor realm, yet in terms of speed alone, he was in no way inferior to the ghost Douluo of Spirit Hall. Cheni once again lifted his hands. The 2 dragon claws, one blue, one red, gleamed with a dangerous, seductive luster under the firelight, faint ice and fire runes flowing at his fingertips. As for this pair of hands, the original dark gold dreadclaws have undergone a metamorphosis by fusing with the lingering power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. They not only preserve and enhance the dark gold dreadclaw bear's peerless tearing trait, but also gain the ultimate attributes of ice and fire. Chenyi's tone grew a bit more confident. The attack of these dreadclaws can, to a certain extent, already be called ignoring defense. Ignoring defense. The Grand Elder's eyes turned cold. In the world of soul masters, these words carried an extremely heavy weight. He pondered for a moment, then his cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. He pointed at a nearby boulder, roughly half the size of a house, its texture extremely hard. Face that rock. Use 30% of your strength. Yes. Chenyi's gaze sharpened. His right hand, the red dragon claw, suddenly slashed forward. There was no earth-shaking roar of soul power, only 5 faint crimson threads that seemed to vanish into the night. They flashed once, leaving behind nothing but scorched trails in the air. PSSST. A soft, almost gentle sound, like a hot knife cutting through butter. 5 bottomless, smooth cuts appeared on the huge rock. The cut surfaces were dark red, with signs of melting, exuding a suffocating heat. The boulder did not shatter immediately, but the penetrating damage accompanied by ultimate fire had already declared its doom. The Grand Elder's pupils shrank slightly. In a flash, he appeared before the rock, gently touching the smooth, burning hot surface with an old fingertip. He felt the lingering sharp aura and that destructive fire attribute energy, and at last a deeply satisfied smile appeared on his face. Good. What a defiance of defense. The Grand Elder couldn't help but clap, speaking in a tone of relief. This ultimate flame's penetration and incineration, combined with the dark gold dreadclaw's own tearing force, are enough to render most physical and energy defenses nearly useless. Even an ordinary defense-type soul saint, if careless, would suffer a severe loss. But soon, his gaze quietly shifted to Chenyi's frost wings gathered behind him. His voice grew deep and solemn. However, in my opinion, at your current stage, these dragon wings may be more important to you than that pair of dragon claws. The Grand Elder spoke in a low voice, his eyes seeming to pierce the void, as if he were seeing all kinds of future battle scenes. Why does Grand Elder say so? Cheni knew very well how precious the frost-ending heavenly wings were, but seeing the Grand Elder emphasize this so seriously, he couldn't help but ask in interest. The Grand Elder clasped his hands behind his back, speaking earnestly. On the Douluo continent, if you are not born with a flying spirit, and you wish to soar into the sky by your own power, you must at least reach the title Douluo realm. In other words, before you obtain a title, once you meet an opponent with innate flying martial spirit, you will be extremely passive. You can only be a target on the ground, unable to exert much power in the era, fatal weakness for many assault and defense-type soul masters. Tang Chen had created the Clear Sky 9 Absolutes precisely to solve this shortcoming of the Clear Sky Hammer. The Grand Elder then pointed at the frost-ending heavenly wings, his gaze shining with wisdom. And your dragon wings have completely patched that flaw for you. Not only do they allow you to obtain the right to fight in the air ahead of time, they also grant you an ultimate aerial speed comparable to a pure agility-type soul saint. In the future, whether you face a soul master with a flying martial spirit or encounter a soul beast skilled in aerial combat, you will hold absolute initiative. Advance, retreat, attack, or defend, you will be able to come and go as you please. At that moment, the Grand Elder's eyes grew especially deep, as if recalling something from the past. His voice dropped slightly. Also, do not forget that person from Spirit Hall, the genius suspected to be the successor of the angel god. The Grand Elder had never forgotten the mysterious genius Cheni had mentioned. In his view, the girl who inherited a god-level martial spirit was undoubtedly Chenyi's greatest enemy in the future. The seraphim martial spirit known as the ruler of the heavens and the king of aerial combat. The Grand Elder's tone was solemn, every word carrying the weight of 1,000 caddies. Her talent domain, the angel domain, can unleash terrifying effects in the sky. I can almost foresee that it's only a matter of time before you face her. If you lack aerial superiority before her, then no matter what methods you possess, you will still be fated to be suppressed, perhaps even crushed. The reason Chiian Daou lost to Tang Chen back then was, on the surface, because Tang Chen was a world-class hero. But in my opinion, an even greater reason was that Chiian Daou abandoned his advantage in aerial combat. Otherwise, even Tang Chen might not have defeated him. The Grand Elder stared at the frost-ending heavenly wings behind Cheni, his gaze full of confidence. But now, with this pair of wings derived from a god-level dragon king, you finally possess the capital to stand against her in the sky and even to compete with her. Thinking this far, a trace of deep meaning flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. But since he had been taught by Chiian Daou, he couldn't help but recall the old man's stubborn insistence on fighting on the ground. The thought made a faintly amused smile appear at the corner of his mouth. Wonderful. He couldn't say too much about some things, but in a ground battle, within the same rank, the Grand Elder could guarantee that Cheni would be able to crush that girl. Most of what that old man Chiian Daou had taught were things that skirted the line with death itself. Cheni listened to the Grand Elder's meticulous analysis from tactics to strategy. Even though the final line had a trace of mockery, it was full of self-confidence. His own heart suddenly felt enlightened. Limitless battle intent and confidence in his future surged up within him. He nodded heavily. The frost-ending heavenly wings behind him trembled slightly, letting out a low hum, as if in response to his soaring fighting spirit. I understand, Grand Elder. I will make good use of this power. I will live up to the power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, and even more so, I will never let you down. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 88 Chapter 88 The Snake Emperor Emerges. 88 Chapter 88 The Snake Emperor Emerges. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Over this half-month, Cheni and the Grand Elder never left the treasure land of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. The extreme environment where ice and fire intertwined had birthed countless strange immortal herbs. The power of heaven and earth here was so abundant it was almost tangible, and unbeatable cultivation, holy land for any soul master. By day, Cheni sat cross-legged at the junction of the ice spring and the fire spring, guiding pure ice and fire energies to temper his body and polish his soul power. At other times, he would spread his frost-ending heavenly wings and soar over the sunset forest, getting used to this newborn pair of dragon wings, training until he could freely command their speed and maneuverability. Aside from cultivation, Cheni harbored one more thought in his heart: plunder. As one of the three great treasures, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well had long been occupied by Dugu. In the original timeline, Tang Sen had also visited it many times. But this place's environment was too unique and its terrain too complex. It was inevitable that not all immortal herbs had been discovered. With spiritual power far surpassing ordinary people, a keen sense for medicinal properties, and perhaps that protagonist's unique luck, Cheni discovered several hidden immortal herbs tucked in cracks in the rocks, shrouded in poisonous miasma, which no one had ever found. All of these would become valuable foundations in the future, for the strong of the body sect to impact higher realms and to be exchanged for other resources. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky a magnificent orange, reflecting off the red and blue mists of the valley and forming a strange, dreamlike scene. Cheni's figure emerged from the mouth of the valley. The edges of the ice wings behind him still trailed lingering frost crystals and embers. In his hand, he was dragging a rather large bird-type soul beast. It was a phantom finch. Its feathers shone with a flowing, deep violet luster, seemingly able to blend entirely into changes in the light. Its body was sleek, wings slender, known for its speed and concealment. From its aura, its cultivation was close to 10,000 years. Holding this phantom finch, Cheni's face carried a hint of pride and relief. Speaking of this phantom finch, it actually held a grudge against Cheni. A few days ago, while he was practicing sharp turns and low-altitude shuttling with his frost-ending heavenly wings at the edge of the sunset forest, this flat-feathered beast had taken advantage of its speed and stealth. It suddenly pounced out of the clouds and mist, and its talons had gone straight for his heart from behind. Back then, Cheni's control over his dragon wings was still far from perfect. He was indeed caught off guard. Relying solely on his tough physique, he barely managed to resist, but he still felt a bit embarrassed. In a brief clash, he was forced back and the bird escaped in an instant, couldn't catch up at all. Who would have thought this stupid bird would either see Cheni as a delicious piece of prey, or feel that its own authority had been threatened? The very next day, it actually tailed him in secret and attempted another ambush. An uncle can endure, but an aunt cannot. Cheni turned ruthless. Having honed his aerial combat skills for a few more days and deliberately strengthening his control over the frost-ending heavenly wings, he took the initiative this time. With absolute speed and a sharp perception of energy fluctuations, he finally forced the beast into the depths of the forest. After a short yet fierce aerial battle, Cheni ended the fight cleanly with a dragon wing slash wrapped in icy flames. Tonight we'll make an extra dish and taste this 10,000-year phantom finch. I've heard its meat is very tender and is a holy material for making broth. I must try it. Cheni thought happily to himself, dragging his spoils as he strode back into the inner area of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, intending to greet the Grand Elder and start a fire to cook. However, the moment he stepped into the core area, his relaxed expression disappeared. The Grand Elder was not sitting quietly by the campfire as usual. Instead, his hands were clasped behind his back as he stood atop a huge boulder, staring at the cliffside at the cave Dugu had chosen as his seclusion spot. Cheni's eyes narrowed, and he followed the Grand Elder's line of sight. The simple concealing barrier at the cave entrance, which had been stable before, was now faintly trembling. A powerful, oppressive aura was constantly surging out from within, like a slumbering beast about to awaken, causing a subtle disturbance in the surrounding power of heaven and earth. That aura was full of chilly poison, yet inside it there was also a sense of inward concentration and qualitative transformation. A strange feeling. This is the sign of a successful condensation of a soul core. Senior Dugu has broken through. Cheni instantly reacted, secretly speaking in his heart. He gently put down the phantom finch in his hand, suppressed his breathing, and quickly walked over to the Grand Elder. You feel it. The Grand Elder did not turn around, his gaze still locked on the cave. His voice was low. Yes. The energy has drawn inward, triggering a resonance with the external primordial forces. His aura is steadily rising. It seems Senior Dugu has not only successfully condensed a poison core, but also used this chance to step further. Cheni nodded and analyzed. His spiritual perception was extremely sharp, allowing him to clearly grasp the transformational meaning contained in that aura. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, a complex emotion flashing across his face. Not bad. Dugu is only one man, yet his talent is indeed extraordinary. In his youth he relied entirely on his own exploration to forge a pseudo-soul core at the tidal Douluo realm. Though incomplete, it laid a deep foundation for him. Now that he's learned a proper soul core condensation method, it's no wonder his progress is this fast. The Grand Elder paused, and for once, there was a hint of respect in his voice. To be honest, his speed is far faster than when this old man condensed a soul core. A person who can reach this point by himself. Dugu is undoubtedly someone with great perseverance and remarkable comprehension. Hearing this, Cheni's evaluation of Dugu rose yet again. To be spoken of like this by the Grand Elder, whose standards were immensely high, was enough to prove how extraordinary this poison Douluo was. The two did not speak further. They simply stood quietly, gazes focused on the deep cave, waiting for the final result. Only the sound of the ice and fire springs flowing into the valley remained. Within the cave, the energy fluctuations grew ever more pure and powerful, like the silence before a storm. Time ticked by. Night gradually fell. The red and blue light emitted from the ice and fire yin-yang well became the main source of illumination, casting the surroundings into a phantasmal glow. Suddenly, boom! A dull, thunderous explosion rang out without warning. The piled rocks blocking the entrance of the cave burst apart like papier-mâché. Countless stones were wrapped in a violent shockwave of soul power, scattering amidst billowing dust and smoke. Immediately after, from within the dust and smoke, a massive beastly phantom emerged, its presence making one's heart palpitate. A snake. The gigantic phantom of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. Its whole body was a deep turquoise, covered in razor-sharp scales. Its serpentine pupils burned with a cold ghostly flame, and its massive body almost filled one side of the valley. Compared to before, this phantom of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor was much more solid. Its cold, poisonous aura was not weaker at all, but rather more pure and restrained, radiating a strange field that seemed to devour the surrounding light. This was the manifestation of his martial spirit and soul power reaching a new level of control after forming a soul core. Hiss. The phantom of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor raised its head to the sky and quietly hissed. Mighty spiritual power and soul power intertwined, and the soul pressure unique to a tidal Douluo spread bold and unrestrained. The entire valley of the ice and fire yin-yang well trembled slightly, and countless immortal herbs bowed low beneath this overwhelming might. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's robe fluttered even without wind. A layer of soul light spread out from him, shielding Cheni. Cheni and the Grand Elder both watched, eyes full of approval, as the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor's phantom manifested magnificently. From this momentum alone, they were already certain that Dugu had not only succeeded, but that his gains were greater than they had expected. The dust gradually settled, and the figure at the cave entrance became clear. He still wore a dark green robe, but the previously hunched posture was now straight and proud like a drawn sword. The dull traces left by years of toxin erosion on his face had faded significantly. His skin had a healthy luster, and his turquoise eyes sparkled. The faint gloom that had always lingered between his brows was now completely gone. He stood there quietly, eyes half closed, carefully sensing the awe-inspiring soul power in his body, which was now far more grand than before. Not only had he shattered the bottleneck of rank 91 with ease, but because of the soul core condensation, the foundation he'd accumulated over decades had erupted like a burst dam, pushing his cultivation past rank 92 and steadily into the realm of rank 93. 2 levels in a row. From the peak of rank 91, he had soared straight to rank 93. P.S. Bonus chapter at 100 power stones. 89, Chapter 89 Gratitude. 89, Chapter 89 Gratitude. As the dust settled, a tall figure emerged. It was Dugu. At this moment, the body that had once been somewhat stooped now stood upright like an unsheathed sword. The dull traces of long-term poison erosion on his face had greatly faded, and his skin glowed with a healthy sheen. His turquoise eyes were bright, and the authority in his gaze was clear to see. The dim, sunken gloom of the past was gone. He stood quietly, eyes half closed, carefully feeling the solemn soul power in his body, now vastly superior to before. The barrier of rank 91 had not only been broken easily. Under the surge sparked by soul core condensation, the foundation he had built up over decades became uncontrollable, like a flood bursting through a broken dam, pushing his cultivation straight past rank 92 and firmly into rank 93. 2 consecutive leaps. From the very peak of rank 91, he had gone directly to rank 93. Ah ha, ha. Finally, an uncontrollable smile bloomed at the corners of his mouth. At first that smile was a bit dazed, almost unreal, but it quickly spread, as if every wrinkle on his face was opening up in joy. Ha 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 ha. In the end, he could no longer suppress the ecstasy and excitement in his heart. He threw his head back and roared with laughter toward the sky. His laughter rumbled like thunder, echoing again and again through the valley, making the surrounding cliff walls tremble as if they, too, were shaking. Contained within that laughter were emotions too complex to put into words. The suffocating feeling of being trapped at rank 91 for decades, the open ridicule and veiled mockery of being called the weakest title Douluo, the years of pain and dread from his jade phosphor serpent emperor's backlash that threatened to sever his lineage. And now, all of that haze had been blown away completely, scattering before this magnificent power. From today onward, Dugu would no longer be the weakest bearer of a title, whispered about behind his back. He had officially stepped into the mid-tier of title Douluos, with enough capital to make any power take him seriously. The fangs of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor would be more lethal and terrifying than ever before. Cheni and the Grand Elder waited quietly at the side, not interrupting. They understood that Dugu needed to vent at this very moment. That earth-shaking laughter was his declaration that his shackles had been broken and his life reclaimed. A long time later, the wild laughter gradually subsided, but the excited flush on Dugu's face and the essence flickering deep in his eyes did not fade in the slightest. He let out a long, turbid breath, as if expelling all the gloom of his past. Then he slowly turned around and looked at the 2 people waiting for him. His figure moved only slightly, yet a faint emerald afterimage rippled in the air. In the next moment, Dugu appeared ghost-like opposite Cheni and the Grand Elder. His speed was far greater than before his retreat, displaying his refined control over power. His gaze first landed on Cheni. He nodded with sincere gratitude, then naturally turned toward the Grand Elder beside him. But the instant his eyes met the Grand Elder's, the smile on Dugu's face froze, a look of undisguised shock flashing deep within his pupils. This. Who is this? The person before him had facial features vaguely similar to the Grand Elder's, but gave off a completely different feeling. The traces of age seemed far lighter, his whole being appeared much younger. The gray-black hair was now mostly silver-white, but with a clear, almost jade-like sheen instead of decay. The skin was taut, and his eyes were as deep as a boundless starry sky. The changes were tremendous, yet that unique temperament and unfathomable depth still made Dugu instantly certain this was unquestionably the same Grand Elder. Dugu's heart quaked violently, and he quickly realized, over this 1 month, the Grand Elder hadn't just risen a little. His cultivation had likely soared to a realm he could barely imagine. He suppressed the fear in his heart with difficulty, forcing himself to look straight into the Grand Elder's calm eyes again. Just a single glance. Dugu felt as though an invisible giant hand had gripped his heart tightly. His pupils shrank abruptly to pinpoints. Before he had gone into seclusion, he had already faced the Grand Elder once. At that time, he'd felt the other party was deep and unfathomable, like an abyss or an ocean, similar to the feeling given by the elders of the 7 treasure blazed tile clan who stood at the peak of the Soul Master world. Based on that experience, he'd guessed that the Grand Elder was probably at the peak of rank 96. But now, he himself was a strong expert of rank 93. His soul power was solid, and his perception far keener than before. Facing the Grand Elder again, that feeling had changed drastically. It wasn't that he couldn't comprehend it at all, rather, the other party's entire breathing was perfectly restrained, so calm he seemed just like an ordinary person. Peak rank 96. No, stronger than that. I'm already at rank 93. Even if I face someone at the peak of rank 96, there should at least be some sense of pressure from their aura. It's impossible to sense nothing at all. Rank 97. Or even higher. A tempest raged in Dugu's heart. His back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. The slight self-satisfaction and pride he'd gained from advancing 2 ranks in a row were completely shattered at this moment, vanishing without a trace. Once more, he clearly understood, between himself and those peerless beings who stood at the very top of the continent, there was still an uncrossable chasm. The Grand Elder of the body sect before him, his true strength was far beyond what he could even guess. The Grand Elder saw, in a single glance, the shock, speculation, and growing respect in Dugu's eyes, but he did not address it. The faint curve at the corner of his lips was his only response, his gaze as calm as still water. Cheni clearly saw Dugu's reaction and knew that the one who had truly stunned him after his breakthrough was the Grand Elder's unfathomable might. Staying composed, Cheni quickly took a step forward and bowed deeply several times. His tone was earnest, full of heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations, Elder Dugu, on your great success in cultivation. To break through 2 ranks in a row, may the seas and skies henceforth be boundless for you, and your sword always stand at the pinnacle. Hearing Cheni's voice, Dugu snapped out of his shock at the Grand Elder. Seeing Cheni salute him, he almost reflexively sidestepped, utterly not daring to accept such respect. He immediately lowered his hands and returned the bow with a deep salute of his own, his voice thick with sincere gratitude and faint fear. Young sect master must absolutely not. Without the young sect master, this old man could never have broken through my bottleneck. The poison that plagued me for years would have continued to erode my body, and sooner or later it would have dragged this old man to a point of no return and even brought calamity upon my Yinyan's child. It is this old man, it is the entire Dugu family, who owe the young sect master and your sect a great debt of kindness. I will never forget it. Dugu spoke from the heart, without even half a false word. To him, the soul core method was not only the key to breaking through in cultivation, it was also a hope of fundamentally resolving the defect of his martial spirit and preserving the continuation of his bloodline. The three quickly exchanged formalities, and the topic naturally turned to Dugu's perception of this breakthrough, the details of soul core condensation, and the mysteries of the ice and fire yin-yang well. The atmosphere was harmonious, but Cheni keenly sensed that, while Dugu was excited, a faint trace of worry occasionally flashed between his brows. His gaze flickered, as if he had something to say yet hesitated repeatedly. Unconsciously, his eyes drifted more than once toward the direction of Heaven-Do City. Cheni pondered for a moment, then understood the core of it. Dugu's hidden danger had been eliminated, and his cultivation had leapt forward. At this moment, what he cared about most in his heart could only be his beloved granddaughter. Dugu Yan, who was also being eroded by the poison of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor martial spirit. Dugu Yan's cultivation was only at the Great Soul Master level. She was still far from the realm of soul saints, where she might be able to condense her own soul core and fundamentally resolve the poison. In the meantime, the continuous erosion of the toxins remained a very real threat. Thinking this, Cheni didn't wait for Dugu to struggle to speak. He stepped forward with a reassuring smile and spoke gently yet firmly. Elder Dugu, you are worried about your granddaughter, aren't you? Dugu saw Cheni expose his thoughts so directly. A brief flash of embarrassment crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by intense expectation. He nodded quickly, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, the young sect master truly has eyes like a torch. This old man truly cannot set his heart at ease about my Yen. She is still so young, her cultivation shallow, far from condensing a soul core. The poison of this martial spirit is like maggots gnawing bone, eroding her day and night. This old man is truly very. Don't worry, elder. Cheni gently cut him off, his tone calm, carrying unquestionable confidence. Since I have already promised you, of course I will not go back on my word. Our sect will tailor a set of medicinal regimens based on Miss Yinyan's physique and martial spirit characteristics to detoxify, strengthen her foundation, and refine her essence. With the help of several immortal herbs, it won't be long before Miss Dugu will no longer be affected by her martial spirit's poison, and in the future, she will assuredly become one of the leaders of the young generation. His words were like a warm spring breeze and gentle rain, instantly soothing the anxiety and unease in Dugu's heart. The stone that had been gripping his chest finally fell back to the ground. He let out a long, complete sigh of relief. A sincere and unrestrained smile bloomed on his face as he once again bowed deeply to Cheni and the Grand Elder. His voice was slightly choked. With the young sect master's words, this old man can truly be at ease. For this great kindness, this old man is deeply grateful from the bottom of my heart. The favor of the sect and the young sect master, this old man will never forget it in this life. With the greatest weight in his heart finally lifted, his thoughts of his granddaughter surged like a tide, flooding his chest until he could no longer hold them back. Dugu straightened, then spoke anxiously to the Grand Elder and Cheni. Grand Elder, little Chen, I have been in seclusion for a month, and I have missed my Yen terribly. I have no idea how she has been this month. Allow me to go on ahead and return to Heaven-Do City first. Then we'll trouble you, Elder. The Grand Elder nodded casually. Elder Dugu, travel safely. Be careful on the road, and please convey my regards to Miss Yen. Cheni replied with a smile. Dugu said nothing more. His whole body flared with emerald light, and majestic soul power rippled out. His figure blurred, transforming into a bright green stream, leaving an afterimage in the air. In an instant, he shot out of the valley of the ice and fire yin-yang well, racing in the direction of Heaven-Do City, eager to see his granddaughter and share this great joy. Watching Dugu's figure vanish into the sky, Cheni's lips curled slightly with satisfaction. He muttered under his breath. The soul core method, in exchange for at least a rank 93 future cultivation, vastly elevated potential, and a loyal title Douluo's assistance. No matter how you look at it, this deal was a complete win for us. From today onward, this nuclear weapon of the Douluo continent had finally been fully brought into their camp. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 90, Chapter 90 Senior Sister and Junior Brother. 90, Chapter 90 Senior Sister and Junior Brother. Dugu Yan was walking along Vermilion Bird Street, the most prosperous avenue in Heaven-Do City, but her steps were so heavy even she didn't notice it. The afternoon sunlight fell from the eaves of the elegant buildings on both sides, casting dappled light and shadow over her body, yet it could not penetrate the gloom in her heart. Her gaze would unconsciously glance at the youth walking beside her. Today, Cheni was dressed in a very well-tailored suit of violet gold. Under the sun, the fabric shone with a faint, subdued luster, a restrained luxury that set off the unspoken elegance in his firm brows. Yet even such impeccable clothes could not truly make him blend into this noisy and splendid imperial capital. Rather, he seemed like a warm piece of dark jade set by chance atop a mountain of gold and jewels. The calmness that emanated from his very bones formed a subtle contrast with the gaudy clamor around him. This person. Dugu sighed silently in her heart. Just 2 days ago, her grandfather Dugu had returned from seclusion. Not only had the illness that tormented him for years completely disappeared, but his soul power had become even more refined. His whole being was radiant, as if he had grown younger by 10 years. Naturally, Dugu was overjoyed. She personally prepared good wine and delicacies, and the grandfather and granddaughter happily drank together in celebration. Unexpectedly, before the joy had even cooled, 2 uninvited guests claiming to be from some hidden sect arrived a few days later. When Dugu heard that, she found it utterly ridiculous. Her grandfather, the world-famous poison Douluo, had a fiery temperament and had spent half his life alone. Since when did he ever need to be bound by any sect? She'd almost thought these 2 were shameless frauds, and was ready to call people over to beat them out of the manor. But her grandfather's reaction shocked her. Instead of getting angry, Dugu actually went out in a hurry himself with an imposing manner she'd never seen before. In his aura there was even something she had never sensed before: fear. Only afterwards did she learn that the sect those visitors represented was the one that had granted her grandfather the chance to rebuild himself, alleviating the backlash of the poison that had nearly exhausted his life's cultivation. In order to repay this graciousness, grandfather had agreed to join their faction. As a result, the violet gold youth beside her was now the young sect master of that sect, the one her grandfather had to address with respectful courtesy. Young sect master. Dugu called out, sounding somewhat awkward. She deliberately averted her gaze from him and stopped on a floor tile in the middle of the street carved with a delicate auspicious beast motif. Hearing her, Cheni tilted his head slightly. The corners of his lips lifted just right as he gently interjected. Sister Yen doesn't have to be so formal. You're elder Dugu's granddaughter, so just call me junior brother Chen. His voice was as clear as jade chimes, clean in the way only a youth's could be, yet somehow it soothed the unease in people's hearts. Junior brother Chen. Dugu changed the words that were originally on her tongue, and her heart really did relax a little. If she had to keep making this young man, who looked younger than herself, bow his head to her while she called him young sect master all the time, it would truly be too awkward. She was also a pampered young lady. How had she managed to hold herself back like this? The atmosphere eased somewhat. Dugu was still young. The faint displeasure in her heart was smoothed over by this newly acknowledged junior brother. Since she was the one responsible for showing him around, she adjusted her mood and took the initiative to ask. Junior brother Chen, you've never been to Heaven Dou City before, have you? Anything you especially want to see? Chenyi's eyes swept lightly across the dazzling shops, the crowded throngs, and the luxuriously decorated carriages on both sides of the street. In his gaze, this prosperity and commotion seemed as fleeting as passing clouds, and his eyes remained calm. It really is my first time here, Cheni said frankly. Dugu bright eyes lit up. The pride and hospitality inherent in a Heaven Dou noble lady surged within her. That's perfect. I'll take you to the best place in Heaven Dou City, Shanghai Pavilion. Their dishes are unique, and there are rare delicacies there that even the royal family treasures. You'll never find them anywhere else. Her tone was crisp and lively, as if she'd left some of her earlier gloom behind. Cheni looked at her animated manner, and a faint smile rose in his eyes. He nodded gently. All right. I've long heard of the name Shanghai Pavilion. Today I'll have to trouble Sister Yen to broaden my horizons. At the words Sister Yen, Dugu raised her brows slightly, and a small, quiet pride rose in her heart. The two of them then headed in the direction of Shanghai Pavilion. As they walked, Dugu enthusiastically introduced all kinds of things about Heaven Dou City. From time to time she pointed to the majestic palace complex in the distance, vividly talking about the imperial capital's dignity and secrets. When they passed the splendid auction house, she spoke of a soul bone that had once been auctioned there at a sky-high price. By observing the unique styles of certain buildings, she explained, you could even deduce the origins of various noble or soul master clans. The familiarity and sense of superiority between her words helped Cheni gain a more three-dimensional understanding of this imperial city. Cheni mostly listened in silence. Whenever Dugu mentioned something important or an interesting detail, he would occasionally ask a question. His questions were often right on point, revealing a sharp insight far beyond his apparent age. This not only let Dugu keep talking happily, but also made her start to secretly see this junior brother Chen in a new light. He wore splendid clothes yet did not flaunt them. The sort of secrets most people could never even touch seemed to be things he could speak of with complete indifference, as though everything in the world was under his control. Such a temperament was absolutely not something the children of ordinary sects could possess. Just as they were about to arrive at the main building of Shanghai Pavilion, whose glass-clad exterior glittered under the sun, a commotion at the corner of the intersection ahead interrupted their walk. The crowd had spontaneously formed a half-circle. Amidst the murmurs, all gazes focused on the two people in the middle. A young man in brocade garments was blocking the path of a veiled girl. The girl's figure was slender. Her dress was as white as the moon, making her aura seem even more aloof from the dust of the world. A sheer veil of the same color covered most of her face, revealing only a pair of clear, bright eyes like autumn water. Yet at this moment, those beautiful eyes were filled with obvious helplessness and embarrassment. She had turned slightly to the side to avoid him, but the youth moved with a smooth step, once again spreading his arms and blocking her way. The young man blocking her seemed 15 or 16, dressed in brocade with a jade belt, his attire extremely luxurious. His features were handsome, yet there was a trace of frivolity between his brows, undermining any impression of gentility. He wore a self-justified smile, his burning gaze fixed on the veiled girl. The specifics of what he was saying were unclear, but the entangled posture made passers-by glance sideways still. No one stepped forward to intervene. The instant Cheni clearly saw the veiled girl's face, his brows lifted so slightly it was almost imperceptible. He had not expected to run into her again, after several days, and in such a situation. And by his side, Dugu had already cried out in surprise. Lingling. P.S. Bonus chapter at 100 P.S. 91, Chapter 91 Reunion. 91, Chapter 91 Reunion. The glow of the setting sun dyed the broad bluestone streets of Heaven Dou City a warm golden color, but it could not dispel the chill in Yi Lingling's heart. She stared at the hippie smile in front of her, at that entangling face, her beautiful brows knitting tighter in boredom and helplessness that would not fade. Xuebeng, fourth prince of the Heaven Dou Empire, was a famously infamous wastrel in the empire. At this moment, he was dressed in flashy clothes, leading several equally frivolous attendants to block Yi Lingling's way. Miss Lingling, why reject someone who's come from so far away? Xuebeng flicked an ornate folding fan that only looked elegant on the surface. His tone was languid and affected. It's just a meal. This prince heard a new drunken Immortal pavilion has opened in the city. Fine cuisine, elegant surroundings, a place perfectly worthy of your status, Miss Lingling. Today, Yi Lingling wore a light blue gown. Her slender figure and cool temperament made her seem like an orchid blooming in a secluded valley. In her arms she held a brocade box filled with medicinal herbs, having just come from a pharmacy. Facing Xuebeng's pestering, her voice remained clear but carried an obvious distance. Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness. I truly have important matters at home and it would be inconvenient to stay out long. Please excuse me. With that, Yi Lingling turned slightly, intending to leave. But Xuebeng took a step and once again stood before her, his smile turning somewhat roguelike. Oh, Miss Lingling, what could be more important than having dinner with this prince? Could it be that you look down on me, Xuebeng? Being blocked again and again, Yi Lingling's patience finally ran out. She raised her head, a sharp glint gleamed in her autumn water eyes. Her voice was as cold as ice beads falling onto a jade plate. Your Highness Xuebeng, please step aside. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. There was no timidity in her words, only unquestionable authority. She was the young mistress of the nine-hearted Begonia Yi clan, the heir to the first auxiliary martial soul in the Douluo continent. Her status was noble and transcendent, absolutely not something a prince with neither real power nor merit could force. The nine-hearted Begonia was a unique bloodline. Its status in the Soul Master world across generations was extremely special. Even Emperor Shui Yi of the Heaven Dou Empire had to treat the Yi family with courtesy. Being mercilessly reprimanded in the middle of the street, Xuebeng's smile froze in an instant, and then slowly darkened. A flash of embarrassment passed through his eyes. He didn't actually dare to do anything to Yi Lingling. The wrath of the nine-hearted Begonia Yi clan was not something a playboy prince like him could bear. But if he retreated now, where would that leave the fourth prince's dignity? All he could do was grit his teeth, continue pestering, and try to soften and then force Yi Lingling into submission. Why get angry, Miss Lingling? This prince merely admires your bearing and wishes to make friends. Xuebeng babbled on endlessly, his words becoming more vulgar and unpleasant. Yi Lingling's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The irritation and disgust in her heart had almost reached their peak. She tightened her grip on the brocade box in her hands, her knuckles turning slightly white. She was already considering using her soul power to blast him away even if it did cause unnecessary trouble. In this stalemate, as the atmosphere grew more and more tense, a slightly sharp yet anxious female voice rang out from not far away. Lingling. That voice was very familiar to Yi Lingling's ears. She immediately turned her head, surprise flashing across her face as she called back loudly. Yen, I'm over here. The crowd parted, and two figures walked over quickly. The woman in front wore a fitted outfit like the scales of a blue-scaled serpent. Her figure was graceful, her short green hair and sharp eyes giving off a natural, piercing aura. She was Dugubo's granddaughter Dugu. At this moment, she exuded a sharp presence that made people instinctively wary of offending her. Behind Dugu walked a youth in violet gold robes. Seeing Dugu, Xuebeng's heart suddenly sank. The roguish look on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a barely concealed panic. He knew all too well how important Dugu was to grandfather Dugubo. Prince Xuexing and his current transcendent status in the Heaven Dou royal family depended more than anything on the title Douluo, poison Douluo Dugubo. Back then, Prince Xuexing had been saved by Dugubo's hands. Out of gratitude, he'd used that favor to keep this powerful title Douluo in the Heaven Dou Empire. However, over the years, Dugubo had probably rendered more aid to the Heaven Dou Empire than the number of times the empire had helped him, perhaps far more. If he provoked Dugu Yen today and Dugubo, with his short-tempered and protective nature, flew into a rage and decided to leave the Heaven Dou Empire, it would be a disaster for both Prince Xuexing and Xuebeng himself. Thinking of this, cold sweat nearly broke out over his body. Seizing on a brief pause in Dugu Yen and Yi Lingling's greeting, he quietly shifted his feet, trying to slip away into the crowd. Stop! Dugu Yan's sharp shout cracked like a whip through the air. Her eyes flashed like lightning and locked on Xuebeng in an instant. Xuebeng's body stiffened. He turned his head quickly, forcing a fawning smile. I didn't expect to run into Miss Dugu here today. What an honor. Xuebeng, I'm warning you, don't you dare provoke Lingling again in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Before he could finish, Dugu Yen cut him off bluntly. But Xuebeng was already used to being scolded by her. He hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes, yes, yes. Miss Dugu has taught me a good lesson. I was just muddle-headed for a moment. I definitely won't do it again, absolutely won't. That obsequious expression was a world apart from the arrogant rogue who'd been pestering Yi Lingling just moments ago. Yi Lingling gave Xuebeng a cold look, a faint trace of disdain in her eyes, then turned to Dugu Yen with gratitude. Yen, thank you. It's fortunate you came. Dugu Yen patted her hand lightly and smiled sincerely. What's with the politeness? If this man dares bother you again, just tell me directly. I'll ask grandfather to have a little chat with him. She deliberately placed emphasis on the words little chat, startling Xuebeng so much his shoulders trembled again. At that moment, Yi Lingling's gaze passed over Dugu Yen and fell on the youth in violet gold robes. He was also looking at her, a faint smile on his lips. Yi Lingling was slightly stunned. In her mind, the bloody, shocking scene from a year ago in Star Dou Great Forest flashed before her eyes, and her delicate body trembled so slightly it was almost unnoticeable. Cheni took a step forward. His tone was calm, his warmth just right. It's been a year, Miss Yi. Have you been well? His clear voice pulled Yi Lingling out of that fleeting memory. She quickly calmed herself, nodded lightly, and replied politely. Everything has been well. Thank you for your concern. Her voice was still cool, but if one listened carefully, one could detect a faint nervousness. She tried her best to hide it, yet as she met Chen Yi's gaze, she still couldn't completely conceal the fear deep in her eyes. Chen Yi keenly caught that fleeting emotion. His mind turned once, and he immediately understood the reason. He understood in his heart but did not expose it. Instead, he smiled gently, that smile carrying a hint of apology and seeming like a silent expression of understanding. He didn't continue on that topic. The more such things were explained, the more deliberate they seemed. It was better to let time slowly wear everything away. Watching the interaction between the two, especially Yi Lingling's subtle unease, Dugu Yan's curiosity was piqued. She took Yi Lingling's arm and asked, Lingling, you two know each other. Junior brother Chen, when did you meet Lingling? Chen Yi smiled and explained in a relaxed tone. About a year ago in Star Dou Great Forest, we had a fated encounter. Our sect and the Yi clan are old friends, and it just so happened that we met there. Yi Lingling followed his words and nodded gently. Senior Chen's elders have long been acquainted with the elders of my family. She did not mention their blood-soaked encounter, unconsciously reluctant to recall that scene. Seeing that the two famous beauties of Heaven Dou City, Yi Lingling and Dugu Yen, both knew this violet-robed youth who had appeared out of nowhere, Xuebeng's face contorted with shock and jealousy. He couldn't help but take a step forward, staring at Chen Yi. His tone carried the instinctive condescension of a prince, though it was somewhat weakened by the fact he'd just been thoroughly humiliated. Oh, this friend looks unfamiliar. I don't know which exalted figure you might be, yet you know both Miss Dugu and Miss Lingling. Only then did Chen Yi formally turn his gaze on Xuebeng. Naturally, he knew of this fourth prince who would eventually rely on playing dead and other stratagems to ascend the throne of Heaven Dou Empire. To be fair, to withstand the immense pressure of Spirit Hall and ultimately seize the fruits of victory, Xuebeng's scheming and endurance could not be underestimated. But knowing was one thing, understanding was another. It didn't mean Chen Yi had to hold a favorable impression of him. During his years of restrained forbearance, Xuebeng had concealed himself by bullying both men and women and committing countless outrages. Many commoners and low-ranked soul masters had suffered under his hand. For a man who trampled on others indiscriminately for his own ends, Chen Yi felt a deep disgust from the bottom of his heart. So he completely ignored Xuebeng's question, as if he hadn't even heard it. He simply turned back to Yi Lingling and extended an invitation. Miss Yi, Yen and I were planning to have dinner at Shanghai Pavilion. If you have nothing urgent to attend to, would you care to join us? Consider it a chance to relax after such an annoyance. Yi Lingling wanted nothing more than to leave this place of right and wrong as quickly as possible. After that earlier harassment, she truly needed to calm down. She hesitated slightly, then nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll trouble Senior Chen and Yen. Great. Dugu Yen said happily, let's go. Chen Yi nodded, and the three of them turned away, not sparing Xuebeng another glance, as if he were nothing more than an insignificant piece of background scenery. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 92 Chapter 92 Killing Intent and Punishment. 92 Chapter 92 Killing Intent and Punishment. Being thoroughly ignored by this suddenly appearing, violet-robed youth, whose disregard carried a faint, condescending contempt. The grin Schwebing had barely managed to hold on to completely crumbled and froze on his face, making him look extremely ridiculous. A blaze of shame and rage rushed straight to the top of his head. His eyes burned red, his mind almost losing its grip on reason. He was wrapped in brocade and silk, but the royal blood of the Heaven Dou nobility flowed through his bones. Nominally, he was the most exalted fourth prince of this empire. How could anyone treat him like these as if he weren't worth more than a stone in the roadside gutter? And it was right here, on this long street, in front of the very Yilingling he wanted to touch, and in front of the Dugu Yen he envied, that he'd been slapped in the face again and again, his dignity utterly trampled. This sharp sense of humiliation, like venom, burned away his reason in an instant. He temporarily forgot the close relationship between the other party and Dugu Yen, and even suppressed his earlier trace of fear about Qin Yi's unknown identity. At this moment, all he could see was the back of the violet-robed youth, turning away with complete indifference, walking off without a backward glance. The youth's back was straight, his steps steady. The distance between them felt like an unbridgeable gulf, as if he never once took Schwebing seriously. Schwebing stared fixedly at that back. His eyes, out of control, exploded with a piercingly cold light, and a faint yet very real killing intent emerged from the depths of his heart like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, coiling itself around the figure he hated. He roared inwardly, swearing to himself. No matter who you are or who stands behind you, I will dig out your roots. I will make you pay the heaviest price for today's arrogance and disrespect. Yet in the very instant his killing intent had not yet fully subsided, Cheni, having already taken several steps, suddenly stopped without any warning. He neither turned his head nor shifted his body. But the formless, 10,000-year-old Xian Ai's soul power within him was like an invisible arrow piercing the void, like an absolute zero domain silently spreading out. In an instant, it accurately crossed the distance between them and swept over Schwebing without restraint. Ah! Schwebing felt as if his heart had been struck by an unseen hammer of ice, as if an extremely cold needle had been stabbed deep into the core of his soul. An indescribable pain and vertigo surged over him like a whirlpool. He couldn't hold back a strangled groan. The blood drained from his face in an instant. He turned as pale as paper, then flushed with a strange, unhealthy color as his chi and blood surged in reverse. His body trembled violently, his legs going weak. Without the quick reaction of the attendants behind him, who rushed to support him, he would have collapsed on the spot. Your Highness, what's wrong? Brat, what trick did you use on His Highness? Impudent, how dare you? Do you know who stands before you? This is His Highness the fourth Prince of Heaven Dou Empire. How dare you? Deep down, they were terrified of this strange, unpredictable method. But the instincts honed by years of bullying the weak gave them a false courage. They pointed at Qin Yi's back and cursed sharply, trying to use the prince's illustrious status to suppress the other party and salvage some of their master's dignity. Qin Yi slowly turned around. The warm golden rays of sunset fell over his long, ink-black hair like a mysterious halo, but they could not melt the chill in his expression in the slightest. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as deep as a still pool without ripples. Yet when those abyss-like pupils fell upon Schwebing, the latter felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, completely enveloping his spirit. It was like being trapped in a cage with a peerless beast. Even his soul trembled uncontrollably, and the thought of resisting never even arose. Cheni completely ignored the barking of those dog-like attendants. His gaze was like a cold sword, nailing itself onto Schwebing's pain-twisted, fear-filled face. The very sight of that man made him feel a kind of profound revulsion. In your ignorance, I'll let you off lightly this first to me as both a small punishment and a grave warning. Qin Yi's voice wasn't loud, yet it strangely drowned out all other noise. It entered the ears of everyone present, each syllable carrying a chilling weight that trembled in their hearts. But this is also the last warning you'll get. He paused slightly. The temperature of the air around them seemed to plunge with those words, as if frozen. The short silence pressed down on everyone's chest like a weight. Next time. His tone remained flat, but his killing intent had solidified into something almost tangible, making Schwebing's blood feel as if it had frozen. If you so much as show a hint of killing intent in front of me again, you will die. The final sentence boomed through the suddenly silent street like 9 days of thunder. All whispering ceased abruptly. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the violet-robed youth in disbelief, almost doubting their own ears. He had publicly threatened a prince's life. Qin Yi's gaze drifted lazily over Schwebing's pale, twisted face, filled with extreme terror. The corners of his lips curled into a disdainful arc that seeped into the bone, as if he were looking at some insignificant, disgusting insect. He added one last sentence, his voice not loud, but imbued with a contempt that looked down on all living things. A Heaven Dou prince? You're just a rice weevil, parasitizing this empire's body and sucking the fat and oil of its people. Killing you would only dirty my hands. With that, Cheni didn't even bother to look at Schwebing again. It was as if taking one more glance at him would be an insult to himself. He turned back to the stunned Dugu Yen and Yilingling. The frost on his face melted in an instant into a gentle smile, his tone returning to its earlier calmness. Let's go. The three turned around once more. Under the gaze of the surrounding crowd, gazes filled with awe, curiosity, and fear, they walked away. Wherever they passed, the people instinctively parted to open a path. No one tried to stop them, no one dared to speak. Only when their figures disappeared at the far end of the long street did the suffocating pressure gradually dissipate. Not until Chen Yi's figure had completely vanished from sight did the cold, oppressive force gripping Schwebing's heart and throat finally recede. His legs lost all strength. He collapsed weakly onto the arms of his supporters. Without their help, he would have fallen to the ground like mud. He gasped harshly, like a man just waking from a drowning nightmare. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead and sideburns, soaking the fine clothes on his back until they clung to his skin with a clammy chill. It was not just the intense pain and vertigo caused by the trauma to his spirit. It was also a terror that rose from the deepest depths of his soul, nearly swallowing him whole. In that instant, he had clearly felt the breath of death. That violet-robed youth truly dared to kill him. Moreover, he possessed a terrifying power that could take his life in an instant, without giving him the slightest chance to resist. Who exactly is he? Schwebing's voice was hoarse and dry, trembling uncontrollably. Someone who treated the dignity of the Heaven Dou royal clan as nothing, whose strength was unfathomable, whose methods were bizarre. Whatever power stood behind him was undoubtedly a giant beast that inspired fear. Before he could learn the other party's true background, the resentment and desire for revenge in his heart were firmly suppressed by that bone-deep, marrow-freezing fear. The great humiliation he suffered today, he could only swallow it down, grind his teeth and drink his own blood. Let's go, take me back. Schwebing forced those words through his clenched teeth with the last of his strength. His voice was filled with a weakness and panic he had never shown in his life. There was no trace of the arrogance he'd had when harassing Yi Lingling earlier. Supported by his subordinates, he pushed through the not yet fully dispersed crowd like a dog with a broken spine, fleeing this street that had stripped him of his last shreds of dignity. On the street, only a few low voices lingered. Shock and speculation about the mysterious, powerful, and contemptuous purple-robed youth rippled outward like a stone dropped into a lake, rapidly spreading across the entire Heaven Dou city. Bonus chapter at 100 PS. 93, Chapter 93, An Uninvited Guest. 93, Chapter 93, An Uninvited Guest. While heated discussions were still raging out on the streets, deep within the Yi clan estate across the way, everything was quiet and elegant. In the tranquil sitting room, sandalwood incense curled delicately through the air, cool and refreshing. Two people sat facing each other over tea. On the main seat sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, his features gentle. Yet in his eyes lay the vicissitudes of the mortal world and deep wisdom. He was the current patriarch of the Nine-Heart Begonias Yi clan, Yi Xian's and Yi Lingling's grandfather. The guest seat opposite was occupied by a tall man in a blue shirt. His face looked like that of a man in his 30s. His skin was smooth and lustrous, and each time he blinked, his eyes seemed to flash with light. Fourth brother coming in person this time truly brings glory to my Yi clan. Yi Xian spoke with genuine warmth as he poured a cup of hot tea for his guest. What surprises me even more is that Grand Elder's condition is far better than before. Just judging by your appearance, you look several decades younger than a year ago. It really makes one envious. Yi Xian's words were not especially polished. His own cultivation in soul power was extraordinary, and he knew that once a soul master's rank increased, their lifespan would extend. But a near rejuvenation like this was something ordinary cultivation could never achieve. This could only mean that in the past year, the Grand Elder of the Body Sect had made an unimaginably great breakthrough, leaping to a new level of life itself. Hearing this, the elder merely smiled faintly without much concern. He picked up his cup, took a sip, and calmly said, "Brother Yi is exaggerating. I simply had a bit of lucky chance, and occasionally gained some insights. It's hardly worth mentioning." His tone was light, as if this earth-shattering progress really was just an accident. Yet as he spoke, the Grand Elder's gaze drifted in the direction where the ice-fire Yinyang well was, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. The foundations of the Body Sect were indeed unfathomable. He no longer pressed on that point and instead asked, "I wonder, for what matter has Grand Elder come today?" If it was something that could help the Yi clan, there was no harm in stating it outright. The elder set down his teacup, his expression turning a bit more formal. "To be frank, this time I do indeed have a request. My Body Sect has had some good fortune recently. We obtained several plants from a dangerous place, immortal herbs." Immortal herbs? The hand holding Yi Xian's teacup trembled slightly, and the turquoise tea within rippled in rings. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shining as he said, "Could it be those things recorded in the ancient texts, born alongside heaven and earth, nurtured by the essence of all souls, each stalk worth decades of bitter cultivation, capable even of defying the heavens to change one's fate, those immortal herbs?" No wonder he had momentarily lost his composure. The Yi clan's ancient books also recorded immortal things, all regarded as divine objects impossible to find even if one searched the world. In past dynasties, the ancestors had toiled for years, yet had never truly obtained a single one. And now he was hearing that the Body Sect had acquired several at once. How could he not be shocked? "That's right." The Grand Elder nodded, unsurprised by Yi Xian's reaction. "Immortal herbs are indeed good things, but if taken directly, they are in truth extremely violent products of nature. In my sect's opinion, it's best to refine them into spirit pills. Yet in this world, those who can perfectly stimulate and refine their medicinal power are as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. The Yi clan's 9-heart begonia martial soul itself contains the power of life and healing, and holds unique advantages in medicinal knowledge and harmonization. Moreover, Brother Yi, you are well versed in pharmacology as well. So this old man took the liberty of coming to ask if Brother Yi would be willing to assist my body sect in refining these immortal herbs into pills. I would be extremely grateful for such great kindness. Yi Xian barely needed to suppress the excitement and shock in his heart. He agreed almost without hesitation. Fourth brother values me too highly. To see immortal herbs with my own eyes in this lifetime is already a blessing of 3 lives. If I can participate in their refinement, that is an opportunity beyond asking for. How could the Yi clan possibly refuse such a grand event? We will do our utmost to live up to your trust. In that instant, countless thoughts churned through Yi Xian's mind. The body sect had many powerful experts, and now they could even obtain legendary relics. Their strength was unstoppable. If the Yi clan could use this chance to form a deep friendship with the body sect, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to their future development. Furthermore, for a soul master proficient in pharmacology, this was an irresistible temptation and a chance to leave a heavy mark in the family's history. Seeing Yi Xian agree so readily, the elder's smile deepened. On the heroic face of the middle-aged man, a sincere warmth surfaced. Good. With Brother Yi's words, this old man can be at ease. After the matter is done, my body sect will certainly offer generous rewards. Grand Elder is too polite. This is something that benefits us both. Yi Xian waved his hand, then asked with interest, I wonder, what kinds of immortal herbs has your sect obtained? The ancient texts say that the medicinal properties of immortal products differ greatly from one another, and their refining methods are also highly varied. If you could tell this old man in advance, I can make some preparations beforehand. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, then said lightly, as for the specific varieties, allow me to keep that secret for now. But, one of them is shaped like a rooster's comb, its whole body crimson and burning hot like flame. Another has petals clear as ice silk, exuding an icy cold air, and there is also an especially peculiar one, much like the orchid that scorns the sky. Its fragrance can cause soul power to circulate on its own. Yi Xian listened with great interest, quickly searching through the records in his mind from the clan's ancient books. Based on those descriptions, he had already formed several guesses and looked forward to it even more. The two of them began discussing pharmacological insights regarding immortal herbs. Their conversation was lively. Teacups were refilled again and again. Just as host and guest were enjoying themselves and the fragrance of tea filled the room, the Grand Elder's hand raised halfway with his cup paused slightly. The restrained light in his eyes suddenly flashed like lightning in the dark night. It seemed he had sensed something. His gaze pierced through layers of walls, looking toward the distant Shanghai pavilion, his brows lifting ever so slightly. Brother Yi, please sit a bit longer. This old man will be back shortly. Before the words had fully fallen, Yi Xian hadn't even seen him move. The figure in the blue shirt blurred, as if melting into the air. In the next instant, he had disappeared from his seat, leaving only the steaming teacup and the dazed Yi Xian behind. Yi Xian remained stupefied for a moment, then composed himself. At the Grand Elder's level, the range of his spiritual perception must be astonishing. He must have sensed some unusual aura or movement. So it turns out the Grand Elder visited Grandpa to purchase medicinal services and prepare herbs. At the same time, on the second floor of Shanghai Pavilion, in an elegant private room facing the windows, Cheni, Yi Lingling, and Dugu Yen sat around a round mahogany table. Several exquisite cold dishes and snacks were arranged before them. After listening to Yi Lingling's account, Chen Yi's face showed both surprise and a bit of awkwardness. He rubbed his nose and said in a slightly self-mocking tone, so in the end, this matter still has something to do with my sect. He could fully understand why the Grand Elder moved so quickly, and just how precious immortal herbs were. If they could be refined into pills a day earlier, they could be transformed into sect strength a day sooner. The Grand Elder had surely gone to the Yi clan to discuss alchemy in detail with Yi Xian. He just hadn't expected that this would indirectly send Yi Lingling out, causing her to encounter such trouble. Yi Lingling smiled faintly, her cool features tinged with frost and snow. Senior brother Chen doesn't need to mind it. It was just ordinary shopping. I only ran into the Grand Elder by chance. He must have important matters to discuss with grandfather. This time, senior brother helped me handle Xueben. I'm just afraid you might have angered him. Concern colored her tone. He was, after all, the fourth prince of the Heaven Dou Empire. Xueben was a debauched noble, true, yet if the fourth prince were injured in the streets, the royal family would still have to give an explanation for the sake of face even if Xueben didn't dare to scold him to his face. It's fine. He's just a wastrel prince, Cheni said casually with a smile. A mere profligate dared reveal killing intent toward him, and yet he hadn't killed him on the spot. That was already saving the royal family's face. The one who'd been beaten would simply be replaced by Shui King He, newly appointed as crown prince. There was little difference. Come on, Lingling's fine, right? This time we gave Xueben a proper lesson. He definitely won't dare provoke Lingling again in the future. Off to the side, Dugu Yen picked up a piece of crystal cake and popped it into her mouth, mumbling vaguely, "The desserts at Shanghai Pavilion are so delicious." Cheni was amused by Dugu, and the awkward atmosphere dispersed. He picked up his chopsticks and pointed at a steaming main dish just brought out. "Here, try this. They say this is Shanghai Pavilion's signature dish." As they tasted the food, Yi Lingling commented on each dish in turn, not only on its flavor, but on the properties of the ingredients and their potential benefits to Soul Master's cultivation. Her thoughts were broad and well-informed. Cheni listened attentively and occasionally asked questions about medicinal cuisine. He also offered his own insights, combining them with his understanding of the body-sex purification methods. Dugu mainly contributed to the lively atmosphere, cracking jokes and enjoying the food, making everything feel warm and harmonious. The three of them ate and chatted. Their topics ranged widely from recent cultivation experiences and soul skills, to anecdotes in Heaven-Do City, then onward to ideas and plans for their future paths of cultivation. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. Shafts of dappled light filtered through the carved wooden lattice, and the room was filled with delightful aromas. Friends ate and laughed together, temporarily forgetting the complex affairs of their sects, the shock of immortal herbs, and the chaos of the outside world. They simply enjoyed this rare, comfortable time. When this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere reached its peak, and laughter filled the elegant room, several crisp, even knocks suddenly sounded from the corridor outside. Dong, dong, dong. The knocking wasn't hurried nor harsh, yet carried an undeniably penetrating weight and authority, as if it reached directly into one's heartstrings. In an instant, it cut off all laughter and movement in the room. Chenyi's chewing slowed for a moment, a glint of doubt and caution flashing in his eyes. They hadn't called anyone to pour tea or water, and the staff of Shanghai Pavilion would never disturb VIP guests without special request. Who could this uninvited guest be? Yi Lingling and Dugu also put down their chopsticks almost at the same time. Their relaxed expressions tightened slightly, a hint of tension flickered in their eyes as they looked toward the closed wooden door carved with mountains and seas. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 94, Chapter 94 Shui King He's Real Purpose. 94, Chapter 94 Shui King He's Real Purpose. The soft creak of the door shaft turning sounded extremely clear in the quiet of the private room. Dugu went to open the door. Outside stood three people, their figures backlit, their outlines starkly defined by the shifting light and shadow. The young man at the front was neatly dressed, with golden hair and gentle features. A reserved smile hung at the corner of his lips, and his demeanor was far more composed than his age suggested. This was Heaven-Do's new crown prince, Shui King He. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, refined and approachable, holding a gem-inlaid staff. His gaze was warm yet fathomless. This was Ning Fengzi, sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The last person was an old man whose face looked shriveled, his entire body like a massive skeleton, radiating a gloomy aura that kept strangers at bay. This was Douluo, Gu Rong, infamous for his unpredictability and treacherous temperament. Chenyi's eyes met those of the three at the door. Though he had never seen them with his own eyes in this life, memories from his previous one surged forth. Coupled with Gu Rong's iconic appearance, he immediately confirmed their identities. His chest felt faintly cold, but his expression remained unchanged. The moment the door opened, the atmosphere in the room abruptly chilled. Almost at the same instant that Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong were recognized, Yi Lingling, who had been quietly sitting in the corner with her usual calm and cool demeanor, suddenly emanated a cold sharpness that felt nearly tangible. Her clear eyes locked onto Ning Fengzi. The icy gaze was like a toxin-dipped ice pick. Her parents' tragic deaths had a hazy yet undeniable connection to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. It was a wound in her heart that would never heal. Now, the enemy stood before her. Despite the disparity in strength, her hatred surged out of control. As for what kind of person Ning Fengzi was, Yi Lingling's faint fluctuations in soul power and the hostility she couldn't completely hide were like fireflies in the night beneath his vast spiritual perception. His gaze shifted slightly onto Yi Lingling, and he smiled gently, as if greeting her. To him, this was only a young girl's resentment. Even if she was a descendant of the Nine-Heart Begonia, in the eyes of the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, she wasn't worth paying much attention to. From the instant the door opened, his and Gu Rong's seemingly casual gazes had already swept over Cheni. The young man before them left no flaws in his bearing or breath, was especially composed. Just now, we happened to be in the stands and witnessed the heroic demeanor of these three young friends, especially this little friend here. Ning Fengzi's voice was gentle and warm, like a spring breeze with a subtle magical charm. His gaze fell naturally on Cheni, his tone light and natural. I was delighted, so I brought a little disciple along, hoping to make friends with you. I hope we aren't disturbing your elegant gathering. Dugu, as the granddaughter of poisoned Douluo Dugu, naturally recognized these three big shots. Seeing Yi Lingling's icy expression and Chenyi's clear lack of desire to get involved, she sighed inwardly, knowing this was a situation that couldn't be turned away. She had no choice but to stand, forcing a social smile onto her face. Sect Master Ning, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Senior Bone Douluo, hate and honor to have you here. Please, come in. She stepped aside and invited the three into the room, arranging seats for them. The space of the box wasn't large to begin with. Once these three titans entered, it felt even more cramped. The air took on a faintly solemn weight. Ning Fengzi sat down with practiced ease and naturally steered the conversation toward Dugu Yen. He exchanged pleasantries and in a tone like a kindly elder concerned for a younger generation, he asked after her grandfather Dugubo's recent situation. Dugu Yen forced herself to respond, but half her mind remained on the silent Yi Lingling and the unreadable Cheni. Yi Lingling pressed her lips into a thin line without saying a word. Her hands were slightly clenched, the joints of her pale fingers were faintly white, and the surrounding temperature dropped, forming an invisible field of cold that clashed with the warm atmosphere they had tried to build earlier. Cheni, from the first polite greeting onward, shifted his focus mainly to the Heaven Dou Crown Prince. His gaze wasn't rude, but it held a sharp, probing quality, as if he wanted to see through the gentle, humble mask of the prince to the truth beneath. If his guess was right, the Shui Qinghe before him had already been replaced by the terrifying young miss of spirit Hulqian Rongxiu. This realization made him pay meticulous attention to every subtle change in this prince's expression and every word he uttered. Chen Yi's steady, unblinking gaze naturally drew Shui Qinghe's notice. The latter maintained his composure, keeping that perfect gentle smile as he turned toward Chen Yi. His voice was clear and pleasant. "This friend, why do you keep looking at me? Have we met somewhere before?" Hearing this, the corner of Chen Yi's lips curved with a hint of playful arc. Half jokingly, he replied, "Your Highness must be joking. I'm just a commoner who usually mingles in the marketplace. How could I possibly have the blessing or opportunity to know someone as noble as yourself? It's just that your Highness's extraordinary demeanor and bearing were a bit too dazzling. I couldn't help being momentarily fascinated. I hope your Highness won't hold it against me." His tone was relaxed, and the words were flawless, lightly revealing his own humble background. Seeing Chen Yi and Shui Qinghe start talking, Ning Fengzi's eyes brightened. Seizing the opening, he fully guided the conversation toward Chen Yi. He exchanged a profound, wordless glance with Gu Rong. From the moment they stepped through the door, the two had been observing this youth. This young man, facing three great figures, showed none of the nervousness or awe of ordinary soul masters. His composure was clearly no act. When he talked with Dugu Yen, Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong's eyes were like precise measuring tools, quietly evaluating his breathing and every minute movement. "Young friend is too modest," Ning Fengzi said with a smile, white steam curling from the teacup in his hand. "Just now, I happened to witness your actions. You used only spiritual force to stun and injure the fourth prince, who is at the level of a soul grandmaster. That isn't something any nameless youth can casually accomplish." Though his tone was calm, it carried an irrefutable certainty. "I do not know under which master you have studied, nor from which power you hail. In the world of soul masters, one so young with such cultivation and spiritual training is extremely rare. This Ning has never heard of such a person, so of course I am very interested." Chen Yi inwardly sneered. So this old fox really did come to probe his origins. Outwardly, however, he still wore a faintly amused smile. He spread his hands slightly. "Sect Master Ning overpraises me. This junior truly has no great background, only a bit of luck and some opportunities that weren't on any official stage. I've just practiced randomly on my own. As for earlier, I truly had no choice but to offend His Highness the Fourth Prince a little in my haste. And those little tricks of mine aren't even worth mentioning before you and Senior Bone Douluo." It was both humble and evasive. Ning Fengzi obviously didn't believe this explanation. The smile on his face deepened, but there was a trace of sternness in his eyes. He slowly rubbed the gem on his staff and spoke unhurriedly. "Young friend, need not belittle yourself. For a soul master, talent, luck, and inheritance are all indispensable. You are not that old, yet judging by your earlier usage of spiritual force, your control over soul power is exquisitely precise. Your foundation far surpasses your peers. If my judgment is not mistaken, your true soul power cultivation has at least reached the realm of soul elder or perhaps even soul ancestor, correct?" This was the point that most concerned him. Back when Clear Sky Douluo Tanghao was famous across the continent, he had only just broken through to the soul grandmaster realm at 9 years old. Cheni looked about 10, but already had the cultivation of a soul ancestor. Compared to the once-in-a-millennium genius Clear Sky Douluo at the same age, his talent was even more monstrous. When had such a shocking figure appeared in the world of soul masters, and the seven treasure-glazed tile sect had heard nothing? For a moment, the box fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on Chen Yi, waiting for his response. Bonus chapter at 100 PS. 95, Chapter 95 Playing Dumb, Chen Yi's backer. 95, Chapter 95 Playing Dumb, Chen Yi's backer. Listening to Ning Fengzi's probing, Chen Yi still kept that faint smile at the corner of his lips, as if completely unaware of the growing tension condensing in the air. He even yawned lightly, and though his tone was mild, it carried a clear note of distance. "Sect Master Ning thinks too highly of me. This junior understands your good intentions. It's just that the little sect I'm in is obscure and off in a corner of the world, truly nameless. I fear mentioning its name would only dirty your esteemed ears. You surely haven't heard of it." The words were polite, but in truth, this was still just evasive stalling. Seeing him repeatedly dodge and never step into the trap, a hint of displeasure finally flashed in the depths of Ning Fengzi's eyes. As sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, his status was revered. Ordinarily, geniuses and major powers would beg for a chance to show their faces in front of him. Yet now, he had lowered his own posture and taken the initiative to reach out, but this youth refused time and again to cooperate. It really was difficult to handle. Ning Fengzi's slender fingers subconsciously tapped the gem-tipped staff, though he remained silent. The faint crease between his brows betrayed some impatience. Off to the side, Bone Douluo Gu Rong had been standing quietly like a shadow. He'd long since lost his patience. In his life, what he found most tiresome were these juniors who thought themselves clever while hiding behind mysterious tricks. Seeing Cheni still beating around the bush before Ning Fengzi, Gu Rong finally let out a dull, cold snort from his nose. The sound wasn't loud, but in the confines of the box it boomed like muffled thunder, making everyone's eardrums buzz. The invisible pressure in the air suddenly surged. Boy! Gu Rong's voice was hoarse and dry, like sandpaper scraping wood, radiating undeniable dominance. When the sect master asks you something, you answer. Don't play tricks here. The terrifying aura of a titled Douluo had not even been fully released, yet threads of coercive pressure were already flooding out like a chilly tide, quietly filling every inch of the room. Dugu Yen and Yi Lingling both felt as if a boulder had been pressed against their chests. Their breathing became labored, and their slender bodies trembled uncontrollably. Titled Douluo, these were beings who stood at the pinnacle of the Soul Master world. The weight of that title was not something 2 mere Soul Grandmasters could withstand. Cheni seemed completely unaware. The slight smile on his lips did not fade at all. He raised his eyes to look at Gu Rong's ugly, skeletal face and oppressive aura, and his tone remained relaxed. Why should Senior Bone Douluo be so angry? It's not that this junior is deliberately hiding anything. It's just that my sect is secluded and detached from the world. No one knows of it. Speaking its name would only invite ridicule. His attitude seemed humble, yet his stance was firm with a hint of steel beneath the softness. Gu Rong was completely enraged. What a sharp tongue on this brat. His already withered, grotesque face twisted further with fury, and a cold light shot from his deep eye sockets. You really don't know how high the heavens are. You reject a toast only to drink the forfeit, is that it? Before his words had finished, a cold and heavy pressure crashed down toward Cheni like a tangible mountain. This was no mere probing like earlier. It carried the full weight of a titled Douluo's will. The tables and chairs in the room groaned faintly under the pressure, and the air seemed to coagulate into gelatin, suffocatingly thick. Senior Gu Rong. Dugu Yen cried out, her pretty face turning ashen in an instant. She knew well how terrifying the titled Douluo was, and she had seen her own grandfather Dugu Bo erupt in anger before. At this moment, Gu Rong was clearly genuinely enraged. If he truly struck, she feared that Cheni. Inwardly, she prayed frantically that her grandfather would sense the disturbance and hurry over. Yi Lingling also clenched her fists tightly. A hint of worry flickered in her icy eyes, mixed with helpless rage. In the face of absolute power, her hatred and concern seemed so feeble. Yet in the very heart of this storm, Cheni still sat firmly, unmoving. Confronted with Gu Rong's dreadful coercion sufficient to make a Soul King tremble, Cheni didn't even brush his sleeve. The smile on his face deepened slightly, as if he were watching a comedic farce that had nothing to do with him. This unreasonable calmness had a reason. During the time he spent at the Icefire Inyang Well, he had already understood much about the Grand Elder's true condition. He was 100% certain that what the Grand Elder had gained from that unique environment was far more than just an increase in soul power. That was only the smallest benefit. What had truly undergone a qualitative transformation was the Grand Elder's spiritual power. It was vast like the sea, condensed like steel. Even if it were the divine oracle Douluo Han Tianyi born 20,000 years in the future, wielding the strongest spirit in the world, he might not surpass the present Grand Elder in spiritual might. This was a terrifying spiritual power that completely exceeded contemporary understanding. Even among the 3 peerless Douluo of this era, none might match the Grand Elder purely in that aspect. Therefore, from the very instant Ning Fengzi and his group stepped into this room, and from the moment they took serious interest in Chinul, that happened here had already fallen under the gaze of the Grand Elder's omnipresent spiritual senses. The old man who looked like he spent his days lazily drinking tea was, in fact, guarding his own reverse scale to the utmost. Right now, he was definitely hidden somewhere within Shanghai Pavilion, a cup of fragrant tea in hand, watching with great interest as the 7 treasure glazed tile sect led this forced palace interrogation drama. With such a solid backing silently watching from the shadows, how could Cheni possibly fear Gu Rong's coercion? His appearance of a dead pig not fearing boiling water, combined with that slightly teasing smile, completely ignited Gu Rong's fury. This Bone Douluo had roamed the continent for many years. Never before had a junior treated him with such disregard. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really won't understand what the title of titled Douluo means. Gu Rong's eyes sharpened, and his thin right hand like a ghost's claw lifted slightly. Gray-black soul power condensed at his fingertips, and the faint creak of grinding bone echoed chillingly in the air. He had decided to teach this ignorant boy a little lesson, at least enough to make him kneel and beg for mercy, and obediently reveal the truth. As for whether someone truly stood behind Cheni, Gu Rong didn't care. He was a rank 95 titled Douluo, one who could be counted among the most respected across the entire Douluo continent. Behind him stood the entire 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Beside him stood Sword Douluo Chen, the unrivaled #1 attack type on the continent. Looking across the world, aside from the old enshrined in Spirit Hall and the missing Tang Chen, who else could truly make him hesitate? Seeing Gu Rong completely lose his temper and clearly not just putting on a shoning, Feng Zi's eyes flickered slightly, but he still did not step in to stop him. He gently swirled the tea in his cup, white mist blurring his deep gaze. Cheni's repeated evasions and current arrogance had made even this always gentle, cultured sect master dissatisfied. The nobles of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect had lowered themselves and spoken kindly, but the other party was too ignorant. Letting Gu Rong apply a little pressure to smooth out the boy's edges might not be a bad thing. He also wanted to know where this young man's confidence came from. The air in the room suddenly plummeted in temperature. The gray-black soul power on Gu Rong's fingertips grew thicker and denser. The cold, deathly aura seemed capable of freezing and tearing space itself. A lesson from a titled Douluo now appeared unavoidable. Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling's hearts were in their throats. They could hardly bear to watch the impending scene of Cheni being crushed in an instant and almost closed their eyes. Cheni, however, was still smiling. He even took the time to straighten his clothes, as though what was coming was not the wrath of a titled Douluo, but merely a gust of trivial wind. He raised his eyes slightly. His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of the box, looking far into the distance. A smile with a hint of deeper meaning appeared at the corner of his lips. "Old man, you've watched enough of the show, haven't you? It's about time you came out and cleaned up this mess. If you don't move now, I really will end up being treated like some soft persimmon." This quiet thought seemed to transcend the walls of space. And at that precise instant when the gray-black soul power at Gu Rong's fingertip was about to be unleashed, the situation changed in a heartbeat. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 96, Chapter 96 The Terrifying Gaze, Bonus Chapter. 96, Chapter 96 The Terrifying Gaze, Bonus Chapter. The air in the room felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible giant hand. Every wisp and drop of soul power flowed with a heavy, stagnant weight. Gu Rong maintained his posture with his fingers bent. The black soul power condensed at his fingertips crackled like thunder, yet it was frozen in midair. A pulse rose from the depths of his soul, a sensation that made his hair stand on end, as if he were prey caught by some enormous beast. Every inch of skin screamed of danger. Just as he was about to act, a gaze devoid of emotion appeared from nowhere. It did not come from any visible direction, but permeated the entire room like an invisible coercion, wrapping tightly around him like countless fine spiderwebs. Gu Rong had lived nearly 100 years, crawling up from being as insignificant as an ant to becoming a titled Douluo today. He had experienced countless battles and could remain calm even before the Pope of the Spirit Hall. But right now, his back was drenched in cold sweat. His fitted clothes clung to his skin, the chill soaking through from his spine to the crown of his head. This is. Gu Rong's pupils contracted violently. The soul power at his fingertips started to tremble slightly under the pressure of that gaze. He could clearly perceive that the owner of that gaze was hiding somewhere in the corners of the Shanghai pavilion, overlooking his every movement as if in a panoramic view. The moment he fired that soul power from his fingers, the other party would strike in an instant, an attack that would certainly bring about catastrophic consequences. All of a sudden, he recalled the scene when, in his youth, he met his father's old friend Sword Douluo Chen father. That pinnacle titled Douluo had reached the 97th rank. The sword intent emanating from his body was like 10,000 long swords suspended in midair, sharp enough to cut the very space around him. Even then, Gu Rong had only felt awe. However, at this very moment, what he felt was a suppression arising from the difference in the very level of life itself. It seemed the slightest thought from the other party could strip him of his soul. The atmosphere in the room was incredibly strange. Cheni still sat in his chair, toying with the crystal cup in his hand. His expression was indifferent to the extreme, as though everything around him had nothing to do with him. As for the other four in the room, aside from the always calm Ning Fengzi, the other faces were filled with disbelief. Dugu Yan's willow brows were slightly furrowed, a hint of shock surfacing on her delicate face. She had interacted with the 7 treasure glazed tile clan many times and knew well that Bone Douluo Gu Rong had a fiery and explosive temper, unable to bear any provocation from others. Cheni's earlier words were already quite unpleasant. In other words, Gu Rong should have already flown into a rage and made a scene, yet this titled Douluo was now motionless as if under a spell, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yi Lingling's fair hands lightly covered her cherry-red lips. Her eyes were full of puzzlement. She was gentle by nature and delicate of heart. Naturally she understood that Gu Rong's current state was anything but normal. The tense body, the trembling fingertips, and the fear he could not conceal all told her he was under immense pressure. Shui Qinghe sat beside Ning Fengzi, outwardly maintaining the composure befitting a prince, but there was a slight ripple in her eyes. She had grown up in the Elder Hall and had seen countless powerhouses. But even if second grandfather went all out to exert his pressure, he might still not be able to force Bone Douluo into such a state. Bone Douluo. Shui Qinghe subconsciously glanced at Ning Fengzi. The sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect wore a solemn expression. His deep eyes were fixed on Cheni, clearly having sensed that something was amiss. The hand holding Ning Fengzi's teacup paused slightly, the warm tea sending gentle ripples against the cup's inner wall. He had been friends with Gu Rong for decades and knew this old man's character well. Gu Rong might seem approachable on the surface, but he was actually very thoughtful and steady. Unless he was facing a truly mortal threat, he would never lose his composure like this. This was not mere fear but a terror that seeped into the very marrow of his bones. The one behind Cheni. Ning Fengzi quickly engraved the answer in his heart. From beginning to end, Cheni had never once stood up, nor had he released the slightest trace of soul power. Yet Gu Rong's reaction made it obvious he was being forcibly suppressed by someone. To frighten a titled Douluo to this extent without even revealing one's face, this level of strength was simply terrifying. He couldn't help but think of the grand worship in the spirit Howlin existence that had already reached the apex of the world, a living legend. Only that being, he feared, could exert such crushing pressure on Old Bone. Could it be that the person behind Cheni was actually a powerhouse at the same level? Shui Qinghe was clearly thinking along the same lines. Her gaze toward Cheni became slightly more complicated. This youth had appeared suddenly and seemed ordinary at first glance, yet he might actually be secretly protected by such a powerhouse. His identity and origins were definitely far from simple. To suppress Bone Douluo without even showing his face, this strength is in no way inferior to second grandfather, and may well be comparable to grandfather. In her heart, Shui Qinghe quietly made this comparison, and her attention toward Cheni instantly rose several levels. Just then, Cheni slowly set down his jade cup. The corners of his lips lifted into a slight smile as he looked at the still immobile Gu Rong. His voice was not loud, but spread clearly throughout the hall. "Old man, anger is bad for your health. You're already at your age, don't be so short-tempered." This casual remark made the expressions of everyone present shift. Dugu Yen and Yi Lingling exchanged a glance, seeing fear reflected in each other's eyes. They quickly guessed who the person secretly acting just now was, surely the Grand Elder of the Body Sect. They just hadn't expected that the Grand Elder's strength had reached a level where he could suppress a titled Douluo with mere pressure from afar. Yi Lingling pressed her chest lightly, feeling her heart pounding violently. 1 year ago she had once crossed paths with the Grand Elder. At that time she had thought the other party was just an ordinary titled Douluo. Now it seemed his level had already reached a height beyond imagination. If the one who had come that first time had actually been the Grand Elder. Ning Fengzi took a deep breath, then slowly stood up. He glanced around the hall, then spoke with a tone filled with respect and sincerity. "I do not know which senior has graced us with their presence. This junior is Ning Fengzi. I humbly invite senior to show himself so this junior may fulfill the host's duty, however meager it may be." There was a slight quiver in his voice. It was the respect due to a powerhouse, as well as his concern for the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. If an existence with such terrifying strength could establish friendly relations with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the sect's development. As for the dispute just now in Ning Fengzi's eyes, it was already something insignificant. Compared to the benefits that powerhouse might bring to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, it was not worth mentioning. However, in response to Ning Fengzi's words, the hall remained silent. No voice answered. The gaze that had been pressing down on Gu Rong quietly dissipated, as if it had never existed. But Gu Rong's face was still ashen. He involuntarily retreated half a step, sucking in a sharp breath, clearly not having recovered from the terror. Seeing this, Cheni slowly stood up. He cupped his hands toward Ning Fengzi with a faint smile. "Sect Master Ning, please don't blame me. The elder has a strange temper and doesn't like outsiders. I must ask you to be tolerant." Regret churned in Ning Fengzi's heart, but he dared not harbor the slightest resentment. He could only force a bitter smile and shake his head. Senior experts indeed have temperaments different from ordinary people. I truly did not expect that, outside of the spirit hall, there would still be such a powerful being in this world. There was a faint emotion and a trace of vigilance in his tone. The spirit hall's power was already immense, faintly suppressing the other soul master factions for many years. The situation on the continent had long been complicated and treacherous. Now, another mysterious force of such level had appeared. No doubt the future pattern of the continent would become even more complex. Cheni smiled ambiguously, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a sip before speaking slowly. "Sect Master Ning is too modest. Among the younger generation, they all praise the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Sword and Bone's brilliance is unparalleled. Senior Sword Douluo Chen Xian swordsmanship is divine. Senior Bone Douluo Gu Rong's strength is unfathomable. With the two of them combining, your sect shines with an invincible light." Hearing this, a relieved smile finally surfaced on Ning Fengzi's face. "Brother Chen overpraises us. The talk of Sword and Bone is only exaggerated flattery from outsiders." Even so, he could not conceal the pride flickering in his eyes. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were indeed the firmest pillars of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Recalling Gu Rong's earlier loss of composure, Ning Fengzi's inner pride turned solemn. Even Gu Rong himself had been so easily shocked. From this, he could faintly gauge how terrifyingly powerful that mysterious expert was. If such a person were to become an enemy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. The air in the hall gradually relaxed, but the shock in everyone's hearts lingered for a long time. Gu Rong slowed his breathing, his face still pale. He glanced at Cheni with a hint of fear in his eyes. The fervor he'd had earlier was nowhere to be seen. The terror brought by that invisible gaze had been deeply imprinted in his heart. Seeing the dignified and slightly embarrassed expressions of the two from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, a slight trace of satisfaction flashed in Yi Lingling's eyes. Whether Ning Fengzi or Gu Rong, both had always been lofty existences to her. Now, they also had such an awkward side. Shui Qinghe sat silently off to the side, but in her heart she was quickly calculating. The sudden appearance of this mysterious power might very well change the pattern of the continent. Whether they would turn out to be friend or foe was still unknown. It's getting late. It's about time we took our leave, Ning Fengzi said, glancing at the sky outside the window. He slowly rose to his feet and cupped his hands toward Cheni. He knew very well that if they stayed too long today, this mysterious force might no longer remain in the shadows. It was better to withdraw first and then plan. Cheni nodded with a smile. Sect Master Ning, take care on your way. Ning Fengzi nodded, then turned to Gu Rong and Shui Qinghe and said in a low voice, let's go. Gu Rong felt as though he'd been pardoned. He hurriedly followed in Ning Fengzi's footsteps. Right now, he just wanted to leave this suffocating place as soon as possible and get away from the breath of that mysterious power. Shui Qinghe also stood, gave Cheni a light nod, and walked out of the council hall behind Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong. Yet before leaving, she gave Cheni one last indifferent look, probing and wary. Watching the three departing figures, Dugu couldn't help asking, Cheni, was that really the elder just now? His strength is too terrifying. Yi Lingling also looked at Cheni, her eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and fear. Cheni smiled and did not answer directly. He only said, the Grand Elder's strength is far beyond imagination. 97, Chapter 97 Powerless Shueben. 97, Chapter 97 Powerless Shueben. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky a magnificent orange-red as Cheni, Dugu and Yi Lingling walked side by side along the broad streets of Heaven Dou City. Unlike on the way there, Yi Lingling seemed to have set down 1,000-gene burden. The gloom between her brows and in her eyes had greatly eased. From time to time, she would point out to the two of them newly blossomed flowers by the roadside or the fresh decorations in a certain shop. Those eyes that had always carried a trace of sorrow finally shone, reflecting the sky and clouds. Obviously, after seeing Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong forced into a slump before the Grand Elder, the resentment that had accumulated in her heart for many years had finally been greatly relieved. Dugu held Yi Lingling's arm, feeling the light, refreshing warmth transmitted from her friend's body. She smiled, then glanced sidelong at Cheni, who was walking unhurriedly at her other side. Her amethyst-like pupils were bright with curiosity. She was thoroughly shocked by the strength Cheni had displayed today and the unfathomable body sect standing behind him. Before long, the three arrived at the Yi residence in the eastern district of Heaven Dou City. Servants were already waiting respectfully at the gate and led them through several courtyards. Along the way they passed meticulously maintained medicinal gardens. Various rare plants thrived with vitality, and the air carried a faint fragrance of grasses and woods. At last they reached a side corridor covered by green bamboo. The furnishings inside were simple, but at the center stood a warm, lustrous rosewood tea table. Seeing the three enter, Yi Xian set down his teacup and smiled gently. Cheni, Dugu and Yi Lingling all hurried forward and bowed, not daring to be negligent. We greet Grandpa Yi, Grand Elder. The two elders before them each stood at the peak of different domains within the Soul Master world. Especially the Grand Elder, he had just frightened Bone Douluo in midair. Only the heavens knew how strong he really was. In particular, Dugu while bowing, quietly lifted her eyes, staring at the Grand Elder with blazing intensity, filled with reverence and yearning. She had grown up protected by title Douluo Dugubo since childhood, and thus understood far better than Yi Lingling or ordinary soul masters just how terrifying the power hidden within this seemingly ordinary old man was. It far surpassed that of her grandfather, Dugubo. Cheni also bowed deeply once more to the Grand Elder and spoke sincerely. Thank you for your assistance today, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder waved his hand lightly and replied indifferently, it was a small matter. What is there to thank me for? If the sect's founding ceremony were not near, many of our experts would not be busy with important tasks. Otherwise, this old man would have personally twisted that old bone's head off today, so he'd know how high the sky is and how thick the earth. His tone was flat, as if he were discussing some trivial matter. However, the content of his words made Yi Lingling, Dugu and even Yi Xian beside him quietly draw in a sharp breath, their hearts shaken. Twist off Bone Douluo's head? There were not many in this world who could speak so lightly of such a thing, but this person was the Grand Elder, which somehow made it feel oddly reasonable. As head of the Yi family, Yi Xian thought even deeper. He had already learned from the Grand Elder that the body sect was about to be established. Combined with what he'd just heard, he now had a far more intuitive sense of the hidden strength of the sect. The Grand Elder's power was already terrifying, and above him there still stood the mysterious and unfathomable sect master of the body sect. That body Douluo's strength, by implication, was even higher than the man before him. On the way here, Dugu Yen and Yi Lingling had quietly exchanged messages and done some rough calculations. Counting the titled Douluo on the body sect surface, plus the unfathomable Grand Elder, the sect master level body Douluo, the former titled Douluo who had once protected the Yi family, and the black-robed Douluo that Dugubo had mentioned, if one added the promised future elder Dugubo himself, that meant there were at least 5 individuals with titled Douluo level combat power. And that was without including any other unknown backgrounds. On the surface, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect had only 2 titled Douluo. The body sect's strength was truly beyond comprehension. The Grand Elder paid no mind to the astonishment on their faces. His gaze shifted to Cheni, and he spoke directly. As for the matter of alchemy, the head of the Yi family has already agreed. Tomorrow, bring the Yi patriarch to the sect. We shall begin the preparations for alchemy. Joy flickered across Chen Yi's face. He nodded at once. Yes. Everything will be according to the Grand Elder's arrangements. With Yi Xian's cooperation, once the third elder returned from Zhengzhen City with the pill furnace, all that would be left was to wait for the day the pills were successfully refined. That would also be the day the body sect was formally born. At the same time, back in the fourth prince's mansion, the atmosphere was as dark and oppressive as a gathering avalanche. Xuebeng, now back in his luxuriously furnished yet icy-cold estate, had already removed the mask from his face. What remained was twisted resentment and traces of fear that had yet to fully fade. He stepped back a pace and sat alone on the broad agarwood chair in his study. His face was utterly pale, devoid of a hint of blood, an unvarnished manifestation of the mental trauma he had just sustained. In front of the restaurant, the purple-clad youth had merely looked at him. Yet that gaze had felt like a heavy blow smashing into him, bringing a wrenching headache. He'd been left almost paralyzed on the spot before the public eye. The soul-tearing pain, the shocked gazes of the surrounding citizens and guards that could not be fully concealed, and the faint traces of contempt in those eyes all slithered like venomous snakes through his heart, gnawing away at him. He was the fourth prince of the Heaven Dou Empire. When had he ever tasted such bizarre humiliation? For years he had survived through the fierce struggle for the throne, exhausting every means both overt and covert to gradually paralyze his elder imperial brother Shui King He, the one he was forced to call Your Majesty one day. He had disguised himself, taken on the persona of a domineering presence, and suffered many losses in secret, but never before had he experienced something like this, crushed from spirit to body, shamed so utterly. Bang! Thinking of this, Xuebeng suddenly slammed his hand down on the hard table, making the teacups rattle violently. Enough! His voice was hoarse, laced with anger he could no longer suppress. The study door was quietly pushed open. The old steward who had been waiting outside entered with his head lowered, and bowed cautiously. Your Highness. Xuebeng fixed him with a gloomy stare. Have you confirmed it clearly? Who exactly is that purple-clothed youth next to Dugu Yen? The old steward's body trembled slightly. He bowed his head even lower, his voice flustered. Our reporting to Your Highness, this old servant is incompetent. I activated many of our connections and means, yet this person's origin is extremely mysterious, as if he appeared out of thin air. He arrived in Heaven Dou City about a month ago together with a middle-aged man. After disappearing for some time, he suddenly appeared at the Dugu residence yesterday. He seems to be very closely connected with Dugu Bo and his granddaughter Dugu Yen. As for more, we truly cannot find anything. The Dugu mansion is keeping this matter extremely secret. Our people have no way to infiltrate it at all. Trash! Xuebeng roared, grabbing the white jade paperweight at hand, intending to smash it to pieces. But the backlash of his earlier mental trauma made his head spin again. He could only press his forehead with a hand, set the paperweight back down heavily, his chest heaving violently as his complexion grew even paler. An origin they could not even trace, a close relationship with poison Douluo Dugubo, and that terrifying power despite such a young age. This string of information poured into Xuebeng's heart like a basin of icy water laced with poison. The raging anger within him remained, yet an even deeper sense of powerlessness and chilling dread spread uncontrollably in its wake. He realized that, according to his own calculations, this hatred might have to be buried for a long time. Given the other side's power, they were not something a prince who still had to hide his true fangs could easily shake. The intense humiliation and resentment almost suffocated him. At that moment, urgent yet restrained footsteps sounded from outside the study. A servant reported respectfully from beyond the door. Reporting to the fourth prince. His Majesty has sent word Your Highness is to enter the palace at once. Xuebeng abruptly raised his head, a flash of suspicion crossing his pale face. Why was his father suddenly summoning him at this time? Had news of today's events already reached his ears? Or was there some other reason? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his turbulent blood and chaotic thoughts. Straightening his slightly disheveled clothes, he tried to put on his usual somewhat exaggerated arrogant expression. But the haze lingering in his eyes and the pallor of his face were impossible to fully conceal. Understood. Prepare the carriage. I shall enter the palace immediately. Bonus chapter at 300 PS. 98 Chapter 98 Disappointment. 98 Chapter 98 Disappointment. Heaven Dou Palace towered majestically, the afterglow of the setting sun casting a cold, golden light over its eaves, solemn and heavy, just like the atmosphere within at this moment. With an uneasy heart, Fourth Prince Shwebang stepped into the Grand Council Hall that symbolized the very core of the empire's highest authority. The palace doors slowly closed behind him, the dull thud cutting off all vitality from the outside world. An invisible pressure instantly wrapped around him, making it hard for him to breathe. Instinctively, he raised his head, and his gaze locked with that of Emperor Shui, seated high above upon the 9 dragons' golden jade throne. The usual majesty of Emperor Shui had, at this moment, transformed into a cold, sinister aura. In those deep eyes, there wasn't the slightest warmth directed toward Shwebang, only an icy severity and towering disappointment. His anger was almost given form. A chill raced down Shwebang's spine, cold sweat instantly soaked through his undergarments. He hurriedly averted his gaze and swept his eyes along the 2 sides of the hall. On the left sat Crown Prince Shwe Qinghe, quiet and composed. His expression was steady and unshaken, his eyes deep and unfathomable, making it impossible to read his thoughts. On the right sat Sect Master Ning Fengzi of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, as elegant as ever, fingers gently caressing the teacup in his hand. Yet the faint furrow in his brows showed he was not simply listening idly. Behind Ning Fengzi stood Sword Douluo Chen Xian, hands clasped behind his back, his body as straight as a sword. Though he hadn't spoken a single word, a sharp, peerless aura naturally emanated from him, making the air in the hall feel thin. Below sat his uncle, Prince Shwe Xing, his face marked by helplessness and worry. The gaze he cast toward Shwebang was complex and hard to read. This was a battle far beyond anything he was prepared for. Shwebang's heart sank completely into a bottomless abyss. At first he had entertained a shred of luck, hoping his father would simply scold him severely and punish him with a period of confinement for leaving the palace without leave. But especially after seeing that Ning Fengzi and Chen Xian had both been summoned, he understood that the incident on the streets today had caused far greater repercussions than he had imagined, perhaps even touching upon currents he had never yet seen clearly. "Rebellious son, you dare not kneel before me yet." Emperor Shui's shout thundered across the hall like a sudden storm. The sound was wrapped in the coercion of a soul master's might. Although it was not targeted at anyone in particular, it still made the golden dragon-carved pillars seem to tremble lightly. Shwebang's blood surged chaotically. His knees weakened and he dropped heavily to the gilded tiles with a resounding thud. The sound of his knees striking the ground was especially jarring in the silent hall. "Father, your son." Shwebang's voice trembled, faintly choked with sobs. He lowered his head, unable and unwilling to meet the heavy, mountain-like gaze from above. Emperor Shui looked down at him with icy disdain, his eyes like sharp blades slowly scraping over Shwebang inch by inch. His voice was as cold as ice. "Tell me, why did you have to provoke that Yilingling? Who gave you such ignorant courage to act so recklessly, and even dare to provoke that Cheni, whose life or death you know nothing about?" Cheni. Only now, under his father's cold scolding, did Shwebang finally learn that the purple-clothed youth who had made him feel the fear of death and humiliated him in public was named Cheni. Endless fear and bitter hatred entwined like poisonous vines in his heart. Yet his instinct to survive crushed everything else. Shwebang slammed his head onto the ground again and again, letting out dull, heavy thuds, as though he were trying to smash his faults into the golden tiles beneath him. With great grievance and terror in his voice, he cried out, "Father, please hear your son's plea. Your son has been wronged. Your son has always deeply admired Miss Yilingling's talent and grace. He respects her from the bottom of his heart and merely wished to invite her to dinner today to express his sincerity. Your son swears to the heavens that from beginning to end he observed proper etiquette and harbored no intention of using force." He suddenly raised his head. Tears streaked down his pale cheeks as he pointed shakily toward the outside of the hall, his voice rising with agitation and indignation. It was that Cheni. Relying on Dugu Yen and the poisoned Douluo Dugu Bo behind her, he acted arrogant and unreasonable, suddenly attacking and bullying your son. Not only did he use some strange method to severely wound me, but he even uttered absurd words in front of everyone, threatening to take my life. Shwebang's voice rose ever higher, filled with grief and anger. "Father, where does that place your son's face? He clearly has no regard for the empire's laws and takes our Heavendou royal family lightly. He trampled the dignity of our empire." He actually shouted aloud that Heavendou's princes are nothing more than rice weevils crawling in the granary. Shwebang intentionally and repeatedly emphasized Dugu Bo, the royal face, and imperial prestige, trying to shift the core of the conflict. Instead of this being a matter of his own right or wrong, he painted it as Cheni and the power behind him brazenly provoking royal authority. His aim was to ignite Emperor Shui's fury to the utmost. As expected, Emperor Shui's face grew darker as he listened, his expression as heavy as if it could drip water. But contrary to Shwebang's expectations, he did not immediately fly into a rage over Chenyi's alleged insolence. Instead, a deeper disappointment and severity flashed through his cold eyes. Then, with a sudden crack, he slammed the armrest of the throne. The sound rang like colliding ice, and his voice rose in another sharp rebuke. "Fool! Answer me this first, who told you to be so ignorant and provoke them in the first place? What kind of man was Emperor Shui? How could he possibly fail to grasp the key points Shwebang was avoiding or not see through his attempt to fan the flames? He had tacitly approved, even internally expected, that the prince would pursue Yilingling. If, through gentle means, the bloodline of the nine-hearted begonia could be tied closely to the Heaven Dou Empire by marriage, that would undoubtedly be the best way to consolidate the state's foundations. But the prerequisite was that the methods used be sufficiently refined. The prince needed to display royal demeanor and cultivation, to understand gentleness, to know when to advance and when to retreat. And what had this fool Shwebeng done? He had behaved like a street thug in the marketplace rash, lacking even the bearing of a prince, nearly bordering on harassment. In the end, he'd been publicly humiliated and cleaned up by some unknown youth. This was not only Shwebeng's personal disgrace, it was the face of the entire Heaven Dou royal family being trampled into the ground. Remembering the gossip now spreading through the streets that Heaven Dou's princes are unbearable, the royal prestige has been trodden underfoot, Emperor Shui felt his blood boil. He pointed at Shwebeng, who knelt on the ground, and unleashed a torrent of merciless scolding, from reckless and stupid behavior, ignorance and shallow insight, arrogance with low ability, to bringing shame upon the royal family's style and dignity. Under his tirade, Shwebeng was left sprawled on the floor, unable even to breathe steadily. He could only mechanically repeat, "Your son knows his mistake," and, "Father, please calm your anger," not daring to utter a single extra word in defense. Prince Xuexing, standing beneath the throne, watched his nephew's wretched state and listened to the emperor's harsh reprimands. His face turned ashen, his heart a knot of conflicting emotions. He resented Shwebeng for failing to live up to expectations, for acting so rashly and dragging others into trouble. At the same time, he worried that this matter might end up involving him. After all, Dugu was the most reliable force under his command. Hearing Shwebeng's feeble attempt to deflect responsibility with such glaring loopholes only deepened his sense of powerlessness and shame. Xuexing opened his mouth several times, wanting to speak up for Shwebeng, but under Emperor Shui's furious gaze, he swallowed his words each time, leaving only an inaudible sigh and a heavier expression. After venting his rage to the fullest, Emperor Shui finally took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous irritation roiling in his heart. He turned his gaze toward Ning Fengzi, who had been quietly watching the changes from the side. His tone was deliberately softened a little, though it remained solemn. "Sect Master Ning, I invited you and Sword Douluo here today because I wished to hear your opinions. Regarding this Cheni, who suddenly appeared, and the power that might stand behind him. Your 7 treasure glazed tile sex information network extends across the world. Have you obtained any clues or come to any conjectures?" In an instant, all eyes in the hall turned to Ning Fengzi, including those of Crown Prince Shui Qinghe. Although his expression remained calm, the depths of his gaze were no longer placid. Ning Fengzi slowly set down his teacup, his eyes faintly reflecting the golden glow of the hall's lamps. He took a moment, then spoke in a measured voice. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolute code. 99, Chapter 99. Just how strong is he? 99, Chapter 99. Just how strong is he? Ning Fengzi set down the teacup in his hand, inclined his head slightly, and his expression became humble yet solemn. "Your Majesty, regarding that young man called Cheni and that mysterious expert behind him, what I know is indeed very limited. It's as if they both suddenly appeared out of nowhere before this. There was no record of them on the continent. The only word I can use to describe them is powerful." Ning Fengzi paused, then turned his gaze to the Bone Douluo, Chen Xian, beside him. Uncle Bone crossed blows with that old man, if only for a brief moment. He has the most direct feeling for that person's strength. Uncle Sword, you should explain. Chen Xian nodded slightly. He remained standing as before, but as soon as he spoke, the entire atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze over. "I've already compared notes with Gu Rong in detail about what happened that day. According to his description, the power of that mysterious expert is simply unfathomable." Chen Xian's voice was calm, but each word was heavy. "Based on Gu Rong's judgment, that person's soul power cultivation is likely even higher than my father's once was." "What?" The instant these words left his mouth, the Shui Emperor's pupils contracted sharply. He couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. Even Shui Qinghe's always serene face finally showed a clear fluctuation. His eyes turned keen. Prince Xuexing also drew in a sudden breath. The sword Douluo's father had been the peerless title Douluo of the previous generation. His sword arts were godlike, and his cultivation had reached rank 97. Years ago, he had exchanged blows with Chiian Daou of the Spirit Hall, the Seraphim Douluo. To be above that level, what kind of concept was that? Chen Xian ignored their reactions. His own tone unconsciously carried a rare solemnity. According to Gu Rong's account, that person's soul power level can at least be estimated at the peak of rank 97, or perhaps even higher. But that's not the most frightening part. His gaze swept across everyone present as he continued in a low voice. With just a single glance, that man completely suppressed Gu Rong's movements. Gu Rong almost couldn't circulate his soul power at all. A suppressing gaze. The Shui Emperor's voice turned hoarse with disbelief. Bone Douluo Gu Rong rank 95, a defense-type title Douluo, reputed as one of the most enigmatic experts on the continent. His defensive power could be said to stand at the very peak of the land, yet he had been suppressed by a glance. "Yes." Chen Xian nodded to confirm, a sword-like glint flashing through his eyes. "In other words, that person is most likely an extremely rare spiritual type title Douluo on the Douluo continent. Not only has he become a title Douluo, but his spiritual power itself has already reached the realm of transformation. Cheny's spirit dealt a heavy blow to the fourth prince. The source of that technique is very likely inherited from this mysterious spiritual expert. He exhaled a turbid breath, then delivered a conclusion that made everyone's hearts tremble even more. From Gu Rong's feelings and my own assessment, even if that mysterious expert's overall cultivation hasn't actually reached the legendary rank 99 ultimate Douluo level in terms of spiritual power alone, he has already touched, or even stepped into, that realm. Rank 99 spiritual power ultimate Douluo. Those words were like an explosive thunderclap, detonating in the hearts of everyone in the hall. Even Shui Qinghe's face changed clearly. The strength of the other party had far exceeded his expectations. The Shui Emperor leaned back slightly, resting against the dragon throne. His fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest as his expression continuously shifted. Rank 99, that was the legendary boundary. Across the entire continent, the only ones known to have reached that level were Chiian Daou of the Spirit Hall's Worship Hall, and the long-vanished Tang Chen. Now, there might be a third person in existence who had at least reached that level in some crucial domain. And what was worse, this person was of the most bizarre and hardest to guard against spiritual type. With such terrifying spiritual power, his range of lethal influence would likely be no weaker than Dugubo's poison. Paired with a horrifying soul power cultivation, whether fighting alone or facing many, such a man would stand at the absolute apex of the Soul Master world. Ning Fengzi sighed lightly and added, "Your Majesty, if what Uncle Sword said is correct, then the existence of such an expert carries extremely grave implications. A spiritual type pinnacle title Douluo, his deterrent power and the difficulty of dealing with him are very likely to surpass that of ordinary experts of the same level. And the fact that Cheni can be taught by such a person, we definitely cannot underestimate his own talent and background." Prince Xuexing also spoke up at this time, further confirming that this mysterious expert was not someone they could lightly provoke. "Imperial brother, my elder brother once visited Dugu in the past. He wanted to inquire a little about Cheni and those two people's origins. But Dugubo's attitude was extremely ambiguous. His words were evasive, and he always skirted around the question. Even the arrogant poison Douluo, who'd always had a close relationship with the royal family, had chosen to remain silent. This, without a doubt, proved from another angle just how frightening that mysterious expert was. The Shui Emperor's face was now completely overcast, like the sky before a storm. He had originally hoped to rely on Dugubo's goodwill and the gradually improving relationship with the royal house in recent years, to perhaps seize a thread of advantage. But at this moment, that hope had completely shattered. His cold gaze fell once more upon Xuebeng, who was still kneeling on the ground. This son had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. This time not only had he disgraced the royal family, but he had also brought upon the empire a terrifying, monstrous calamity whose consequences were utterly unpredictable. Xuebeng was already scared out of his wits. His whole body shook like a leaf in an autumn wind. At first, he'd thought that Cheni merely relied on Dugubo's protection, yet now he learned that behind Cheni stood a world-class expert comparable to an ultimate Douluo. And he had actually dared to provoke such a man's disciple. How was that any different from courting death? If he could, he wished he could go back in time and smack his own head that had been filled with sperm at the time. Seeing his son's wretched and pathetic appearance, the Shui Emperor only felt additional anger and sorrow well up in his chest. He immediately suppressed his emotions and handed down his verdict in an icy voice that seemed able to freeze souls. Rebellious son Xuebeng acted wantonly, brazenly provoking a powerful enemy and bringing shame upon the royal family. From this day forth, all permission for outings is rescinded. You will return to your manor and reflect in seclusion. Without my imperial decree, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of your residence. Should you commit another offense, you will be severely punished. If it weren't for the royal face, and the fact that this was now his only son, this would already have been a death sentence. The Shui Emperor had even truly considered killing him on the spot to appease that mysterious expert's possible anger. Hearing this, Xuebeng felt as if he had received an imperial pardon. Driven by fear and relief, he hurriedly crawled on his hands and knees, banging his head on the floor. "Thank you, father. Father, thank you for your kindness. Your son will obey your command, will deeply reflect, and will never make the same mistake again." The next moment, he nearly rolled out of the hall in his haste, his back radiating the panicked air of a beast driven by a predator at its heels. As Xuebeng disappeared outside the palace gates, silence slowly settled over the hall. His departure did not alleviate the heavy atmosphere in the slightest. Instead, the shadow of that unknown expert made the air even more oppressive. The Shui Emperor rubbed his brows, weariness showing on his face. He looked at Ning Fengzi and Chen Xian. "Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluo, after what the two of you have said, how should we deal with this matter? Is that expert and Cheni to be regarded as enemies or allies?" Ning Fengzi pondered for a moment before slowly replying. "Your Majesty, for now, that person punished the fourth prince, but did not kill him. That's more akin to a warning than an act of vengeance." Chenyi's words that day were indeed arrogant, but in truth, his target might not have been the royal family's authority itself. Perhaps they simply don't wish to be disturbed. I believe that, at present, the main policy should be conciliation and observation. We must not take the initiative to provoke them again, nor should we launch a high-profile investigation that might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Chen Xian also spoke lightly. If such an expert were to become our enemy, it would spell immense trouble for the empire. If he doesn't become our enemy, that is already the best possible outcome. The Shui emperor nodded quietly. He knew Ning Fengzi's words were reasonable. Acting rashly toward a pinnacle expert of unknown origin and purpose would be the height of folly. He sighed. Forget it. We'll do as Sect Master Ning suggests. I will issue an imperial decree to restrain the younger generation of the royal clan and the great noble houses. In the near future, they are to be extremely cautious in word and deed, and not stir up trouble without reason. Especially no one is allowed to provoke that Cheni again. Yes. Prince Xuexing hastily agreed. The Shui emperor then turned his eyes to Shui King He. King He, you have always been steady. You must pay particular attention to this matter. If you receive any information regarding those two, you are to report it immediately. Shui King He bowed with cupped hands, his tone calm. Your son understands. Please be at ease, father. After giving his orders, the Shui emperor waved his hand to dismiss the court. Ning Fengzi, Chen Xian, and Prince Xuexing all bowed and retreated from the grand hall in turn. Shui King He followed after them. Soon, only the Shui emperor remained in the empty hall, sitting alone upon the dragon throne. The last rays of the evening sun filtered in through the high lattice windows, stretching his shadow long across the cold floor, making him seem both solitary and heavily burdened. He stared out at the night slowly draping itself over the palace roofs, his thoughts surging. Cheni, a pinnacle spiritual type titled Douluo of mysterious origin, the nine-heart begonia. These factors twined together in his mind like a stone cast into a still lake, sending out ripples whose range and consequences he could not predict. Because of this, the future of the Heaven Dou Empire seemed to be shrouded in a faint, ominous shadow. 100, Chapter 100 Stone City. 100, Chapter 100 Stone City. Carriage wheels rumbled monotonously over the official road, long eroded by wind and sand. The curtains lifted slightly with each bump, revealing a somewhat desolate landscape. Gravel, limestone, and thorny low shrubs stubbornly clinging to the cracks between rocks, all of these formed the main palette of this land. The air was dry, carrying the unique chill of the northern regions, utterly different from the humidity and bustling prosperity of Heaven Dou City. At last, the carriage slowed to a halt in front of a city. We're here. The coachman's voice was slightly breathless. Obviously, the journey had not been easy. Cheni lifted the curtain and stepped lightly out of the carriage first. He still wore his deep purple robe, his long hair swaying gently in the dry wind. Against the earth-yellow background, his figure seemed out of place, yet strangely, there was a natural harmony, as if heaven and earth willingly accommodated his presence. Stone City, true to its name. The city walls were not made of the usual green bricks, but of local materials, large, gray-brown slabs of stone stacked together, rough yet sturdy. The walls were marked with the traces of years of wind and sand in some places, repaired cracks could still be seen. The city as a whole was not large. It could not be compared to a grand metropolis like Heaven Dou, not even to a truly prosperous county city. It felt more like a rather simple, austere town. It lay quietly at the northwestern border of the empire, like an exhausted giant beast resting in silence, guarding this barren land. After Chen Yi, Yi Xian and his granddaughter Yi Lingling also alighted from the carriage. Yi Xian straightened his slightly wrinkled robe after getting down, his eyes falling on the stone city before him, a deep sense of disbelief and faint shame flickering in his gaze. So they're living here now. Yi Xian's voice trembled slightly as he muttered to himself. To think that one of the once-renowned 4 single-attribute clans of the true Soul Master world, the sharpest blade under the Clear Sky sect, has actually chosen to live in seclusion in such a remote, desolate place. Yi Xian's thoughts drifted back to years ago. Back when the strength, breaking, defense, and speed clans had followed the Clear Sky sect, the scenes were glorious beyond compare. But in the battle outside Clear Sky City, the Clear Sky sect, in order to protect itself, had ruthlessly abandoned its affiliated clans. The 4 clans had suffered heavy casualties, then announced their separation in bitter disappointment, scattering to the 4 winds ever since. Looking back on the past and then at the bleak little city before him, Yi Xian's feelings were complicated. A natural sorrow arose in his heart at how drastically things had changed. Compared to the scenery of those years, everything is truly different now. It really makes one sigh. Chen Yi's expression did not change much upon hearing this. He spoke lightly. Sleeping is not necessarily worse than being reborn. Once you leave the center of the whirlpool, sometimes you can see more clearly. On this journey, he and the Grand Elder had first returned to the Body sect, then deliberately detoured through the northwest to invite Yang Woody and his brother Yang Wushuan of the Breaking Clan to come down from the mountain to have them refine the Heaven and Earth Genesis pill. However, according to Chen Yi's inherited memories, among the 4 single-attribute clans, 3 breaking, defense, and speed had gone into seclusion in the Star Luo Empire after breaking with the Clear Sky sect. Yet in this world line, they had instead come to the Heaven Dou Empire, and moreover, the sect master had once pulled them back from the brink and given them guidance. After all, the Clear Sky sect had once been virtually the guardian sect of the Star Luo Empire. Its status was transcendent, and its domineering style had enraged many powers. I don't know what the original author was thinking, insisting on having them remain in Star Luo, Cheni thought. But in this world, after a few years of recovery, relying on their own heritage and tenacious vitality, these clans have finally managed to take root in this barren land, barely climbing back from the edge of ruin. They're not so much reviving as stubbornly struggling on. Yi Lingling stood beside her grandfather, her eyes full of curiosity as she took in the city, so entirely different from the environment she was used to. She still wore a light blue dress. Her cold, ethereal temperament stood in stark contrast to the rough surroundings. Sighing won't change anything. Let's go in. The Grand Elder's voice cut off Yi Xian's thoughts. He still wore a simple blue shirt, exuding the restrained air of an ordinary teacher. The four of them said no more and walked toward the stone city. Inside the walls, the scenery was a little livelier than outside, but only just. The streets were narrow, lined with low stone houses and simple civilian dwellings. There were a few shops selling daily necessities and local specialties, but not many. Most passers-by were dressed plainly in thick, cold-weather clothes. Soul masters were clearly few in number, and their cultivation levels were generally not high. The entire city was shrouded in a harsh, slightly monotonous atmosphere. The appearance of Cheni and the others, especially Yi Lingling's beauty and dust-free bearing, immediately drew many curious and wary gazes. In such a remote place, unfamiliar faces, particularly those with such unusual temperaments, inevitably attracted attention. The four ignored these looks and, relying on prior inquiries, headed straight for the Breaking Clan's compound. The Breaking Clan's compound was located in a relatively remote corner in the southeast of the Stone City. It resembled a larger, better defended courtyard complex more than a family mansion. The surrounding walls were also built of stone. The main gate was heavy and made of hard wood, studded with thick bronze nails. Two sturdy young men stood guard at the entrance. The two wore gray uniforms, and on their chests was embroidered the Breaking Clan's emblem, an abstract spear motif. Their eyes were sharp, their posture straight. Faint fluctuations of soul power could be sensed from their bodies. Although their levels were not particularly high, the capable and sharp aura they exuded was worlds apart from ordinary city soul masters. Seeing Cheni and the others walk straight up, especially noting the Grand Elder's seemingly ordinary but unfathomable bearing and the indefinable pressure emanating from Cheni's body, the two gate disciples immediately heightened their vigilance. They stepped forward in unison to block the way. The slightly older one cupped his fists in salute, his tone neither humble nor arrogant, but clearly cautious. "This is the Breaking Clan's residence. May I ask what brings you here?" Yi Xian stepped forward with a gentle smile. "May I trouble you to inform Elder Yang Woody that guests are here to visit him?" Hearing this, the disciple looked a bit embarrassed. "I'm terribly sorry. The old ancestor left the city a few days ago to gather medicinal herbs and has yet to return. For now, clan affairs are being handled by the vice-clan head." That deputy, of course, was Yang Woody's younger brother, Yang Wushuan. Upon hearing that Yang Woody was absent, Cheni frowned slightly, but upon learning that Yang Wushuan was in charge, he relaxed again. Seeing this, the Grand Elder said, "It's fine. Then please invite Brother Yang out to meet us." The disciple looked the four up and down. Their unusual bearing and the Grand Elder's calm composure made him hesitate. Nonetheless, he spoke earnestly. "Sirs and young lady, it's clear from your bearing that you are no ordinary people, and surely have distinguished backgrounds. If you are here to seek an alliance or invite our clan to join some power, I must advise you to turn back now. In recent years, there have been no few forces seeking alliance with our three clans stationed here in Stone City. The vice-clan head has issued strict orders that we are not to receive such people lightly. So as to avoid offending you, I must say this frankly. Because the Spirit Hall had not directly suppressed the four single-attribute clans in this world line, some factions had wanted to ally with them, hoping to use the clan's strength to rise further. But the Clear Sky sect's betrayal had left an indelible scar in these clans' hearts, a deep mistrust of the outside world. Moreover, Yang Wushuan was strongly opposed to forming alliances. Though the Spirit Hall seemed to have publicly cast off the four clans, should they really join other powers and attract the Hall's attention to any suspicious movements, the consequences would be disastrous. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder merely smiled. There was no irritation in his eyes at being refused. Instead, he slowly pulled a jade box from his soul tool. The box was milky white throughout, fine in texture and unadorned. Yet it naturally exuded a gentle glow and a faint chill. At a glance, one could tell it was no ordinary object. "Give this to Brother Yang," the Grand Elder said, handing him the jade box. His tone was calm but brimming with certainty. "Once he sees this, he will definitely agree to meet us." The disciple accepted the box and immediately felt a refreshing chill spread through his palm, as though he were holding a piece of icy jade. He did not know what lay within, but from the material of the box and the strange coldness, he could tell the contents were far from ordinary. Combined with the Grand Elder's solemn tone, he dared not neglect this. "Please wait a moment. I'll go report to the second master at once." He spoke with sincere politeness, then gave a meaningful look to his companion. "Invite these honored guests to the reception hall and serve them tea." The other disciple hurried forward, bowing deeply. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolutecode.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.